here at Georgetown University, and really delighted to be co-hosting this conference with the Yale Tobin Center for Economic Policies project on digital markets. Let me talk a little bit about KGI, which is a new center here at Georgetown University. It was launched last year, and its mission is to connect independent research with technology policy and design. So at KGI, what we do is we build bridges. We connect independent research with policymakers, with industry decision makers, with civil society. And we work every day to take the insights from research and translate them in ways such that they can be made actionable and legible by policy and industry decision makers. One thing that we are really focused on doing is creating spaces where people coming from diverse perspectives, from diverse disciplines, diverse ideologies, diverse countries, can come together to exchange what they know and to increase their understanding of the online information environment. And I think with the absolutely world-class group of people that we have here over the next 2 days, we're intending to do just that. One thing that I've learned since coming to academia 1 year ago is that scheduling things in the spring is a giant pain in the neck. You have everyone's spring break is on a different week. You have people who are on the quarter system. You have Europeans who need to go skiing. There's all kinds of reasons why you can't really have an event in March. So if you were setting out to, for example, try to mark the 1 year anniversary on March 6th of an important piece of European regulation having come into force so that you could celebrate its 1 year anniversary, you would be thwarted. Instead, what we're doing here is we're celebrating the 11-month anniversary of the Digital Markets Act. The DMA is precedential in thinking about ex-ante regulation in digital markets and bringing new tools to bear as we think about how to combat concentration in the online information economy. And at KGI, when we started as an institute, one of the questions we wanted to ask was, what can we learn from it? It's new, it's different, it's breaking a frontier that we haven't been to before. We wanted to ask, what can we learn empirically? What are we seeing in the market as to how the actors are reacting to this regulation? What are we learning about the implementation of it? How is it being carried out? Is it working? And as we see the proliferation of antitrust enforcement and regulation throughout the world, we wanted to understand how those dynamics in the European Union can relate to what's going on in other countries. For us at KGI in particular, thinking about how those dynamics relate to antitrust enforcement with the slew of cases happening at the federal level. And also thinking about the fact that these services are global in nature, that they affect everybody all over the world, and that we see lots of different kinds of intervention from different jurisdictions. So that's one of the main things we really want to get out of these next 2 days, is to think about what can we learn cross-jurisdictionally that applies from one place to another. I came to KGI to work on the concentration of corporate power over the means of information production and distribution. And I think we see every day, every hour now, how the struggle for that control is central to this political moment, which is a moment of tremendous upheaval. We've gathered you here to gain a deeper and more nuanced understanding of the struggle for that control. And my hope is that we can all carry that understanding forward into what we at KGI like to call an information future for the common good. So that's my hope for these next 2 days. I'm really delighted to welcome Fiona Scott-Morton, my co-host, who's going to say a few words, and then I'll come back and talk a little bit about the agenda.
Thanks, Alyssa. It's a great privilege and pleasure to be the representative of the Yale Tobin Center here, cooperating with the Knight-Georgetown Institute, ably led by Alyssa. The Tobin Center at Yale has the same goal actually as Knight. The tagline is something like speeding the delivery of research to policy, or okay, I'm not getting that quite right, but the idea is to make it easier, quicker, and more enabled for researchers doing important work that relates to policy to get that policy into the hands of relevant policymakers and better known. So this is exactly the kind of event that we're delighted to be participating in, and really delighted to welcome all of you to come and present at. The event has 2 days. We have the research day today and the policy day tomorrow. And while we invited lots of policymakers to come to the research day, we didn't anticipate that lots of them would want to listen to lots of research findings, but that's okay. They can come and hear about the implications of those tomorrow. And we hope that many of you will stay and talk to those policymakers tomorrow. So I think, other than just really warmly thanking the Alyssa's staff, who have just done a lot of heavy lifting in terms of emails and bookings and food and hotels and everything, which are hugely appreciated, and thanking Alyssa again, I will just sit down and leave us all to enjoy the day. Thanks.
Thanks, Fiona. So we're going to kick it off today. We have essentially 5 or 6 sessions today of research talks. So what you'll hear today is in each session, a couple of different paper presentations, followed by time for Q&A. For our speakers and moderators, we're going to hold you strictly to your time. Xander has time cards that he's going to be holding up. So do us a favor and don't make us have to cut you off. Over lunch, we'll have a really highly anticipated discussion about how we use data to understand these digital market issues. So make sure you stick around for lunch. We'll have food over here that you can grab and sit down and eat while we listen. And then at the end of the day, we'll have a cocktail reception for everybody over at Art and Soul, which is just a block and a half away from here. So really hope that you can all join for that. And I think with that, we're going to kick off with our panel on self-preferencing. Our moderator has the daycare on a 2-hour delay because it's Washington and we have 2-hour delays when it rains. So Fiona is going to step in and moderate our first panel.
Read the bios. Okay, I think, why don't you come up, the authors come up. So we have Imke Reimers from Cornell, and she is a well-known economist who works on these digital issues. And then we have Joel. Yeah, I was thinking this list of people is a lot of people, and they can't all be on this panel. Okay, Joel Waldfogel, also a very famous economist who works on digital issues and many other things, and is well known for his paper explaining the deadweight loss of Christmas presents.
Oh, I was trying to get that off.
All right.
Very nice.
Good. So let's
I'll switch over here, I guess. Yeah.
Sit in. No.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Thank you so much for organizing. Like, really. So yeah, very smooth organization. That's wonderful. I think I'm here to basically just set off the Joel Waldfogel panel. So this is work together with him before he takes on the main act. But overall, right, so what I'm trying to do is just kind of set the stage, I suppose, with this paper that we've been working on, just kind of provide a framework for detection, measurement, and welfare analysis of bias in general. So now, as we know, right, the DMA has been in effect for a while, and because of it, self-preferencing is now illegal. But part of what's kind of happened, or what it seemed like, is a little bit the situation where this regulation, is kind of ahead of research, right? We kind of need to understand how to detect and measure the welfare consequences of self-preferencing, but we don't quite know yet how to identify and measure this unwarranted self-preferencing. It's not entirely straightforward, right? So some basic questions that we're trying to at least provide a first answer for in this paper are, first of all, just what is self-preferencing? Secondly, how do we detect it? And finally, what is its welfare costs? All 3 of these aspects we think kind of matter in the situation. So just kind of a generic setup that we're having in mind here. Think about any time you go on a website, make it Amazon, make it Expedia or something else. You look for something. The example here is just hotels on Expedia, but that's just one simple motivating example where we have well, users looking at these ranked lists of products and choosing among them. Now the platform actually gets to choose how to display this ranking, or which products to rank first versus last, and so on. And the way that the platform chooses this ranking is going to, well, try to serve some sort of objective. This objective can be something along making consumers happy, making sellers happy, or making the platform itself happy. Now, identifying or defining what self-preferencing is not easy. So what we're going to do, or what I'm going to try to do in this paper, in this presentation, is we'll kind of start with just one possible definition of self-preferencing. Later on, we'll talk about different definitions as well that could also play a role. So the definition that we'll go with for the next 15 minutes or so is that we're kind of thinking of this as the platform ranking its own products higher than whatever would maximize some combination, some weighted sum of seller and consumer surplus. So that's the very general setup. So we'll try to kind of give a framework for exactly that. Now, yeah, here's the roadmap. I'll talk a little bit about our framework, say how we can apply it to some ways to measure whether there is bias, and then finally measuring the welfare impacts as well. So yeah, starting with the model. So we'll start with basically just having two parts here in the model. First, we're going to have consumers who are going to choose among some ranked products. And very broadly, the higher the ranking of a product, the more likely they are to purchase that product. Then the second part of this model is going to have the platform. The platform is going to choose among a lot of possible rank orderings, and then things ensue. So the platform, though, the way that they're going to choose the ordering that we see at the end is going to have two dimensions as well. First, we're going to have them making a decision between how much to care about consumers versus the suppliers, the sellers. And then secondly, beyond how much to weigh the benefits to consumers versus suppliers, we're also going to think about how much they might want to advance their own objectives, their own interests at the expense of consumers and suppliers. Now, without self-preferencing, if they only care about consumers and suppliers and sellers, then the search ranking is going to lead to some sort of welfare frontier between maximum consumer surplus and maximum producer surplus. With platform self-preferencing or platform bias, these rankings are just going to depart from that frontier. And so one definition that we're proposing here is something where we say, essentially anything that gets us away from the frontier that is related to this platform dummy or something is going to end up being some sort of self-preferencing. Now, in order to implement any model here, first of all, we need to have some idea about how consumers make a choice, right? So somewhere here, we need a way to map or to translate the product characteristics, including prices, and also the platform chosen rankings into quantities, total revenue, consumer surplus, and so on for the choice set. So basically somewhere we need a demand model. There's many different ways to do this, search models, limited consideration sets, and so on. We want to keep it simple. So what we'll do is we'll just present something here in a logit framework, and I'll tell you where we have to think about things here. So on the consumer side then, what this means is that this consumer is going to choose among the J products that are presented to them, and they get their utility function from some rank independent mean utility, this delta J0, the 0 for rank independent, and then there's going to be a rank effect. Now I want to be very careful here because this utility, the way that we're thinking about this has, well, of course, the rank independent utility also in a way is going to vary by rank. Usually the platform puts the better products up higher. So we're kind of looking at this gamma times R term as a separate causal rank effect that affects the sales probability. And we're being a little potentially imprecise with the language along the lines of whether that actually affects utility, but we're thinking of it more as sales probability. Yeah, and then we have a mean utility and so on. With that, the main thing that I want to highlight here is just that these rankings, this capital R, or just the overall the rankings of each of these products, is they're going to affect stuff. They're going to affect the probability of purchasing a product because somewhere in there the sales share includes the e to the gamma times the ranking. And because of that, it's also going to affect producer surplus and consumer surplus. A quick note here that first of all, people might wonder, well, what about the sellers? Do they react to the rankings, the ranking algorithms, and so on? Well, so we have some evidence that shows not really. And still what we're doing is we're also kind of endogenizing the prices, and we'll show that, yeah, that's not really going to make a difference either. So with all of that said, now what's getting more interesting is the platform's ranking choice. Now, first of all, it is a big combinatoric problem, right? We have n factorial choices. It turns out even for small n factorial is a large number. So smart people have tried to set this up more clearly. We're going to more comprehensively. We're going to want to just keep it kind of simple again. So the way that we're thinking of it is, well, in a way, the platform can either maximize consumer surplus or maximize producer surplus or anything in between. So we're really just looking at the extremes, and the extremes are easier to think about. So first of all, if we wanted to only maximize consumer surplus, all we really have to do is just order things in descending order of their appeal, their rank independent utility, the delta zero. If we wanted to maximize producer surplus, well, then we should rank them in descending order of rank independent variable profit, P minus C times e to the delta zero. Now, yeah, and then the welfare frontier, we're like, once we have these 2 points, everything else in between, we can model pretty simply. And yeah, so the welfare frontier is just any kind of weighted sum of those. A quick note here for exposition, I'm just gonna continue now with assuming that the marginal cost is 0. But if we know the marginal cost, we just imagine a P minus NC anywhere where you see just a P. So the welfare frontier then looks like this, right? So first we can maximize revenue or producer surplus with the assumption of cost equals 0. And yeah, that's 1 point, or we can rank according to the e to the delta 0 to maximize consumer surplus. And the frontier is just defined by that weighted sum here with the kappas. The endpoints are pretty simple or pretty intuitive in this case. If kappa 1 and kappa 2 are equal to each other, we'll have a maximum. We have maximized producer surplus because we value price times delta, pretty much the same. And if the kappa 1 is equal to 0, then we have no weight on the price. That gives us consumer surplus. Now, what makes something be biased in this definition that we're proposing here is just if we, in addition to having these terms, this log of price and the delta 0, we also have this platform dummy dj. And this psi term in here that may not be equal to 0. If it's not equal to 0, then basically that means that the platform products have a different value or get a different valuation, get a different weight than the non-platform products in the ranking decision. And whatever happens there, whenever that happens, we're not on the frontier anymore. We're somewhere inside of the frontier. You can see a little dot somewhere in the middle, right? Okay. So quick note here, I mentioned price adjustments by sellers. Not sure you can see it, but we have, there's 2 blue lines, 2 blue frontiers, pretty much on top of each other. One of them includes price adjustments and the other one does not. So yeah, with that said, now like, with this framework, especially what I want to have in mind here is this index function that you see here, the platform supply function. That's the thing that we're going to work with on motivating the bias tests. Now, these bias tests are generally known, but we wanted to kind of microfound them a little bit and really motivate them, especially in the sense with the background of the DMA as well. So one thing here, the first thing is we can have this conditioning on observables test, where basically we say, well, actually, I'll explain it in a moment anyway. So we have our index function over here. Now let's suppose that the index is cardinal and linear. Then yeah, what we'll have is we can just essentially plug in the rank as the dependent variable and estimate this thing, right? So the rank is going to be a function of the price and also this rank independent utility and this platform dummy here, right? Now that's pretty simple to do. If the coefficient on the platform dummy is not equal to 0, then we have bias. This is what we call the conditioning and observable approach, but you can already see, of course, this rank independent utility is really hard to observe, so we have to do something else. The thing that we'll do, oh, I see what happened, okay. Yeah, so normally we don't observe the delta J0, so instead what we'll do is we'll just regress the ranks on a bunch of controls that ideally approximate the rank independent utility really well, right? So we have a bunch of terms X in there that we can work with here. Now, this regression works really well if the X's control for all of the effects on demand, right? But of course, what can happen is that if the X's don't capture everything that makes the Amazon Basics products different from the non-Amazon Basics products, then the error term is still correlated with the platform dummy, the variable that we really care about. Now, all of a sudden, we measure bias with bias. Not great, right? So the alternative approach is the outcome-based approach. Now here we can think, okay, so we can suppose that the platform and non-platform products both have the same index value I. Now, if the psi term is equal to 0, that means they have the same quality. But if the psi delta term is not equal to 0, they don't have the same quality, right? Then if the psi times delta term is that's basically the thing that puts the platform products higher if beyond what their actual internal what their intrinsic quality is. So then, at the same rank, basically the platform products are going to be worse. We can estimate this as well. We can just solve this equation for delta J0, put that on the left-hand side, and approximate the rank independent utility just with some outcome that we observe, something like quantity sold and so on. And we can estimate that. In that turn, the psi times delta term again tells us whether there is a bias or not. So if that psi term is negative, then this suggests there's platform self-preferencing. So now we can also put this all, right? So I've basically presented these two different ways to measure whether there is platform bias. We can implement them. Now, very generally, there's a couple of ways to do this, right? So in general, no matter what, we'll need information on the rankings. We'll need information on which products are the platform products or the potentially biased products or potentially preferred products. Now, and for the conditioning on observables approach, we also need a bunch of characteristics that legitimately predict what somebody's rank or quality really is. We don't need that for the outcome-based test. But for the outcome-based test, we need this other very large data requirement, which is the actual outcomes. We don't always observe them, right? So there's a little bit of a horse race given the data requirements, but then also we kind of need to see what actually, how accurate these are and in what situations they are more versus less accurate. In addition, of course, for the welfare analysis, we need more. We need all of the above, plus a causal rank effect. That's an additional requirement that also puts a little bit of stress on this. Now we have a couple of illustrations just to kind of show, how well these models might work. So we have a couple of illustrations. One is with the Amazon Kindle Daily Deals data. We also have some Expedia hotel searches data, and we have some Spotify New Music Friday data. So we're using all of these, but just as illustrations. So I'm not going to go into detail on these. The only reason why the Amazon Kindle Daily Deals is in black and the others are in gray is because we'll also do the welfare analysis as an illustration later. Now, all of these settings have a little bit of an issue in terms of either of data or in terms of not really having a setting for self-preferencing. So I'll make these caveats as we move on as well. So first of all, we're just kind of going to compare the conditioning and observables on the first column and the outcome-based tests. Here for Amazon, what we see, Kindle Daily Deals, it's a list of ebooks that are offered for a good deal every day. These lists vary, and we can see which products of these are published by Amazon versus not. And so what we see here is that the products that are published by Amazon, in both cases, one in the first column, have a better ranking, a lower ranking is better. That's the conditioning on observables test, but they also, conditioning on where they are ranked, they sell less. Both of these things indicate that there is self-preferencing. Now, again, a little caveat, it's an illustration. There are data issues that I'm happy to talk about in offline. We also have this for Expedia. There we see the same similar things. We thought maybe chain hotels might be either preferenced or not. It turns out these coefficients are generally smaller, but we find in general there's maybe a slight bias against chain hotels in this situation. And then we also do this with the Spotify New Music Friday. And here, actually, what we see is something interesting. We see opposite findings, right? So we, in the conditioning and observables approach, we observe that the majors are ranked too high, whereas in the outcome-based approach, the majors are ranked too low. Now, a possible explanation for that is just that there's something unobserved that makes major labels pick up some songs and not others that we can't capture with the observables that we have. So here, really, we kind of think that the outcome-based test is doing much better than the conditioning and observables test. This, by the way, also confirms the general concerns we've had, as well as some Monte Carlo results. So with all of that, I just want to give a little more of a setup here for the structural approach to actually measure the welfare effects of potential self-preferencing. So again, we're going to go with Amazon because there's a potential for finding large effects, with the caveat that the data are not what we want them to be. Okay, so overall, what we can do is we can first estimate the demand function as a plain logit, nothing fancy, have some controls, and then plug in obtain the delta 0, the rank independent delta, and plug that into the supply function. With all of that, we estimate all of this. We find a causal rank effect that is at least the right direction with a fixed effects approach and so on. We plug this in. Oh, I see what happened. In an ideal world, you'll also see the supply table, but you won't because of things. But we find coefficients that suggest, well, a large coefficient on the platform product that suggests, again, there is a lot of self-preferencing. So what we can do is we can set that coefficient on the platform product equal to 0 to basically just eliminate the self-preferencing. And what we're showing here is just the distribution of rankings of Amazon products. The two lines that are close to each other show the truth and our model truth. And the line that is definitely different from the other two, that's the one that removes the self-preferencing, again, in this illustration, which basically just puts all of the Amazon products all the way at the end. Right? So then we can compare the welfare, the consumer surplus and producer surplus, both from the current rankings as well as from the de-biased rankings as well, and then any point on the welfare frontier as well. When we do this, we see the frontier over here, and we've got a de-bias point that's pretty close to the CS max. You can see that on the frontier, and a little further from the revenue max point. So they seem to maybe care about consumers, right? Now the bias point kind of forgoes a bunch of both the consumer surplus and also producer surplus. Again, just as a quick note, again, this is just illustrative. The data are not what we want them to be. Now, kind of moving on from this, though, you might have wondered, or I mentioned earlier on in this presentation, that we're presenting one possible definition of bias, right? We've got this definition that the platform wants to give its own product some preferential treatment. This is what we could call this naked self-preferencing. And in our definition, we basically said anything that was different from consumer surplus versus producer surplus would be that, as long as it's correlated with the platform dummy. Now, of course, we can think of other ways in which we can deviate from that frontier. Right? One would be maybe instead of producer surplus and consumer surplus only, they also care about their own commission. Right? In the presentation, for simplification, I set the consumer perfect. That's great. We set the marginal cost equal to 0, but in reality, there's something they can care about producer surplus, including the marginal cost. They can also just care about the commission, which would mean they would care about their own revenue, and then we can care about consumers. Right? Now, if we were to add this component where we really just said, what is the like allow them to care differently for producer surplus than for their own revenue, for their own commission, there's a question of, is this still illegal under the DMA? Well, it's, they're just maximizing profit, right? Now, in our framework, we can build this in. Again, this is just an illustration, but we can also have, we can plot the points that are, get us away from this frontier, either for just the naked bias, or also for caring about their commissions rather than just sellers and producers, sellers and consumers. So that's just two different ways. You see the two arrows here that kind of get us to different points inside of the frontier. Again, this is just an illustration. We're working on that at the moment. or soon again, when the teaching's done, right? No, okay, but then also, right, where else can bias come from? There's one more thing. A third source could be something where maybe the platform cares about something yet different. That's not producer surplus, that's not consumer surplus or revenue. It can just be something like minimizing the returns or having star ratings or anything else, right? Now, if these are correlated with the platform dummy, our a framework would basically pick that up as self-preferencing, but is this illegal under the DMA? So I just kind of wanted to put up a couple of questions for now. So our framework here, right? So clearly we need some ways to test for and evaluate this possible bias. Now our paper presents one possible definition and also ways to test for and measure the welfare effects of any bias that we might find here. But we also want to kind of keep an eye open for other definitions here, just as food for thought for now. Yeah, data access, of course, is hard for outsiders, but we hope this is also helpful in general for regulators. So thank you for your time, and yeah.
Well, thank you for putting me in this or having me in this conference. This is a pretty related paper. I guess I can't see it. It's over there. Great. So DMA is here. This repeats a couple slides. I'll sort of repeat some things. Imke said self-preferencing is illegal, but really there is a question: what the heck is self-preferencing? I mean, it's as Imke was saying, it's not really that clear how to define it. She offered a definition, but also at the end, if you noticed, said, if you think about a bunch of things that are plausibly worth worrying about, it's more complicated. So there should have been a slide that said it's complicated, like the Facebook. No, that's not. We talked about that, but she thought it was a bad idea. Okay. Anyways, so what is self-preferencing? We have this urgent need. This kind of recaps what Imke talked about. But one thing I want to say in addition is, there had been some optimism that the Europeans would make platform data available to researchers to study these questions. But of course, it turns out that that's a DSA provision, not a DMA provision. And they don't consider, let's say, threats to consumers to be systemic risks to the European Union. I don't quite get that, but whatever. Okay, so there's a little bit of disappointment here about how readily we can implement any of this stuff, and rather, the Europeans will have to do it themselves inside of Brussels. Okay, but now to sort of get to this paper. So as Imke said, this idea of regressing search ranks on stuff and an Amazon dummy and interpreting the Amazon coefficient as a measure of self-preferencing is kind of a bad idea. It might be the best idea going, but it's kind of a bad idea. Because after all, Amazon basics or whatever, Amazon branded products may be appealing to people or unappealing to people over and above the characteristics that we can observe. So it seems like, although it may be the best thing going, it might be not such an attractive thing to do. But to get to what this paper does, here's like the idea. Call this coefficient the differential Amazon rank conditional on characteristics of products. Call that thing alpha. Well, we don't really know what alpha means, but we don't think that the unobserved desirability of Amazon products changes abruptly over time. So suppose you took a page out of the Yogi Berra playbook that is observing a lot just by watching, and you just watched Amazon search ranks, let's say for a year around the time the DMA was going into effect. What might you see? Maybe you'd see nothing, like put a telescope on a hill. Maybe you'll see something, maybe you won't. But let's see what happens. Let's see what happens to this alpha coefficient over time in a period around the imposition of the DMA. Okay, so the data here are 8.7 million product search rankings. So what I did here, I took 100 common search terms. I found some list of common search terms somewhere from some articles on the web. And then I basically did searches on these terms once a week at 22 Amazon domains. And I got 150 search results for each search. Okay, I did it weekly from June 2023 to March 2024. And then I've stopped analyzing data since then. So what did I get? So I have what you get from the search. I have some rudimentary characteristics of the product that I'll call X. I have price. I have the rating, the number of ratings, whether it's Prime eligible. I think a few more things I forget exactly. But then, of course, whether it's an Amazon product required a little bit of detective work because it doesn't always say, but there are a bunch of Amazon brands and there's a bunch of boring work done to try to figure out which indeed are the Amazon branded products. And by the way, one could do this not just about whether it's an Amazon product, but whether it's fulfilled by Amazon. I didn't do that, but one could do it for a variety of dimensions related to the potential for self-preferencing. So there are some complications that are, I think, worth mentioning. Over this time period, it's sort of well known, been publicly reported that Amazon was pulling back a bit from their house brand products, right? You can see stories in the newspaper about Amazon pulling back. And so now that could itself be a response to the DMA. And in fact, I think it probably was, but that's not really what the paper's about. So instead, what I want to do to not mistake that strategy for what I'm studying is to consider only products that are available to be ranked. How do I know if a product is available to be ranked? If I see it again later appearing in the rankings, right? So if I restrict attention to those, then I'm not mistaking Amazon's withdrawal of a product totally for its differential tendency to either rank, include in the rank, or choose a rank. So I take this rolling window approach where I include a product J if it's appeared in the rankings in the past 30 days and will appear again within another 30. That means I lose 30 days at the beginning and the end of the sample. I could do it for 60, 90, whatever you like, but it doesn't really matter. Now, the problem with that, however, or the challenge that creates, is that when I do that approach, I don't see the product's characteristics in the weeks in which it doesn't appear in the search rankings. So some things I'll do will be for the sample where I see you all the time, and some things I'll do will be for the other. But I'm trying to address the concern, the very real concern, because it's well known Amazon was pulling back apparently from Amazon branded products. So there are two outcomes of interest for me to study. One is the rank among ranked products. And again, be clear, we're talking about you put in a search, women's dresses, and then you get back 150 things. And I'm concerned with the rank ordering of those 150 things. That's when I say rank, that's what I mean. So one question is, what rank did the product get? The other question is, was it included in this first 3 pages of search results, the top 150? Okay. All right, so the sample character, I have 800, as I say, 8.7 million in the directly observed sample. The rolling window sample is bigger because I'm adding weeks to it. So that's like whatever, 12 million week by search by domain observations. But again, those I don't observe the characteristics in the weeks when you're not in. Just a first little fact, 1.5% or so are Amazon branded products. Right? It's not a huge number, right? You might say, oh, that's the answer. It's 0. We can go home now. But that's not quite the whole answer, I don't think. So a little bit of raw data that shows a lot of what it is that I can see here. The left-hand panel shows the ranks for Amazon and non-Amazon products, right? The ranks that appear. So what you see, the bottom line, the solid line, and I can't really read it at this point, but it goes from some number like, 40, then it goes up to 50. 50 is worse than 40, right? You like to have a low rank. So Amazon products get worse ranks. That is abruptly around October, Amazon goes from on average having ranks of 50 to having ranks of 40. The remaining products it just sort of goes along a pace. Now you might say one has to fall if the other rises, but remember Amazon's not a huge share of the total. So this is sort of an interesting preview. The other picture is the propensity to be included in these first 3 pages of ranks. And Amazon products have a declining propensity to be included. So both things are happening, whereas the non-Amazon products have this sort of constant-ish propensity to be included. So that's, in some sense, that's going to be the answer, but I'll do a little more because I'm an economist. I need to bore you with stuff. So how am I going to measure this rank effect? There are a couple of ways, and there's a subtle distinction that's maybe interesting. So the first way I'll do it is I'll ask, do Amazon products have different rankings conditional on stuff? But what I'm doing here, this mu CST term, C is country, S is search term, T is week. This one is not looking within a particular ASIN. It's not asking the question, what happens to the rank of a particular Amazon standard identification number, but rather, what happens to the Amazon products that appear in the search? In a minute, I'll do the other one, but this is sort of, in some sense, the overall effect. So this alpha T depends on 2 things. There's a within product rank change, but there's also potentially a changed tendency for the product J or the ASIN to be included in the search results. So this one is going to conflate the both of them. And so if I do that, here's what the picture looks like in October 2023. Now, I mean, if I wanted to, I don't even want to say that this is an event study where I had in mind the naming of Amazon as the gatekeeper, because that would be sort of dishonest, all right? And besides, Was anybody surprised that Amazon was named, designated as a gatekeeper? So I don't think of this as an event study. Rather, I've just been watching and showing you what happened. So I'm not going to use the language of that. But that said, what you do see is these rank differentials for Amazon are just going along at about -30, then they go to about -15. So you have this 15-point change in the relative rankings of the Amazon products conditional on stuff. Now, the other thing, though, is to look within products. So this is literally the within ASIN change. So I said the overall was 15-ish. This part here is about 5-ish. So the within, there's both a within ASIN change in the treatment of the products by the algorithm, as well as a change that arises from whether you get, whether you appear among the top 150. Okay, now I can do the same things for ranking inclusion. And so you can sort of guess how this is going to look or how this is going to go. So the upper approach is the overall effect, and the bottom approach is within ASIN. They're both, substantial and about the same size. That is the propensity to be included. So clearly something happened. Something happened around October 2023. Now, another thing, so I have to worry about referees and stuff, so I've got to do stuff in advance. Now, what I can also do now is think about the censored models. So what do I mean? If a product's not dead, but it's not in the rankings, it's as if I know that its rank is worse than the worst rank that I see. And so I can sort of play that game and treat the product as being, worse than the worst observable rank. And so in some sense, I'm not going to be biased then. That said, I can't then include X's because I don't see the X's, but still, if you do this stuff, you see the same picture, take your glasses off, you see that those things jump. Something happened. Something happened, a change in the way Amazon ranked its own products conditional on stuff. Now, another question one might ask, is it just Amazon products? After all, maybe there was just some change in the way Amazon was doing stuff, and maybe it affected everybody. So what I did is I found a bunch of commonly or frequently appearing brands in the data set, and I estimated these alphas by time separately for each of these different brands. And the one that I have and squared, is that a word? Not encircled, but the one that I have in the upper left is Amazon. And you see there's the change, and the others all don't have a change. So it looks rather Amazon specific. Something happened and it was Amazon specific. So you might even use the active voice. Amazon did something that affected Amazon. It was the same thing for inclusion. You see the same thing. It's only Amazon whose ranks or whose propensity to be included in the top 150 that are being affected here. Now, is this about DMA? So this picture that you can see right now is the Amazon effects in EU domains. I said I had 22 domains in the data set. I have the US, I have a bunch of EU domains, and I have a bunch of non-US, non-EU domains. And so here's some excitement. There's the EU. Whatever happened there. Whoops, oh gosh, my animation's not working. Never trust anyone with your slides. Anyways, so the others look exactly the same. They look exactly the same. So in some sense, if the natural way to think of such a study is to think, oh, I'm going to test the treated part of the world, the EU, against the untreated part of the world, and I'll see if it happened there, and it didn't, but it happened everywhere. Now, that said, we all know that there's heightened antitrust scrutiny. The FTC sued Amazon in 2023. So it's unclear to me exactly what's going on. It seems to be a worldwide thing. Maybe it's a response to policy, maybe it's not, but it did happen. Whatever it is that I see happened everywhere, or at least all 22 domains. Okay, now just a little bit, mechanism is probably the wrong word here, but what this slide is showing you is the solid line is the frequency of Amazon products, where they appear in the rankings. And so you see there used to be a whole lot in the top 20-ish. That's the solid line. Then the other line below, which I guess is dashed, although my eyes are failing me, that there's a much lower propensity for Amazon products to appear at the head of the distribution. They've just disappeared out of the ranking, is what's happened. So most of the effect is operating through Amazon taking products out. A third of the effect is operating through Amazon changing the ranks of its own products among those that appear in the ranking. Okay. All right, so I have some additional notes I want to talk about in addition to my slide. But so one thing that's clearly true is that something happened. And something happened to Amazon self-preferencing as antitrust scrutiny grew. Although I want to say, I'm using the word self-preferencing, but it's not clear that Amazon was doing something inefficient before. In fact, all that's clear is that something changed. Like it could be that Amazon products were so much better that they had the right ranks before, and now they've responded in some sense, and now maybe they have the wrong ranks in a way that harms consumers. I don't know. I'm not saying that's true, but I'm just not saying I'm not trying to coyly say the opposite either. This kind of study cannot answer that question. That's what, the point of Imka's presentation was. This kind of study can't answer that. Although what I can say is that something did happen to the extent of this thing called self-preferencing. And it operates through a reduction in the number of Amazon products appearing in the search rankings. And maybe it's a response to DMA and other pressures. But, a couple of things, I guess, that occur to me. One is maybe this is the effect of DMA, and sort of DMA already happened, and it already happened almost kind of before the DMA literally took effect, or shortly after, I'm not sure. It's also, it's clearly not true that Amazon can't control this. I mean, sometimes, I got yelled at by some Amazon employees and ex-employees about this couldn't be happening and it's not happening and we'd never do stuff, whatever. Okay, but obviously it did something. And I don't believe the smartest people on the planet can't understand how their own algorithms work. So I don't believe any of that. So clearly they can control it, and maybe policy had its effect already. But it's not even clear it was a good thing, though, which brings me last, back to the same thing Imka was saying. We need data, and we need a way to actually figure out if self-preferencing is a good thing or a bad thing. And sadly, data are hard, and the self-preferencing question is complicated. So there you have it. There's the good news and the bad news. Okay, I'm done ahead of time, I think.
I have a couple of questions, and then the audience should raise your hand. Someone sitting next to
We're going to social distance, are we?
Okay. Oh, well, all right. Sorry. You're making me feel bad.
Okay, all right.
So I have just a question for you, Imka, that's more of a clarification question. You've got this weighted average of producer surplus and consumer surplus, and then a D, which is yet a third thing. Why isn't D part of producer surplus?
Oh, so the D is really just the platform dummy, right?
Yes.
It can be correlated with producer surplus, but the platform, we're kind of looking at this as separate from the sellers on the platform. So
I see. So
yeah.
the producer surplus, so this is a marketplace model.
Yes.
Oh,
sorry,
okay.
I should have made that much clearer. Yeah.
All right. So what that means is there's the consumers who are you and me buying stuff. Then there's the sellers who are Joe's cookies or Susie's necklaces or whatever, and they're selling things on Amazon. And then D is Amazon's surplus.
Yes. Thank you so much for asking that.
Although Amazon
Yes.
takes a fee from the producer, so in fact that's not entirely
Yes.
correct.
Yes, that's
Okay,
right.
All right. So
Mhm.
we all have to read the paper to get more details about that.
I
Okay.
mean, I can be a little more clear on that now as well, if that's helpful.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so part of this is, so we're kind of thinking of this as, there's the sellers, exactly, there's the buyers. In the simplest world, maybe let's imagine a world with no marginal costs, maybe ebooks or something like that. Then in that case, and let's also imagine a world and maybe where the commissions are constant. In that case, the sellers, the producer surplus is perfectly aligned with the platform's incentives. And in that case, fine, great. If then in addition to that, even though the seller, the producer surplus and the platform incentives are perfectly aligned in theory, if the platform products get some higher ranking anyway, in that case, that's clearly naked self-preferencing. If instead we have a world where maybe they get different commissions or anything like that, or or marginal costs are in a certain way, or they're or not non-zero. In that case, these incentives are already not entirely aligned. It's fine if we observe marginal costs, then it's easy to just build that in. If we don't, then we use IO to make them up. And we're all fine with that. Sorry, to estimate them. Yes. And but in that case, then of course things get a little harder. If the commissions are different, then seller and platform incentives aren't entirely aligned, and that in turn can already make us deviate from the frontier. Now, one definition would be that's bad. Another definition is that's the market. So.
Thank you. And then, Joel, your data set is retail and marketplace combined, the normal.
Just whatever you get
There-
when you
yeah,
search.
yeah,
So,
which is both.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then I have a question about that. Could it be that, I mean, as you remarked, Amazon was widely reported to be looking at their own brand, and there were just a proliferation of them, dozens and dozens, and nobody seemed to have a plan for why they were there. So possibly somebody just took a look and said, let's profit maximize, and we have too many of these, we'll pull them out. And then somebody's been putting in a bump in the algorithm, and there's no reason for that. We're not making especially a lot of money off of these brands. We should take it out. And that was then a global change because it was sensible to do.
Could be.
Could be. Okay. Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah.
Or
it's
by the
the
way, I'm not
Brussels-
compensated by Amazon or anyone.
Yeah. Or it's the Brussels effect where
yeah.
where regulation in Europe was just rolled out everywhere because it's easier to do that than to run two
That
different
seems
algorithms.
very plausible because it's everywhere. It's in all 22 domains. So it doesn't seem responsive to a particular policy. It's not tailored to, LenaCon and Brussels.
Right. Okay, great. Questions, Francesca?
Do you think of this position license that you might be more estimated than you want to gain, but you can test, you can quantify. You have data from people about the quantity sold you have there. So what do you put those on the money equivalent? How much?
Can you?
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
It's okay. Just we'll go from here. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Perfect. And on top of this, in my understanding of the specific provisions regarding self-preferencing of the DMA, they are copy and paste of the remedies of the agreement between the Commission and Amazon. So of all companies that are gatekeepers, Amazon is the only one for which I would not be expecting significant changes in procedures, in internal algorithms, because they were already compliant, because they devised together with the Commission that. So this is why checking what Fiona said and with the quantities could be interesting. And for your joint paper, just one question, whether you are concerned about the fact that some of the observable characteristics that enter into the determination of the ranking are themselves linked to what Amazon provides the seller. A seller places a certain product in a certain market with a certain price because of what it learns from Amazon. So in a sense, Amazon can direct some of those characteristics.
Yeah, you take on that one. That's hard. I mean, like endogenous entry.
Yeah.
Well, there's
Characteristics.
also the sort of cumulative effect of past rankings, right? So if Amazon's been treating a product well, then it's going to be part of mean utility that the product is better, in higher demand. So those are hard problems. But I mean, one thing, and I think Imke said this pretty clearly. We started out thinking that we can just offer this definition, and it's a step forward. But the more features of reality you want to entertain, it becomes a little harder. Given especially data, it becomes much harder to estimate the model, and it becomes more like, well, we've almost come to the view that it's going to be very difficult. The European Commission, it's not as though they could use our, the version of our paper from 8 months ago and go regulate or test compliance, but rather it's going to be a hard problem for them. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if I want to put words in your mouth, but I think it's really a mess because if you think that products have differing marginal costs, which of course they do, and if commissions may differ across products, and that's not in any sense illegal, then all of a sudden it's very hard to say what constitutes. I mean, there are going to be welfare losses relative to what consumers and producers want, but they're not. Whether they're going to be illegal or even inconsistent with the DMA is kind of unclear. So it's yeah.
And just to add to that, I mean, so Joel is saying all of the reasons why just thinking about it statically is really hard. Now you're asking us to also think about it dynamically by thinking about what's going to enter. For now, I would probably say one step at a time. But of course, in general, I mean, it's, yeah, of course, there's, so now we're endogenizing seller prices. That's a good first step. Now also, in addition to that, thinking about endogenizing other seller attributes or seller entry. Yeah, it's going to move us further away from the initial plan of the paper, which was to provide a simple way for people to maybe talk about what, you know, is their self-preferencing and how bad is it? And it's going to be much larger. So there's a little bit of that trade-off as well, of thinking about what do we want to do with this paper? Do we want to provide a simple way forward for regulators, or do we want to, how well do we want to model things?
And just one quick, oh, sorry, just one quick thing is, I don't think maybe somebody in the room knows, but my sense is the regulators haven't given us guidance about what is self-preferencing. Like the regulators could say, you know what? Amazon is the post office. It should rank products according to rank independent mean utility.
Yeah.
And we're done. That's the answer. Then we have a framework. It's a simpler version of our framework. Or they could say, you know, you should rank according to this, and you may not have, you know, different commissions for different products. They could say that. They haven't. I mean, at Expedia, if you read the fine print, it says we get different commissions from different products, and we rank products differently according to the commission we get, which is pretty much saying, you know, we're whatever.
You're seeing the hotel that's paying us the most. Yeah, we're live streaming, Joel.
And so, but so in some sense, there's a decision above our pay grade. The policymakers have to tell us what is self-preferencing.
So no, I need to stop you because what I was thinking as you were both talking, that you've slipped into the normal way that we think about US regulation and litigation, where the burden of proof is on the side of the government. In principle, under the DMA, Amazon has to show the commission that it's not self-preferencing. That's how the law is written. So I wonder if there's a paper to be written by you that says, well, if you're a regulator looking for proof, what would that be? Let's keep in mind that Amazon has all the data it wants and knows its own algorithm and knows when it made changes and so on. So that paper should be easy for them to write relative to you, for example.
That's a good point.
Not that they're smart, of course.
No, they're very smart.
More questions, yes.
Yeah. Hi. Great stuff. So I had maybe one question each. Joel, just clarifying question about how you went about the search process. Like, were there VPNs where you logged in? Because there's, you know, tremendous personalization. So that would sort of shed light on, you know, the generalizability. And, you know, Imke, I think this is also related to the previous question that you mentioned something about sellers not being strategic, or you had some evidence, but it's like, you know, there are sponsored listings and, you know, anecdotally any further details on what you might have in the paper would be great to know.
So I got the data from, there's this interesting vendor called ASIN API. And ASIN API, you can just pay them to run searches for you. Now, unfortunately, you can't go back in time. So you have to subscribe in advance, and then you have to do searches. And so how are they logged in? I don't think they're logged in. So they're not getting customized. Searches. But you're right. It would be rather interesting to do this from 1,000 different people. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have a time machine. But I guess I could, no, I couldn't use a Wayback Machine.
Yeah, and to your question, so the thing exactly where I said maybe they don't seem to act very strategically, I was actually kind of piggybacking off of what Joel has in his data that shows, in addition to having these changes in rankings, he did look at the whether at that time Amazon's relative prices changed as well, and there was less evidence of that. That's where we went with so there doesn't seem to be much evidence of strategic pricing in that situation. Yeah, so that's what I meant on the slides there. Yeah, I mean, there's many other things, right? The sponsored searches we're so far ignoring. Of course, they, you know, depending on how much people look at or take that into account, we know that can also affect things. Now, the illustrations that we have with the data, we need to take with a grain of salt because of bigger data issues than thinking about sponsoring or like, yeah, spending money on sponsoring.
So 2 questions, one for each. Imke, you normalized the marginal cost at 0, which is like a totally reasonable thing to do for a first cut. But it does make me wonder, you know, do we think Amazon on average on its own sales makes a lot of margin so that it actually has an incentive to self-preference, because we also know that Amazon charges very high commissions, and in fact increasing commissions. Maybe the ideal thing is to not self-preference if you're trying to profit maximize. And then one question for Joel, how should we think about entry in your context, right? You said like a lot of Amazon products exited. You would think that would spur entry by other products, and that might reshuffle the rankings. I don't know why it would necessarily lower the rankings of Amazon products, but if those new entrants are high quality, it might.
I can take exactly. We'll go in chronological order of questions, I guess. Yeah, that's right, of course. So the setting that we have with the Amazon is ebooks. They don't necessarily have marginal costs, so that's a nice way to kind of get around that in this situation. But you're right. In the example that I brought while we were sitting here with like zero costs and equal commission, then everything's fine as well. So of course, with higher marginal costs, then if the commissions are proportionate to the variable profit, we're still fine. If not, then I'll get back to what Fiona was saying. Well, actually, Amazon has all of these data. We don't. Really hard for us to do, but those things would be easy to build in if you had the data.
Entry is a neat idea. I think that I strongly doubt that in this immediate period we have this abrupt jump that we're seeing a bunch of entry. But that said, I think the idea that Amazon is changing the extent to which it's featuring its own products should change entry conditions. So that's I think an interesting separate thing to look at. And in fact, I could look at it with data on my hard drive. So I'll do that. Thank you.
Hi here.
Sorry, Ginger, then Laura,
yeah.
and then we might be out of time.
Yeah, I have seen both papers presented multiple times, but every time you
sorry.
inspire me to new questions. And here are some new questions. And the first one is to Joe. As you mentioned that Amazon has withdrawn some of the private label products. I get your point that you focus on those that still stay, but even for those that stay, let's say in the category they had 2 private labels, but they withdraw 1. I think the 1 remaining may still be affected by the withdrawal decision itself in terms of ranking and other things. So this might be easy to fix. You just focus on the categories where there's no withdrawal. That might be.
So, but why would it affect the other product that's not withdrawn?
Well, because the choice set for ranking is changing, right? Let's say previously there are people looking for Amazon products, and there are 2 brands they sort of divert their preference, but now 1 is disappearing and there's still some preference for Amazon products, and that may sort of boost the remaining products ranking or whatever, right? It's just because of the spillovers in the competition, I guess.
Yeah, we should talk about this offline. Seems like that would go the other way, wouldn't it?
Delta's not changing.
Yeah. No.
It could be, yeah.
I mean, it could be that, look, they're just they only have a few left, so they're not going to feature them. It's like, so we won't feature them because we can't really deliver them. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it could be something like that.
Yeah, we can talk offline.
Yeah,
I think this is an econometric question. My second question is probably more on the conceptual level. I think both of your papers show some heterogeneity in the measures of self-preferencing, right? So let's say take Joe's paper. Before the DMA, it seems like they had self-preferencing. Some Amazon product was ranked non-deservingly in the high.
But your words, not mine.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying hypothetically. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's say hypothetically we interpret your result or someone interpret results as before this there were some self-preferencing. I can imagine there's some consumer harm. Say, okay, I have to dig deeper in order to find the products that I want to get, right? But on the other hand, let's say after this, it's the reverse. That's they depress it too much, okay? And then you can imagine there will be other consumer harms that they actually want to find.
I tried to say that I agree with you completely. I mean, Chiara and co-authors have a neat paper in which they implement our self-preferencing test, and they find no evidence of self-preferencing, despite the fact that Amazon has better ranks. And so it's entirely possible that Amazon was appropriately using differential ranks for its wonderful Amazon Basic products, and in sort of pseudo genuflect compliance to regulators, it's made life worse for consumers. It's possible, right? So I entirely agree with you. I think I can't answer that at all. And the work with IMCA is trying to develop a way to it, but it's hard. It's hard.
Yeah. But my question is, but my question is, like, when you have such a heterogeneity, like where the line is, are you saying that's okay, just something with self-referencing is bad, but we don't care the other way? That's
No. I mean, that's his answer. He doesn't have a welfare answer yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I want to try to get in.
Just a very quick question for Joel. So access to data under Article 610, you can become an authorized third party via a business user to get access, as far as I know. And to what extent this is actually working, I'm not sure, but that's my understanding at least.
Let's talk in the coffee break.
Hi, folks. I had a question about how, things that fall into the definition of self-preferencing, because the thing I was thinking about is, your initial setup assumes that what users want, their preferences are known. And part of how platforms discover user preferences is that they, particularly for new products, they put them much higher in the ranking than they might otherwise be as a way of getting signal. And I can see an argument that things like that, things around changing prices to understand consumer demand, there's a version of that that is really something that only benefits Amazon and maybe is self-preferencing in a business kind of understanding of that. And then there's another version of that that's just, how you run a business. And I'm curious how you think about those kinds of those kind of other business goals that affect price as users experience them, but are not directly related to user preference at the moment that it's known.
Yeah. I like that idea. So part of this, okay, so at first I was thinking exactly, so one potential incentive or objective for Amazon is something that's not consumer surplus, that's not seller surplus, right? And so you're saying this one dimension could be new products up front. In the way that we're setting this up, or that we have set it up so far, just putting new products up front or something to learn about preferences for these products. Well, in our setting, this would not show up as self-preferencing unless Amazon products tend to be newer than non-Amazon products. If they are, then the setup that I presented, that I suggested, or that we suggested, would say this is self-preferencing. Now, you're also actually saying, well, it could just be something like self-preferencing or giving yourself an advantage to just learn more by getting more information. That's really, yeah, that can't be captured in the model that we have in mind, right? But it's another way to think about self-preferencing, yeah.
Can I just say one quick thing about it? So in a different context, at Spotify, so Spotify is a little different because they care a lot about whom they're paying. Their money they pay to the major record labels, they pay higher royalties per song or per stream than they do to independent record labels. So now they have an interesting problem because they have 1 million songs entering the platform every year. It would be of interest to them to discover low-cost music that consumers like. And so I think they are actively engaged in experimentation to discover low-cost music that they can substitute for high-cost music. So it's sort of this interested development of high-value products that is doesn't just arrive. And so, but I think in the Amazon context, more generally, the question is somebody has to do some investment to make a product appealing to people. And it could be the platform, it could be it could be the products themselves by buying sponsored listings or doing other things. So no, but it's an interesting question because it's not clear that just you release a good product and then it gets ranked correctly. You got to do something to make people want it, to make the algorithm then treat it well, I would suspect.
But I also would say if you're trying to find low-cost music that people like, that's not self-preferencing.
Oh, no, I didn't say
somehow
no, it's not
but I mean, just responding to the theme, that's expanding the pie of social welfare. You have to split it at some point.
The major record labels disagree, but I think you're right.
Okay, we have another question. Yes.
2 questions. First to Joel, in rankings for search, we have so many sponsored products on Amazon. How did you deal with that? And I think more conceptually, to both of you, if you read the text of Article 6.5, there's no reference of consumer welfare or producer welfare in it. It's just don't rank more highly than similar quote unquote products. While I agree with high consumer surplus and high producer surplus being something good socially, how do we reason that that should be included in the enforcement of Article 6.5?
So that's a super interesting question because it suggests that what we call the dumb approach is actually what the lawmakers have in mind. It's good news. We can all go home.
So
No,
you
that-
mean ranking by delta?
Well, just conditional
the-
on stuff.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
the lawmakers didn't say which stuff, but they said maybe enough that you could say, look, this is compliant with what the language of the law. That's actually a really good point. Maybe that's what that's all the lawmakers have in mind. That would be maybe a bad law, but it may be the best law that can be enforced. So it might not- it
Right,
might
because
be-
you can measure that.
Yeah, exactly. It's a conceptually bad law, but a practically good one, maybe.
Oh, yeah. The first, you didn't answer the first.
Oh, sorry. What was the first question? Oh, sponsored. I had a sponsored dummy. Sorry, I didn't say that. So I at least I conditioned I let sponsored have its own coefficient, and indeed sponsored products are get better ranks than they otherwise would. That's why they paid.
Joel, your Spotify comments made me wonder about this even more as I was sitting here, which is the extent to which this framework generalizes to bias, like more generally, not just self-preferencing. Can you just talk a little bit about that? Like, is this an approach that you could use to study bias in general?
I mean, I don't know. So the thing I think about is that we live in this world right now. On the one hand, we talk about these platforms as being big, scary monsters. On the other hand, it's never been a better time in some sense to be a producer because you don't need to convince Macy's to carry you. Amazon has literally infinite shelf space. And so you can get direct to consumer distribution, any product. Now, the question is, how do you become known to consumers? So either it's their experimentation to discover you or you bribe them or whatever, I don't know. And I don't even know what's bias in this context, but in some ways, we're living in this absolute golden age for being a direct-to-consumer retail or producer.
But I think a shorter answer is you have a dummy for Amazon brand. You could pick any characteristic you were worried about. It comes from California. It comes from somebody with the last name of a certain type or whatever, and study that.
hotel.
Yeah. So I think it's a general method. Is that fair?
I guess so. And
claim?
5% of them would be accidentally significant.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks. So sure, there's infinite shelf space, but some of that is like in the, bottom tier of the basement and, the attic. So to what extent did you consider, there is infinite, but have you looked at how user behavior on Amazon works? For example, how many it's infinite scroll, but like how many go beyond 10 or 20 or whatever, kind of like we know with Google search that 90% of people never go beyond the first page. It feels like that might be an important factor. And is that considered in your analysis?
So I'm talking beyond the Amazon stuff right now. I mean, the example I know that speaks to that question is if you think about media products, you think about music, movies, books, things like that. There are nowadays a large fraction of the ultimately successful products are products that would never have succeeded 20 years ago. That is, books that start life as self-published, Imke and I have studied, independent label music. This stuff would never have been more than 5–10% of the market, and it is now 30% of the market. And it's somehow it gets discovered. There's a bit of a black box there. I think at Spotify, there's active attempts to discover this indie stuff. At Amazon, there's Kindle Direct Publishing, and some books get successful, and then they get republished by Amazon. There's a lot. Certainly there's a lot of injustice in that world, but there's a shocking amount of kind of democratization and success by ex-ante products from ex-ante actors who would never have been successful 20 years ago. Oh,
For example.
Well, I think but the women are more than 50% of book authors, but I think that was even a pre-digital phenomenon. I think that's been going on since the 70s. So I think it's more the discovery of books. Well, I don't want to call it mommy porn, but the 50 Shades of Grey, right? This is the best-selling book of all time or something, and this started life as self-published fan fiction. Twilight fan fiction, and then gets republished and you know, is an enormous big seller. And the traditional publishers didn't regard this as worthy of their attention because it's like smut. But now they realize there's a big market for this stuff. And so anyways.
Okay. Yes. sure.
Hi, thanks. Yeah. So I think final question.
Who was supposed to be, shout out, supposed to be the moderator of this?
But Georgetown closed the daycare for whatever reason.
What a
The
deep bench you
rain.
have. You're number
Yeah.
3.
So they're up there, yeah, back. So I wanted to build on Fiona's first question, and actually the question I was going to ask you in the panel. So these are papers have everything that I love about an econ paper and everything that I hate about an econ paper, because they have like pretty much they have immediate policy relevance, right? You're writing a paper for policy implications, but you basically don't have anything about policy. Like, isn't it the time that a paper like this is a major section on policy, like what do we need to do in terms of data? What are the trade-offs between the dumb version and the non-dumb version? Like, DMA enforcers are totally overwhelmed. There's 80 people to police the whole market. Shouldn't we like step down from the ivory tower and try to help them instead of just throwing an idea and saying like, oh, here's a brilliant idea or not? Just go figure it out on yourself in your, I don't know, between 10 p.m. and 12 p.m. You know.
There's a difference between supply and demand. Oh, we want the data. We want to help them, but it's hard to get the data.
No, but just having reflections on the paper about what would require to implement this. Why is this measure better than other measures out there? Like, I know maybe the NBR wouldn't allow you to put that. It will ask you to cut it, but you can just put an SSRN anyway and just say, okay, that's the non-gated version of our paper. And these are the reflections that we have on how to actually, why would this be a good idea for people to pick up in practice?
Director's cut.
Yeah.
Well, that seems like a very good place to close, because I think the answer to that is we hope you write those papers and those suggestions. And we can talk about all these topics more over some coffee. We have a break now. Thank you very much.
back and take your seats. Is this thing on? Hi, everyone. We're going to come back and get started again.
Welcome back, everyone. We have an exciting panel about advertising, and we're going to get ourselves kicked off with Justin Katz. Justin is a PhD student in business economics at Harvard. His research spans topics in industrial organization, household finance, and spatial economics. So, Justin, please come up.
Thanks. So I'm excited to be on the program and have a chance to discuss my work with Hunt, which is about the potential effects of a Facebook-Instagram separation. So digital platforms sit between two large global markets. On the one hand, 5 billion internet users who spend over 6.5 hours a day online. And on the other hand, digital advertisers who capture about half of the $680 billion spent each year on advertising. Now, because of the importance of these markets, there's significant regulator concern about digital platform market power and questions about what the appropriate regulation responses might be. An important example of this is Meta's joint ownership of Facebook and Instagram. In 2020, the FTC sued Meta for illegally monopolizing the market for personal social networking, where one of the proposed remedies included divestment of Instagram, unwinding the 2012 merger. In this lawsuit, some of the key questions include market scope and market definition, which depends on how substitutable users find the two platforms, as well as more broadly about how a separation might affect both advertisers as well as users. So in this paper, we try to tackle a subset of the questions raised by this type of antitrust enforcement. So first, in theory, how do digital media mergers or separations affect both ad market equilibrium, as well as the distribution of surplus between users and advertisers? And then since we'll find a lot of theoretical ambiguities in that analysis, we'll apply the theory specifically to the case of Facebook and Instagram. I'll first present our theoretical model that features two digital platforms who sell targeted ads to advertisers, and ask in that model, what is the effect of separating ownership of the two platforms? We'll find that separation impacts equilibrium on the user side based on how substitutable users find the two platforms, and on the advertiser side, not just based on how price elastic advertisers are, but also potential scope for a jointly owned set of platforms to be able to coordinate amongst each other to avoid inefficiently targeting the same user with a given set of ads to the extent that users are present on multiple platforms. To speak to the importance of these forces, we're going to present new results on both the user and advertiser side from user and advertiser experiments, which we'll then use to estimate a structural model that we can use for counterfactuals to predict some of the positive and normative effects of separation. So I'm just going to jump right into the model. Our model, I guess, for the academics in the audience is sort of builds on Anderson Cote, which is a model of platform competition between media companies that adds two new features. The first is user level ad markets due to the fact that digital companies can sell targeted ads. And then the second is user overlap based on the fact that a user might be present on multiple platforms. So we'll have three actors in the model. The first is two platforms, you might call them Facebook and Instagram, who choose ad load to maximize ad revenue. Thanks. They will set ad load based on users' choice of time use across the different platforms. Users will pay no price to use the platform service, but they will dislike ads. So that sort of functions as the implicit price for users. Based on ad load and preferences over the different platforms, users will choose time use to maximize their utility. Finally, advertisers will purchase ads that they sell to users to try to get clicks. They'll have some fixed profit that they get per click, and they'll pick a certain quantity of clicks to get an expectation to maximize their profits. The targeted advertising technology will be basically platforms selling an individual campaign to advertisers, where the platforms will have a very precise signal of individual users' click-through rates for a given impression for a particular advertisement. Our model features kind of diminishing returns to additional impressions, something that we'll estimate. We'll make an assumption that on separation, both platforms basically have the same predictions about click-through rates for individual users. We're going to make two assumptions that are going to simplify the analysis. I'll talk through them as opposed to showing them formally, but the first assumption is basically that click-through rates are independent across users and don't depend on things like user time use or loss from duplication. Let me make sure I'm in the right place here. Yeah, and then the second is that we'll assume the distribution of platforms' predicted profit per impression across advertisers is basically the same for each individual user. And then the contract that platforms will offer to advertisers is as follows. So an advertiser is going to tell the platform how many ads or how many clicks they want to get. And then the platform will serve the set of users for whom they predict the price per click will be the lowest. So that roughly approximates what platforms like Meta do in practice. So in this model, we're going to consider two equilibria. The first is a merged equilibrium, where the two platforms are owned by a single entity that both sets ad load jointly and also coordinates where they serve ads to avoid inefficient duplication, and also a separated equilibrium where neither of those things are true. You have two competing platforms. So in the merged equilibrium, we'll have an individual ad market for each user on the platform that'll give rise to user-specific ad prices. And that price is just going to clear individual specific markets for advertising. So it'll equate the supply of ads, which depends on platform ad load and user time on platform, with demand for ads. That's basically just the fraction of advertisers who, based on equilibrium prices, find it profitable to try to impress a given user. Now, with our assumptions, we get a very simple expression for prices. That's just a decreasing function of the amount of ads on the platform. In the separated equilibrium, platforms compete and set ad load individually and also are unable to coordinate to avoid inefficient duplication. There's still individual level platform specific market clearing, which means that there's going to be a person by platform specific price for each individual user. Now, since platforms can't coordinate to avoid duplication, advertisers recognize that when they buy an ad on a given platform, it might be duplicating an ad that's running on the other platform. The strength of that effect is going to depend on both the loss from duplication, that zeta parameter, as well as this O prime term, which is basically the probability that a marginal impression on a given platform is duplicated. And that'll be an endogenous function of basically both platform time use and user time on each platform. Now, kind of working through the same algebra, you get another simple expression for user by platform specific prices, where the key thing to note is that the presence of overlap essentially shades down advertiser demand. And so this is something that both matters for welfare and a strategic thing that platforms might consider. Now, given user specific prices, platform revenue just adds up the quantity of ads times the price for each ad. So when ownership is separated, there are a number of different forces that point in multiple different directions, but I'm going to talk through three for how ad load might change. The first is a user side force based on the fact that once platforms are separated, they have to compete more aggressively for users. Since users dislike ads, this is a force towards improving platform quality for users as platforms try to attract their time. Pointing in the other direction, though, is competition on the advertiser side. And while there's kind of the typical result in this market that more competition will lead to more ad load, there are also two specific forces based on the fact that there are potentially overlapping impressions in these digital markets. So the first force is what you might call like a mechanical or inframarginal effect, which basically overlap reduces ad quality, which reduces the disincentive for platforms to increase ad load, which would kind of reduce the price of each ad and reduce their inframarginal revenue. And the second is a strategic effect, which is based on the fact that in our model, platforms serve advertisements to the people with the highest predicted click-through rate first. And so basically what this means is that a platform with more ad load on the margin is serving a different set of people than a platform with less ad load, which means that advertisers are less aversive or view the quality decrease as a result of overlap to be lower on the platform with higher ad load. And so this creates an incentive to increase ad load to try to increase ad quality, avoiding overlap. So for the user side effect, this quality incentive effect, the important parameters are how much users dislike ads and also diversion across the two platforms. On the advertiser side, what matters is both user overlap across the two platforms and the diminishing returns to additional impressions. So now we'll try to provide some evidence on the strength of these forces by looking at 3 different experiments, reanalyzing 2 existing experiments on the user side and designing a new experiment on the advertiser side. So the user side experiments will be informative about both just measuring user overlap across these 2 platforms, as well as estimating how much users value time spent on each platform and user diversion. The advertiser side experiment will be geared towards estimating the loss from a duplicated campaign. So to understand user overlap and the value of time use, we're going to reanalyze the Alcott-Jenskow Song digital addiction experiment. This was a sample of about 2,000 Facebook and Instagram users who were voluntarily recruited for Meta ads. The experimental intervention was a bonus payment to reduce social media use in a series of different product categories, including Facebook and Instagram. And the main outcome we observe is how much time users spend on each of these platforms. So the first thing to look at is just how much time is spent on each platform. So what I'm showing here is just the joint distribution of time use on Facebook and Instagram, where the offset bars to the left and the bottom give information about user overlap between these 2 platforms. So the bar on the top left shows that essentially 10% of Instagram users spend no time on Facebook, and the bar on the bottom right shows that about 30% of Facebook users spend no time on Instagram. So from that, you can immediately see that a larger fraction of Instagram users are multi-homers relative to Facebook users, which means Instagram will be more subject to both the kind of mechanical as well as strategic effects of overlap when we estimate our model. Second, we can analyze the effect of the bonus payment on time use, which is informative about how much users value time spent on the platform. On the horizontal axis here, I'm showing just the experimental week where the treatment period is highlighted in gray. And on the vertical axis, I'm showing the treatment effect of being in the bonus payment group relative to the control group. Now you can see that the bonus payment reduces time on platform for both Facebook and Instagram users, but does so less for Instagram relative to Facebook. And that immediately tells you that the value of time use diminishes more rapidly for Instagram users relative to Facebook users, which affects how intensively each platform will compete on the user side in a potential counterfactual separated equilibrium. To estimate diversion, we're going to use results from a different experiment, the 2020 Facebook Instagram election study. This was a random sample of about 20,000 Facebook and 20,000 Instagram users. The treatment in this case was a large versus a relatively smaller bonus payment to deactivate a particular account completely in the 6 weeks in the run-up to the 2020 election. And again, we observed mobile screen time as our main outcome. So the first thing we can look at is how shutting down Facebook use affects time spent on Instagram. So basically how substitutable the 2 platforms are for Facebook users. Facebook use goes down significantly by about 35 minutes a day, and Instagram use increases a little bit by about 2 minutes. We can do the same thing for the effects of an Instagram deactivation on Facebook use. Here, it seems like there's relatively less diversion. So I think overall, it seems like there's some substitutability, at least in the short term, between these platforms, but it might be relatively limited, with the caveat that these are short-run diversion ratios that might increase if the shutdown occurred for a longer period besides 6 weeks. Now, finally, we can turn to the advertiser side. So this is the new experiment where we ask how much lower click-through rates are when a campaign is duplicated versus when it's only seen once. And so to estimate this, we're going to run experiments as meta advertisers. So conceptually, what we're going to do is recruit 2 different audiences that we want to retarget using Meta's retargeting tools. For one of those audiences, we're just going to show a simple kind of generic ad creative like you see on the right. And to another audience, we're going to basically serve the same campaign twice to the exact same audience, where we can estimate using Meta's internal tools the probability that a given impression in the duplicated audience is in fact seen twice by the same person. Then we'll compare click-through rates in the non-duplicated versus duplicated treatment to estimate the loss from duplication. Now that's kind of conceptually what we're doing, but we're actually going to run that kind of paired design in a bunch of different times to account for a couple of different design considerations. The first is making sure that our advertisements are broadly representative of what an advertiser might run on Meta. So we're going to do this for 15 different creatives that span common product categories. We also have to recognize that we can't control all the parameters that govern how Meta runs the ads. So things like ad frequency or the fraction of our target audience that actually ends up being impressed. And so to understand how that might affect results, we're going to vary the parameters of the ads to vary frequency and ad intensity. On this slide, I'm just showing kind of very, very preliminary results from one pilot where we basically ran this for just that Tide ad on the previous slide. So, take these results with a grain of salt because they're only five dots. But here on the horizontal axis, I'm showing the probability that a given impression in the duplication treatment was seen twice by the same person. And on the vertical axis, I'm showing the ratio between the click-through rate in the duplicated audience versus the non-duplicated audience, where the numbers look a little bit funky because I'm regression adjusting for frequency and intensity differences across these treatments. The thing to note, though, is that as the overlap fraction increases and in the extreme extends out to 1, the relative click-through rate in the duplicated condition drops. And again, these are preliminary results, but these estimates imply that a duplicated campaign is about 30% as effective as an initial campaign. So it seems like there are substantial losses from duplication. So that's all to say on our empirical evidence. We're going to use those estimates to estimate a structural model, which is just a quantitative version of the model I showed at the beginning. We're going to estimate parameters using minimum distance, just minimizing differences between model predictions and what we see in the data. We're going to use the user-side experiments to get most of the user-side parameters, with the exception of how much users dislike ad load. We're going to get that based on a Facebook internal experiment, which is based on the difference in time use between most users and a long-term holdout group who has never shown ads for a period of about 9 years. When we analyze the results of that experiment, we find that a 10% increase in ad load reduces time spent on the platform by about 1%. So there's some aversion to ads, but it's not huge. Then just kind of to close the loop, we get advertiser price elasticities by observing current ad load and assuming that that ad load is chosen to maximize profits within our model. Okay, so with the estimated model, we can understand the counterfactual effects of Facebook Instagram separation. So in the first column here, I'm just showing baseline values. The second column shows level differences from that baseline as a result of a separation. And the third column just puts that in percent terms. The first thing to note is that separation increases ad load. So this tells us that since users are relatively inelastic to ad load, and our model says advertisers are fairly price elastic, in separated equilibrium, the two platforms compete more on the ad side than on the user side. This means that users spend less time on the platform, but the main effect is to significantly reduce ad prices. This is for two reasons. One, because ad load increases, and so market prices have to drop to clear markets. The second is because ad quality goes down, because in the separated equilibrium, the platforms can't coordinate to avoid inefficient duplication, something that advertisers take into account. The hit is especially large on Instagram because it has more overlap. So more Instagram users are multi-homers, and so overlap is more severe on that platform. These changes turn to consumer surplus, reduce consumer surplus to surplus effects. These reduce consumer surplus by about 1%, but the main effect is a big transfer from platforms to advertisers. One thing to note is that the benefit to advertisers would be about twice as large without this duplication effect. So if it were possible to separate platforms while still allowing some coordination to avoid duplication, then the advertiser surplus effects would be about twice as large. Overall, we find that together advertisers and consumers win, platforms lose, and there's a roughly neutral total surplus effect. Now, finally, we can ask how our results might have been different if we had estimated different parameters. So to understand that, we're going to change parameters one at a time, leaving all others at their estimated value, recompute both a merged and separated equilibrium, and then plot the total surplus effects of separation as a fraction of baseline surplus. If we had estimated that user diversion were larger, so consumers substituted more aggressively between the platforms, then we would have had less of a total surplus loss. The reason is because consumers are a large fraction of total surplus, and so if platforms are competing more on the user side, that's generally better for welfare. If consumers cared more or less about ad load and equilibrium, then the total surplus effects of the merger would be more positive. The reason for this non-monotonic relationship is sort of two extremes. So one, in the extreme where users don't care about ad load at all, then this is sort of a regular one-sided separation, which is going to unambiguously improve welfare by increasing competition. If consumers cared a ton about ad load, then platforms would compete on the user side, which, as I previously discussed, would be better for welfare. So we're sort of at a nadir where consumers care enough about ad load to be harmed by separation, but not so much that they're prioritized in the separated equilibrium. Finally, if there were either less overlap across users or the loss from duplication were lower, then the effects of a separation would be larger. And this sort of tells you that, both in markets with less overlap or in contexts where it's possible to allow for coordination on the advertiser side without joint ownership, you might be able to achieve better welfare results. So with that, I'm going to wrap up. So we provide what we think is a relatively tractable equilibrium model to characterize the effects of digital media mergers and how that might affect equilibrium ad load. I think our main findings show that the user side of a separation is potentially less relevant than the advertiser side because, at least in the short run, diversion appears to be low, and in the long run, users are pretty inelastic to ads. Our results also highlight that the feature of wasteful duplication means that both separation is less good than it possibly could be, and also implies a large potential gain from coordinating in a separated equilibrium. And the final thing is that the total surplus effects are relatively small of this kind of separation, and we saw sign flips based on plausible alternative parameterizations. And there's some limitations of our analysis, which we can discuss. I think the main one to flag is that we're only considering the static effects of a separation based on changes in ad load. There might be other things that antitrust authorities care a lot about, which are quite important, things like the quality of the user experience or privacy considerations, dynamic concerns, for example, regarding advertiser or platform entry, as well as more technological things such as joint ownership, allowing for more investment to improve the quality of ad targeting or attribution systems. But I'm eager to hear the discussion to touch on some of these points. Thanks.
Thank you. And next, we're going to hear from Cristobal Cherry. He's from Cornell University and is an assistant professor in the Department of Information Sciences.
Okay, so first of all, thank you to the organizers for putting together this great conference and inviting me. I'm going to show this paper where we studied whether the Apple tracking transparency framework that was introduced in 2021 harmed the app ecosystem in some way. This is okay. So if you remember back in 2021, Apple introduced a change in the operating system that modified the way in which apps request for permission to track users. The change effectively changed behavioral tracking that is used for targeted advertising from an opt-out model to an opt-in model. So before being able to track users, the app has to ask. And not only that, the user can only now set up a setting in which system-wide they can tell the operating system not to allow apps to track them. So anecdotal evidence suggests that this greatly reduced the fraction of users that were consenting to tracking. So this gives us a great opportunity to study what is the relationship between tracking, the use of data, and the provision of ad-supported goods. To explain this, nobody does this better than Facebook. Facebook at the time mounted a national campaign. They bought full-page advertising on newspapers, setting this up as Apple versus the free internet. The argument says that Apple was trying to roll this forced software update that will change the internet as we know it for the worse, like thinking your favorite cooking sites, sports blog. This all work because of advertising, and this with this change that Apple is introducing, they may have to start charging you subscription fees, adding in-app purchases, and this is going to make the internet expensive. It's going to reduce high-quality free content. So what we wanted to do in this paper was to test this and see whether this change that Apple introduced change the provision of free goods. Is there going to be an increase in exit? Will people leave the market? Will they abandon their apps, stop updating them? Are they going to change the business model? Are they going to, I don't know, move away from an ad-supported model to adding in-app purchases? The apps that remain, like, will they be different? Will users value them in different ways? What's going to happen when we compare new apps that were introduced before this change and after this change? And what's going to happen with the demand of apps? So ultimately, we want to look at this broad set of attributes of apps to determine what are the costs of this policy that was introduced by Apple in the availability and the quality of the apps available in the app ecosystem. So we were not the first, and this is not the first shock to affect the availability of tracking in online systems. When GDPR came around, there were several studies that looked into this. Some of them found a strong effect. We know that after GDPR, there was a lot of exit of apps and a reduction in entry of apps. In other settings, there wasn't so much an effect. In one of my papers with co-authors, we studied news websites, media websites that are supported by advertising, and we don't find much of an effect. We see how they reply. We see the response changing over time. What we don't observe is them going out of business. We don't see them posting fewer content. We don't see them receiving fewer visitors. Essentially, we don't see that change affecting the provision of the news and media websites. People have also started looking into what is the effect of this Apple's tracking transparency. And there has been some effect on the change, making it more difficult for apps to acquire users, like apps advertise to get users, and that became more difficult. So the acquisition of users has been affected, and there is a small effect on apps moving from ad-supported to paid. Okay, so what we're going to do is that we're going to track all the apps that exist in both the Google ecosystem and the Apple ecosystem. We're going to look at a window of 18 months around April 2021. That is when the policy was introduced. We don't want to do longer than that because these ecosystems are very dynamic, and if we start stretching, we may catch additional changes like operating system updates, etc. But we need at least 9 months to see if there are like some anticipation effect and what's going to be the short and long-term differences. And we're going to look at the universe of apps. So instead of focusing on like the top apps, we want to look at like every possible app and see if there are differences there. Okay, so just to give a preview of how the number of apps look in both ecosystems, this is how many apps were available on Apple, that is the blue line, and Android, that is the red line, from 2015 to 2023. Apps were increasing in number until around GDPR came around. Then there is that sharp drop in availability of apps that seems to affect Android a lot more than Apple. Then things kind of stabilize. When ATT comes, like we see a drop in the Apple ecosystem, but then it seems to recover. I'm going to talk a lot more about that in a moment. So we're going to assume that this ATT shock was exogenous and that it's only affecting the Apple ecosystem. That is not entirely correct because the change was announced. So Apple told developers like 9 months, a year in advance that they were going to do this. So they told them like in a future operating system update, we're going to make this change. Why we're still saying this is exogenous is because they didn't tell them when. So they said, we're thinking about this. They didn't say, we're going to do this in a given day. And effectively, they only gave people 1 week notice of this change being rolled out. So they knew it was coming, and then they got a notice like, oh, it's coming next week, by the way. We're going to do a difference in difference analysis and compare the evolution of Google versus Android. And we're going to also do some event studies to check parallel trends, short-term effects, delay effects, etc. Okay, so we're going to we look at several variables. First, we look at entry, exit, and updates, and these are related to the incentives to innovate in the ecosystem, maintain products in the market, keeping your product, creating new products. Then we want to analyze too how the makeup of these apps change with the policy. So when developers create these apps, they don't create all the code from scratch. They use these software developer kits that are like prepackaged functionalities that they can just add to their apps. So looking at which of these are being used by the apps allow us to understand how the developers are adjusting the functionalities in response to the policy. And then we're going to look at the number of ratings and the average rating that apps receive, and we're trying to use this as a proxy for DMA and side effects of the policy. Okay, so in terms of exit, entry, and updates, the idea here is that if the ability to monetize investments in app development is affected negatively by the introduction of ATT, we should see less entry. If keeping apps in the market is costly, we also should increase exit. The effect of exit is tricky because while launching an app requires like developing and putting it in the market, once the app is in the market, the cost of keeping it there is very low. So developers pay, I think, about $100 to have an active account on the Apple App Store. And if they have that active account, they can keep their app in the store. Also, the change that was introduced didn't really make any, it didn't disable any app. So if you didn't adapt your app, the only thing that changed is that you wouldn't get this advertising identifier, but the app would continue to work. So it's unclear if it's going to affect exit in any way. What's more interesting is looking at updates. Past research in apps have looked in updates as a measure of continued commitment to the app. Maybe with the change, you don't exit. I mean, it's already there. It costs very little money to keep it, but you may stop like releasing new apps and updating the apps that you already have. However, I mean, looking at updates is also very tricky because if the app is stable, it is well liked, there is no problems with it, you don't have a good reason to update it. Whereas if the app is not great, receiving poor ratings, then you have more incentives to update the app and try to fix those problems. So with those caveats in mind, we look at these variables when we're looking at entry and exit. What we're doing is counting the number of apps that enter and exit per genre and per platform in a given month. And we use a traditional diff-in-diff setup. We're interested in the post-ATT Apple dummy, and we're using genre fixed effects, time fixed effects. When we're looking at updates, we're using app level data. We have our dependent variable is going to be a dummy equal to 1 if the app was updated during time t or not. Okay, so what we find when we look at the universe of apps is that there is a decrease in entry, and this decrease seems significant statistically and in terms of magnitude. When we look at exit, there isn't like much of a difference. It's only marginally significant. And in terms of update, there is a decrease, but the magnitude of this coefficient is very, very low. I mean, it's in the order of 0.5, 1%. It's not a huge effect. What is worth considering is where this decrease in entry comes from. And if we look at the event study, what happens over time, what we see is that there is a huge sharp decrease in entry like the month after, 2 months after the change is implemented, and then things go back to normal. I mean, this makes intuitive sense, especially if developers were getting 1 week notice of this change. I mean, think if you're going to release a new app in the market, then the Apple tells you that there is this new requirement that you have to change something in your code. You don't release it. You have to figure out what is it that you have to change it, and then release it. So yeah, the way we're interpreting this is that, yeah, I mean, this is announced, entry practically stops for a couple of weeks until developers figure out how to do this new thing, how they're going to adapt their app, and then it resumes pretty much to the level it was before. Okay, so we next look at the use of these software development kits. So as I was explaining before, these are third-party tools that developers can use to incorporate functionalities in their apps. We're going to focus on, there are many of them, and they work for different things. We're interested in 4 that we think are related to this policy change. We're going to look at monetization SDKs. These are used to monetize apps through advertising. The most popular examples are the Facebook Audience Network or Google AdMob or IronSource. The developers put these SDKs, and then the app shows ads to users, and developers get paid for that. Then there is another related set of SDKs that are called ad mediation. These are very similar to monetization SDKs. The only difference is that instead of connecting to a specific vendor like Facebook, they're trying to collect to multiple platforms, trying to allocate the impression to the platform that's going to pay them the most. So these are essentially aggregators of different advertising networks to try to get better prices. So example of this is like the AdMob mediation adapter, IronSource mediation adapter, etc. Then there is payment SDKs that are used for processing credit card transactions like MasterCard and Stripe and Square, Venmo. They all have their SDKs that people can use to incorporate payments through those networks in the app. And the last category we're looking at are authentication SDKs. And this allows apps to let users log in using credentials from different platforms. So this is like the single sign-on that you commonly see in websites and in apps. Rather than running their own authentication systems, platforms can use something to authenticate users through their Facebook accounts, through their Google accounts, etc. So this saves the platform the effort to developing their own sign-in system. And it can also be used to track users on a first-party basis, because once the user logs into your platform, you know who they are, and then you can collect information on them, not on a third-party basis, but on a first-party basis. Okay, so when looking at all the apps, we see a decrease in monetization and ad mediation. So these are removed to some extent. And then we see an increase in authentication and payment SDKs. Like all these things are statistically significant, but if you look at the size of the coefficients and then the mean of the dependent variable, again, the practical effect sizes of these are not huge. Again, it's changes in the order of 1%, 0.5%. So this pattern in which we see less ad mediation, less monetization, and more payments and more authentication, it suggests that there is a shift in revenue models towards something less centered on advertising, less centered on third-party tracking. But as I said before, like these effects are statistically significant, but the economic significance of this is mostly trivial. Having said that, not all apps are the same. Some apps rely more on advertising than others. For example, gaming apps are essentially almost always monetized through advertising. If you look at the use of SDKs, game apps are by a large margin the most likely to have monetization and ad mediation SDKs by a margin of 2/2. And these are the ones that are showing the biggest decline in the use of this monetization and ad mediation, and the largest increase in the use of these payment SDKs. Okay, so next we move into studying changes on how users value apps. Why we should expect that there may be an effect comes from different ways. So from one side, it may be the case that ATT leads to users decreasing their valuation of apps. Maybe these less frequent updates are going to lead to unresolved bugs, going unresolved for a very long time. Feature requests are not going to be addressed. the apps themselves are going to get outdated, and all those things should lead to negative effects on valuations, on reviews, on ratings. It could also be the case that apps are adjusting their business models, adding more in-app payments. Maybe they're getting less revenue from advertising because it's less targeted, and they increase the number of ads they're showing users. Users may dislike these changes on how apps are making money. The apps themselves can become less functional. This tracking is used for things like recommendations, like functionalities tell you what is the nearest, I don't know, restaurant to where you're located, and the targeting of advertising. If all those things become less relevant again, maybe the ratings of apps are going to go down. You can also think on reasons why the ratings could go up because of ATT. For example, there's several apps that exist with the sole purpose of mining data and then selling it to third parties. There are apps that have maybe too much advertising. If ATT leads to the exit of those apps because those business models don't seem attractive when people can block you from tracking them, then the average rating of apps that remain in the market may go up. So maybe that exit is not necessarily a welfare loss, maybe it's a welfare gain if the people that is going out of the markets are the ones that have predatory privacy practices. Okay, so what we do is that we're going to look at the number of new ratings received by apps, so how many ratings an app gets in a given month. And we're going to think this is a proxy for downloads. And then we're going to look at the average rating of those ratings that were received in a given month, and we're going to think of this as a proxy for quality of the apps. So looking at the universe of apps, there is a reduction in the number of new ratings. There is an increase in the number of apps that receive no ratings in a given month, and the average rating goes down by a little bit. Now, it's also important to uncover this. So here I'm looking at the universe of like 1.8 million of apps. There is new apps, existing apps. So we try to untangle a little bit where this could be coming from. Okay, so when I was explaining why we should expect ratings to change, one of the things I said is that if there is a change in the update frequency, that we do observe that apps get updated less frequently after ATT, this could lead to lower ratings. So what we're going to do next is analyze two different things, like compare apps that were pre-existing in the market and versus apps that were introduced after ATT. Maybe the apps that existed before the markets, before the intervention, are the ones that are getting abandoned. Maybe the apps that were introduced after ATT were introduced already thinking with the framework in mind, and they may have different characteristics. For those, as we cannot really do a definitive of something that didn't exist before ATT, what we do is that we look at the ratings that apps that are introduced to the market get during the first month that they are listed. So we look apps that were introduced before, how did they do in the first month? Apps that are introduced after, how did they do on the first month? Then for the existing apps, we're going to do kind of an heterogeneous treatment effects in which we look at the apps that get no updates after ATT, the apps that are updated more frequently after ATT than they were updated before, and the apps that are updated less frequently than they were updated before. Okay, so looking at the first month of sale, the results are shifted from what I showed you before. So now apps that are introduced after ATT, they do better in the first month they're in the market than apps that they were introduced before. So the likelihood that they receive no ratings is smaller, and they get more ratings on average in the first month. And we don't observe any statistical significant change in terms of average rating. This one is wrong. Okay, so in looking at how the results change by the update frequency, if we look at the apps that are not updated, like the apps that are abandoned after ATT, those are the ones that are affected the most. So there's where we see the largest coefficients. They get fewer ratings, they get worse ratings on average. The apps that are updated more frequently, we see more reviews and we see better ratings. And the apps that are updated, still updated, but less frequently than they were before, they get fewer ratings, worse ratings, but the effect is much smaller than on the apps that were abandoned. Okay, so just to summarize, what we found was that right after ATT, there is a noticeable reduction in the number of available apps in the iTunes ecosystem, but this change is temporary. Like 3-4 months after ATT, the overall number of apps had recovered and even increased in comparison to the Android ecosystem. And we find no evidence of increased exit or reduced entry in the long term. We do find that update frequency slightly decreases. Now, looking at the use of SDKs suggests that apps are adjusting the revenue model. They are changing what they do. We see a very small decrease in the use of monetization, not mediation SDKs. We see an increase in authentication and payment SDKs. Having said that, it's very important to have in mind the magnitude of these effects because it's not huge. These are changes of maybe 1% of the apps reduce the number of monetization and mediation SDKs. That is probably not going to change the market that significantly. And then looking at the ratings, the number of new ratings and average rating is lower after ATT, but only for existing apps. Not every app is affected in the same way. New apps introduced after ATT are more likely to get at least one review during the first month of sale and get more ratings on average. And then for the existing apps, if we look at separate between those that reduce the update frequency and increase the update frequency, we find like opposing effects. The apps that were abandoned, that were updated less frequency, are the ones where the number of ratings, the average rating is going down. In comparison, those that are updated more frequency are getting better ratings and more ratings per period. Okay, so thank you.
Great, thank you. You've both given us a lot to think about. So I'm going to ask some questions and then open it up for everyone to ask questions as well. Justin, I'll start with you. What I found fascinating about your study was it seemed to show that one of the things it affects is that the duplication of users between the two platforms is not as high as we might think, right? The overlap is not as high as we might think between Instagram and Facebook. And at the same time, it seems like the consumer benefit that we're talking about is the reduction in duplication of ads that you might see. But if there isn't as much of an overlap between the audiences, is duplication as much of a concern?
Yeah, so I think the main takeaway is that for Instagram, it's a big concern because about 90% of Instagram users are also on Facebook. For Facebook, it's a little bit less of a concern because about 70%, only about 70% of Facebook users are also on Instagram. So I think overall duplication is a big issue. Like advertisers think about this based on conversations that I've had. I think the relative amount of duplication, like in the model, appears to be important, but I think it's not a trivial issue.
Yeah, and there are two kinds of ads, right? There's the direct response ads, and then there's the brand awareness ads. Would duplication matter more for one kind or the other?
That's a good question. I think based on my conversations, it's a bigger issue for kind of less top of funnel stuff, more direct targeting. And so, to the extent that those are the ads that probably have the most direct mapping between impressions and revenue, I think it's still sort of first order.
Yeah. I mean, what's interesting is, right, you're seeing a shift. We thought that we'd move to a world where most of ads would be direct response ads. Mm-hmm. We're actually seeing the opposite shift, where more and more advertising over time is brand response. And do you have sort of looking at this data and, can you speculate as to why that's happening and how should regulators be thinking about this?
Yeah, I mean, I guess one possibility is concerns over quality of tracking technology diminishing. So if you think that in a long run, your ability to really directly target ads is gonna decline, then you might want to focus more on top funnel where direct attribution is less of an issue. But besides that, I don't have any.
Yeah. No, and Cristobal, I mean, it's a fascinating study of what I would view as almost a null result, right? That the chicken, everyone was saying before that the sky was going to fall once AT&T was introduced. You're going to see massive changes, and obviously your study shows that they're very modest, if not trivial. What is that? What is the sort of policy implication of that? Would you draw for somebody who wants to push a more aggressive privacy law? Would this suggest to me as a privacy, say, regulator would be, yeah, it doesn't actually change the ecosystem that much for the economy, and I get more privacy for my constituents. Is that kind of the takeaway that I should take from reading this paper?
I would say probably not.
Okay.
So, I mean, if we look, okay, so I have two opposing thoughts on the matter. From one side, when GDPR came around, like the sky was going to fall. I mean, it's been 5-6 years now. It did. ATT, the same thing. I mean, if you look like this ad by Facebook, yeah, I mean, we're not seeing those things happen. From the other side, I would be careful of bringing too much out from what we did, because if you think the change was introduced by Apple, the availability of apps, the quality of the apps is a very important complementor for the iPhone ecosystem. So probably Apple, when they designed this, they were careful on not rolling out something that was going to affect the ecosystem. And the second consideration is that something that we couldn't do is to see what were the substitution between the use of third-party technologies with first-party technology. So ATT has been criticized a lot as pushed by Apple to capture more of the tracking and advertising ecosystem. So yeah, I mean, I would say it depends. And those are the kind of factors that go into play.
Okay, great. Questions? Yeah.
Two really interesting papers. Oh, that's really. I'll just talk about it.
No, we've got a live stream. So.
Oh. Nope. There it goes. Okay, sorry about that. Two very interesting papers. I have a question for Cristobal and then an inside baseball question for Justin. So, and this sort of picks up what you're just talking about. So this is a privacy policy being instituted by a walled garden provider 2 years after GDPR. And so the question is, are we really learning? What are we learning about in some sense? I mean, it's a very interesting paper, but it seems as though you wouldn't expect to find much after we've already had a sort of an arguably draconian policy. Plus, Apple is really kind of different. They're not the Wild West in the way that the Android environment was. And then just a quick inside baseball one for Justin. You mentioned changing one parameter at a time, holding all others constant. But does that deliver the data back, or do you have to change, hold one constant, re-estimate all the other parameters? So inside baseball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's a fair question. How different can this be from GDPR after there was so many people writing about GDPR? There is a few things. One is that, yeah, I mean, the fact that it's a walled garden, I think, is actually good, because GDPR, like one of the problems we're doing GDPR studies is like you didn't even know what to compare against. Like everyone was affected. In theory, like, yeah, I mean, I don't believe that to be true. I think not everyone was affected in the same way. The EU was affected a lot more, like at least in the studies that I did. I saw very different responses by people in the EU, by people everywhere else. But yeah, I mean, it was less clean, like who was affected and who was not. I mean, in the case of this Apple change, it's very clear who is affected. I mean, there is no reason to expect there is going to be much spillovers between Apple and Google. Yeah.
can give a short response. I think that would be targeting something a little bit different conceptually. It would be more like robustness to our results if we had measured something else in the data relative to what I think we're trying to do, which is, if the structure of people's preferences were different, how would that impact our results? So I think the exercise you said is legitimate, but it would be a little bit more about like how robust our findings are as opposed to, how do different behaviors observed in the world actually impact our normative conclusions.
Super interesting session. Question for Cristobal. Just based on this slide, I was just thinking about consumer valuations of privacy, and do you have the text of the reviews to understand, like what they're mentioning? But like I think I have a sort of bigger point, which is that in a lot of these studies, like these policies are motivated by protecting consumer privacy. We don't have, at least my view is that we don't have good measures. And maybe as people who study the econ of tech, is like we say that, well, privacy is a right. We don't know how to value it. But then in the cost and benefit, we just leave it out, right? So in a narrow sense, do you have a sense of what these people are saying? But in a broader sense, do you have a take? Just want your take.
Okay, so in the narrow sense, yeah, I mean, we do have the text and we do look into it. People don't mention privacy all that much. So we did NLP, look for keywords, and it's not an issue that comes out in the reviews all that frequently. The second question on like, yeah, I mean, privacy, how do we value it? Yeah, I mean, it's a more complicated question is, or a more complicated take is like, what is the inherent value? Like, what is my consumer surplus from having more privacy? I think that is going to be very, very difficult to measure. There are other ways, though, in which we can measure privacy, or what is the impact of privacy. For example, there is a study, I don't remember the authors now, that look at what was the impact of ATT on fraud. And they did find that after ATT was released, there was a decrease in fraud because, yeah, I mean, advertising can be fraudulent. Third-party tracks collect data that then is used by people that run scams, do identity theft, etc. So, yeah, I mean, there is measurable gains from increasing privacy that are easier to grasp than this, like, oh, what is my inherent value from this human right that some people may have, some people may not.
I appreciate both excellent papers.
Yeah, two questions. One, just building on that and actually going back to Mihir's question. I don't understand, Cristobal, how you can say that your paper hasn't proved that when you give people a really transparent choice architecture and they decide, I don't want to be tracked, and nothing bad happens to the app environment, that things haven't gotten better. I mean, those users are choosing something that they evidently like, and the app environment hasn't moved. It sounded to me like your answer was Apple has done sneakier things to track them and their privacy is still being invaded. That's fine, but that's not in the paper. So I feel like if that's where you are, I'd like to have a strong statement on that topic. And then I have a question for Justin, which is, it feels, so this is a fine answer, but it does feel like you've constrained yourself pretty severely to believing that tracking overlap is a merger-specific feature, that there is in fact no way technologically to know whether somebody is getting an ad unless the two platforms belong to the same corporation. And I feel like computer scientists could tell you lots of different ways to do that. Like there could be a pixel that lands on my handset and recognizes the ad and stops me from seeing it again. So letting the platform frame the debate to be, this is the reason we need to be in the same corporation because we're going to deliver this social benefit, seems unnecessarily generous. And I wanted your reaction to that.
Could I just take the moderator privilege and just add, right? But your paper's on conversation on exactly that point, because the removal of ATT seems to have not reduced the ability for apps to collect data across different kinds of people. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no, maybe I did not express myself very clearly before. I mean, I'm not saying that, yeah, I mean, there is a change, there is a very significant change. There is a reduction of third-party tracking. I was pointing it more in as a limitation more than a fact, in the sense that I cannot really measure the first-party tracking. So I cannot absolutely say this third-party tracking was not replaced by first-party tracking because of limitation of the architecture. So in the case of SDKs, I can observe the SDK. In the case of first-party tracking, it's embedded in the operating system, so I don't observe it. So I'm just trying to be open to the possibility that this may be going on. I don't believe that is the case. Right? So sorry if I did not wasn't clear on that.
Just quickly though, there's a difference between first-party tracking and third-party tracking in terms of how you relate to your end customer.
Right. I mean, and people may be fine with Apple tracking that. Maybe they, I mean, I'm right or not. Maybe they trust Apple more than they trust, like, I don't know who these third-party companies are. I mean, it's one company versus the Wild West of SDKs that track people for whatever purpose. So yeah, I mean, even if there is this shift from third-party to first-party tracking, people may like it, may have other antitrust considerations, but from that perspective, it may be rational to like that or to be fine with that substitution of tracking.
Yeah, so I would say that I think this is a useful framing because I think there are kind of like two reasons that are in the model for why you might be skeptical of a platform separation. One is the usual results that platform competition might not improve welfare. We find that that's not the case in this context. Based on our estimates, just pure increased platform competition is not enough to not cause positive welfare effects. I think pointing out the fact that the sign flips mostly due to this duplication thing, maybe recognizing that that's not a merger specific efficiency is a nice point to make, which is if it were possible and if we could find a way to do this, then we should, and maybe still separate the two platforms, and that's overall positive for welfare. Right. So I think making a clear delineation on that point is probably valuable.
Yes, yeah, both are excellent studies. I have a question for Justine. I wonder whether you can tie your results with the merger review policy, like from the government's perspective, if they're reviewing the next merger of Facebook, Instagram merger. Like in your study, you can look at user diversion ratio. It's not that big, and right, and then but there are strong two-sidedness between the your study can say anything about like what the merger reviewer should do in such a case. Ratio as well as with the merger efficiencies. I mean, the duplication, get rid of duplication could be one, and better targeting advertising with more data, and that may be two. So I don't know whether you can put those pieces more in a more kind of straightforward way for merger reviewers. For Christotle, I think there's a rush of entry of apps right after COVID, and that's maybe like a year before the ATT. So I don't know whether that have any implication for the exits afterwards. That's the rush of entry may sort of plan C's for rush of exits. I don't know whether you can distinguish that. And also, I don't know to what extent you can say anything about developers multi-homing. Like, are they going to have the app in both Android and Apple system, or they now choose more in Android only?
Yeah, okay, so the rush of entry because of COVID, I have not thought of that one before. Just thinking on the top of my mind, I mean, that was one of the reasons why we try to look at like a long period, but not too long period, because this thing can change. So the other thing to consider is that the app ecosystem is super dynamic. So apps are created and destroyed all the time. The half-life of an app is like about 6 months. So yeah, 2021 to COVID, maybe it's already factoring, maybe those people like rushing to the market, realize this was not their thing. the cycle may already be over, even though it's like just a year and a half, because of this very short life cycle. Sorry, was there another question? Oh, the multi-homing. Yeah, we're looking into it. I mean, that is one of the things we're interested on. It was not so easy to link the same app, so we have been doing a lot of work to know who are the multi-homers and the single homers. But yeah, that's a very interesting point. Like, will they abandon the Apple one and just stay on the? My guess would be probably not. I mean, if we don't see exit of single commerce, why would we see? We should see in the aggregate numbers if people are opting for that strategy. But yeah, we're checking it.
And then answer your question about what this means for merger review. I mean, I think the main benefit of our work for that is in just sort of recognizing the different pieces of the puzzle. So on the user side, you care about both diversion and advertiser elasticity. I think for the reasons I caveated, you might be a little concerned that the diversion ratios we estimate are too short term to be the final word on that. But there is some indication that for the purposes of merger review, maybe there should be relatively more focus on the advertiser side. Having said that, studying the advertiser side still requires understanding user multi-homing and overlap. I think the question about whether separation, like how separation would affect like targeting systems, things along those lines, like we don't have much to say about that. I think it's an important area to see whether, I guess how important it is, like if it's important to have joint ownership to have improved targeting. I think we don't have much to say on that point. The final thing to note, I think, is maybe speaking to Fiona's point a little bit more, just recognizing which pieces of increased competition on the advertiser side are, unambiguously good, maybe ambiguously good, depending on the technological environment in a separate equilibrium. And so I think, being able to enumerate all those pieces is important.
Thanks. Really, really fascinating work. I have 3 questions, one for Cristobal and then 2 for Justin. I think, Cristobal, your findings, if they were found on the web, they would be tremendous. Like the idea that you cut off some avenue for third-party tracking, and then essentially find that all the same content producers stay in the market and nothing really changes. This would like really fly in the face of, I think, a lot of the ongoing narrative about the value of tracking to support the open web. So I'm just curious if you have any reflections on that, based on the findings from the Apple app ecosystem. And then Justin, I'm glad that Fiona asked her question, because I was actually wondering if you have assumed in your mental model of what would happen under a separation, that the 2 companies would actually be prevented from sharing user data with third parties, such that those third parties would be able to correlate across, which is like a very common practice today, right? The sort of audience matching. So I'm just wondering if you're either assuming or proposing that like be part of the remedy, that the companies be prohibited from doing that for some reason, or on the alternative, if they're not prohibited from doing it, then I feel like my mind went the same place as Fiona's, which is it seems like they could perhaps somewhat trivially be able to, advertisers would have third parties available to them who could prevent the duplication. So I was just wondering how you think about that in the context of the remedy. And then last question is, I'm curious if there's anything you have to offer or for us to think about vis-a-vis TikTok. Like if we think about TikTok as perhaps the largest competitor on the advertiser side, at least for Instagram, if not for Facebook as well, and we think about them exiting, what would you expect?
So on the first question of like this result on the open web, like thank you for the question. I do have a paper that says that, but with GDPR. So with GDPR, we did that study. We look at websites and like ad-supported websites. We track them for a very long time and find pretty much the same. Like there's no exit. It was recently accepted like last November, December in management science. We spent like 2 years proving that there was really no effect on scraping more and more and more data to convince reviewers that it really did not affect the open web. I am working now on ATT on looking at how like publishers, So we have data on ad impressions on publishers. So we know who they're selling the advertising to. And we're trying to estimate if this Apple ATT generated any effect on how the advertising impressions were redistributed and how much money they were making out of Apple users versus other users. In the case of the ATT, I think it would be a lot harder to observe an effect on the open web because not everyone uses Apple devices. So that's why we're looking at like, okay, is your revenue coming from Apple devices users changing because of ATT? And we just started that, but I think it's an interesting question. My expectation is that I would expect less of an effect than in GDPR because, yeah, they have other revenue avenues.
So maybe taking your questions in reverse order. How to think about TikTok. I kind of wish that the time of the experiments overlapped with, the entry and possibly exit of TikTok, so I could say a little more about it. I think, certainly introduces competitive pressures. It's to some extent in our model to the extent that TikTok's like a non-strategic outside option, which it probably isn't. But I think adding a third competitor in the marketplace certainly does change the equilibrium. The question of whether kind of avoiding overlap is completely trivial. My impression is that user attribution systems haven't just solved this problem on the web entirely. Like to the extent that it's trivial to do this, then advertisers wouldn't have to worry about duplicated impressions when looking between meta platforms and, for example, Google's audience network or things of that nature. And so I think there are ways to, maybe attenuate some of the costs, but at least my understanding is that it's not possible to completely eliminate it, maybe to the extent that a jointly owned company would. The other thing to say is that maybe there's less of an incentive to develop, extremely high quality attribution systems because Facebook and Instagram are jointly owned. And so to Fiona's point, after separation, if there were these huge gains to this, then there'd be more investment from third parties to try to develop those tools. I think it's, we build into our model as a feature of a merge versus separated equilibrium. I think breaking out its individual effects is helpful to see, what would happen based on alternative assumptions about how merger specific that is.
Great. Well, that brings us right up to lunch. So thank you very much. Let's thank our panelists.
No, there is a guy. He will. Yeah. Yes, he knows, and he knows you have 10 minutes each. Hello. Hello. This is where I would absolutely clink a glass, but all the glassware is plastic, so it doesn't work. Hey everyone, I hope everyone has gotten some food and some water. My name is Laura Edelson. I am an assistant professor of computer science at Northeastern University. And a lot of my research life is entirely dictated by the availability of data. And so I'm certainly care a lot about data availability as governed by the DMA. Today, we're going to hear from two folks who also care a lot about this issue. And so let's start. Let me introduce our first speaker, Hunt Alcott. He is a professor at the Doerr School of Sustainability at Stanford University. He's also the co-director of Stanford Environmental and Energy Policy Analysis Center. He's a research associate at the National Bureau of Economic Research. There's so many of these, Hunt. I'll take up all the time. So why don't you, Hunt will be speaking first, and we have another speaker who's gonna be telling us a little bit more about research, and then we're gonna have a conversation, and I think we're gonna take a lot of questions. So Hunt.
Great, it's great fun to be here. As Laura said, I'm Hunt Alcott. I do work in two different areas. One is environmental and energy markets, and hence my appointments and what I work on partially at Stanford, as you mentioned. And then I used to work at Microsoft Research with Leon and others, and kind of maybe inspired by that and inspired by the important issues here. I also do some work related to the issues today. So because of that, Fiona had asked me, along with Francesco, to join Laura in talking about how we can use, how data are being used for relevant work on, relevant research on digital markets, and if there are things that we can do as researchers to use data more effectively, and if there are things that regulators can do to facilitate research as well. So that's what I wanted to talk about a little bit today. And I wanted to start, given that, with a taxonomy of digital platform research. There's lots of taxonomies you could draw, but the one that's going to be relevant for what I want to talk about is this 2x2 matrix, where in the columns you have experimental research versus observational research. And in the rows, we have research with the platform versus independently. So as just brief examples, with the platform, an experiment that I'll talk about in a little bit is the Facebook and Instagram 2020 election study that Meta ran with a group of political scientists and Matthew Jensko and myself. Observational data with the platform. As a platform, you could make available your internal microdata for researchers. Leon Muzolf is going to talk about some data that we got from Microsoft to do a search-related analysis that I'm excited to see Leon present. Independently, you can run experiments, and I'll tell you about an experiment that Matt Jensko and others and I had run using basically with users, but not with the benefit of the platform's collaboration. And then, of course, there's lots of independent observational work that you can do, including, back to Leon's job market paper. So with that taxonomy, I want to use that to make 3 points. So first is that important research is possible without collaboration from platforms. So through the DMA and through other levers, it's great when we can do research with platforms, but I just want to highlight things that we can do without the platforms. And just let me give you a couple examples. As one example, this is a paper that Matt Jensko and Luca Braghieri and Sarah Eichmeyer and I wrote a couple years ago called The Welfare Effects of Social Media. So the question there was, well, what happens if people quit Facebook? How does that affect their political polarization and news knowledge and mental health and other things? And so ideally, you would run that in partnership with Facebook. And we'll talk about how we ended up doing that later. but we also could do that independently. So what did we do? We recruited people with Facebook ads, and there are tons of papers that are recruiting subjects with Facebook ads. Then we paid people to deactivate. And so there's, of course, a place in your Facebook account that you can go and deactivate your account. And then we programmed a bot to automatically check if our participants were deactivated or not. And so there's the homepage, if active, looks like the thing in the middle. That's Mark Zuckerberg's homepage. Your homepage may look like that. If your homepage is deactivated, you see the thing further on the right, this content's not available. And so our bot could just pick that up for each of our participants. And then we can measure effects we can measure how much people are deactivated and what their downstream outcomes are, political polarization, mental health, et cetera. So that's one of many examples that you can recruit people on the platform, kind of figure out a little bit about their behavior on the platform and experiment with them with zero collaboration from the platform. As another example, Chiara Farinato is here. She, with Andre Fradkin and Chris Carr, developed an extension called WebMonk, which is an awesome extension. And I've in talking with her, I know you're really excited to publicize this in addition to the great work you have done already with it. And so that's an extension that allows various monitoring and intervention on people's web choices inside of Amazon, for example. And we took that with Chiara's blessing. We took that and turned that into something that could operate on people's search results as well, that Leon's going to tell you about later. Another example from something that I personally have worked on is something called Phone Dashboard. This is something that tracks people's app use within their phones, and then we could use it to allow people to set time limits on their app usage and basically block themselves after they'd used 30 minutes or more of Facebook. And that was a paper that's joint with Lena Song, who's also an excellent researcher. And so this is another example of things that you can do. Scraped data, Leon's job market paper, lots of different examples of things you can scrape from the platforms, and then third-party data, companies that are actively collecting data mostly for corporate applications, but they can share it with researchers. And I think Francesco is going to talk a little bit more about that as well. Okay, with that, a second point. Now up at the top right of this matrix. So observational data with the platforms. And I think this is maybe a smaller point and more of a question, but there's a question which is, could platforms make observational data more easily available? And is there a role for regulators to encourage that to happen? And so just as a number of examples of platform data, so there's the Meta ad library, there's the Meta content library, there's Google Trends, there's the X or Twitter API, or we used to call it the Twitter Firehose. There's the Google Maps API. There's lots of stuff like this, and some of it is public and easy to use and free. Some of it used to be free and is no longer free, like in the case of the Twitter/X API. And some of it could be some data that's effectively public could be made more easily available. So think about pricing on Amazon. Useful for research, including Leon's dissertation. Could things like that be made more easily publicly available in a usable form? Is that something that regulators should think about encouraging? It would be particularly low cost for the platforms to do, low physical cost for the platforms to make available data that's already effectively public and they're already collecting. Third, there are both opportunities and challenges in running experiments with platforms. So now I'm in the top left of this matrix, experiments with platforms. And I think in the context of this, I wanted to share 2 minutes of observations that I've had as part of our work on the Facebook and Instagram election study. So first, why are these experiments valuable? So in the Facebook and Instagram 2020 election study, this is something that some people have heard about, some people may not. So just for background, we did a larger version of the experiment we had done before, paying people to quit Facebook. And then we also paid people to quit Instagram. But instead of 1,500 people in the sample, we had 45,000 people in the sample. So much bigger scale, much bigger funding through Facebook, through the partnership with Meta. The other thing that happened is, in addition to paying people to quit using their products, they also changed parts of the algorithm. And that was something that we couldn't have done independently, right? So as part of part of that second set of experiments changing the algorithm, we Meta did things like turn off the algorithm entirely and just give people a chronological feed of all, the most recent things among the set of things that they could have been served. There was another part of the experiment where we turned off all political ads before the election. Another part of the experiment where the news feed was changed to make it to give like more cross-cutting political content, and several other manipulations like that, where it's just like not clear how you could do that as an external researcher in terms of changing people's news feeds in those kinds of ways that people really care about knowing the answer to. And so another benefit of this, and then there was some internal data that Meta that kind of benefited the eventual analyses. So that's why experiments with platforms are valuable. What were the things that I thought were important in this collaboration? I think maybe there were three key things. The first was for all of the papers that we wrote, we had pre-analysis plans. So before running the experiment, we said, this is exactly how we're going to analyze the data. And we stuck to those pre-analysis plans. And the reason that's valuable, of course, is that it ties your hand. And when you have lots of different researchers, including internal Meta researchers who are co-authors on the paper, it's nice to have pre-agreed what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. Second, although the Meta folks were co-authors on the paper and were super important contributors to all of this, the final control rights were granted to the external academic authors. So if there's any question about how the framing or interpretation would go, that was to be determined and judged by the external academics. And then the third thing was that there was clear expectations about the rules and to a certain extent about the timeline of the papers. And so I think those things were crucial to making this be perceived as an independent exercise. The challenge here is what experiments are going to get run. And I think in the case of Meta, in the case of Uber, which has run a bunch of experiments, and other cases, it's not clear how a regulator would like force a platform to run a set of experiments. So I think it's going to continue to be voluntary. Then the question is, what experiments are going to get run? And the experiments that are going to get run are going to be the experiments that the platforms want to run, because perhaps because they have a prior about what the results are going to be. So that's valuable research, but we also need to keep in mind that there's going to be a keys under the lamppost problem with this style of research, and I don't know how to fix it. Okay, so in conclusion, the takeaways from that matrix: important research is possible without collaboration from platforms. Perhaps the platforms could make observational data more easily available. And third, there are opportunities and challenges to running experiments with platforms. Looking forward to Francesco's talk and the rest of the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Hunt. I have so many things I want to talk to you about that. But first, give me a heart attack there. First, let me introduce our second speaker for the lunch slot. This is Francesco Di Carolus. He is a professor at Bocconi University. He studies industrial organization and works on topics in competition economics, antitrust, market design, and the regulation of digital platforms. He is a CEPR research affiliate and an associate editor of the Review of Economic Studies. So.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Laura. If we can change the slides, please. Thanks. And in the meantime, thank you so much for organizing this great event. The morning has been amazing and the program is absolutely fantastic. So I look forward to these 2 days together. And so thank you very much for having me on the program. Now, so maybe I should thank each one of you. Let's start from the first one. So anyway, Hunt and I have been asked to discuss research using data in this sector. We are mostly focusing on the different kinds of data Hunt has done so much with experiments with and without the platform, collaboration. So he focused mostly on that. I will focus mostly instead on what in Hunt's taxonomy was on the left-hand side, observational analysis. Observational analysis both with and without platform data. Now, so when I think about the kind of available data, as of now, I would think that these are the 4 categories in which I would put the available data for research in digital markets. Experimental data, and we have seen a lot of that in the examples, and you have seen how precise they can be for measuring the facts that are at the heart of the research question. Then there is the most classical type of data. I'll call them publicly accessible data, and I will be precise with some examples, but think of data coming both from institutions. There are many institutions that are monitoring various aspects of the web, as they have traditionally been monitoring various aspects of the whole economy. They disclose data, and then there are data companies, which I think are possibly one of the most essential resources for doing research in this area. Then private data provided by the platform. Hunt was very clear. Inside the platforms, of course, there is every kind of data. And the last bit of data is somewhat new, is what we are here to celebrate, the DMA. The DMA partially opening this lock and giving us access to some data. And here I will have some mixed news to share with you. Now, on experiments, just not spend too much time on what Hunt has said better than me, but definitely an area on which in my research I've never dwelled directly into running experiments platforms, but it's absolutely impressive what can be done. As I would say that Hunt's observation at the very end on the need to have a protocol for agreeing and ensuring that this kind of research is credible is essential. Let me remind you of what happened with Coca-Cola paying many years ago researchers to advertise some studies arguing that it was not the sugar content of Coca-Cola, but it was the fact that we were not moving enough, not sportive enough. And of course, then Coca-Cola got trashed because when it became clear that it was financing those studies, it was a disaster, okay? So there is always this issue. So what Hunt said is definitely very important. Now, public data, so this data that are coming either from public institutions or from private sources, allows researchers to do an enormous amount of things. And I've done most of my research on digital markets through this kind of data. Basically, I've been a researcher like you at Microsoft Research. I saw a lot of phenomena that I found very interesting. And there were a lot of limitations, despite Microsoft was very gentle in many grounds, but still there were limitations, especially like when you want to disclose the name of the company, when you want to disclose prices. But there was value in those information. So the most obvious thing is if there is value, somebody will be selling this data. And indeed, almost all kinds of data are up for sale somewhere on the web if there is intrinsic value, if there is a demand for that. So they, of course, they are structured to be sold to companies, not to be sold to researchers. So you might need to agree with these companies to restructure the data, to construct an environment that is required for you, or you need to spend a lot of time to adapt the data. But still, there are enormous amount of things you can do with this data. And of course, you need money from grants to be able to bypass the platform and to use what's up for sale on the market to do your research. Joel has done an enormous amount of research, I think, also with this kind of data. So little example to make this concrete, we wanted to study what happened when Europe, Russia, and Turkey intervened against the default position of Google search on Android phones. How did we do it? We combined many data sources. Some of them were free, for instance, StatCounter yes, tracks the activity on websites. So it's a tracker. So every website that decides to have stat counter tracks who visits this website and where it is coming from Google search, from Bing, from something else. Yandex is the same source, same kind of data, but from Yandex. And then some data that we purchase from Gartner, from Newzoo, from Atweek, and from SEMrush. These were all data sets that are there for instance, for the app developers. Atweek allows an app developer to know what is the competitive settings in which he will try to place his app. SEMrush allows advertisers to decide what kind of campaigns to run, which keywords to focus, which markets, how much to pay for this campaign. And as a researcher, you can buy this data and use them for your research. With this kind of data, we were able to show interesting things, for instance. And this is a paper that some of you have seen, that the intervention by the European Commission to introduce a choice screen in Europe to try to break the monopoly of Google as a search engine on mobile was not effective in terms of changing the market share. It did not change much. Instead, in Russia and in Turkey, their intervention were quite effective. So we gave an interesting answer to this research question through the use of this data, for which there was absolutely no collaboration from any platform. A different study, still observational, but this was done together with the help of one of the largest existing search engines, which I'm not authorized to disclose the identity. Here, what we wanted to do was a different question. We had a model, an auction theory model of optimal bidding in a certain setting, in particular in the search ad auctions. A generalized second price auction is the mechanism that is used. And when bidders delegate their action to intermediaries, this can change the incentives. And so we wanted to test the theory, but to do that, we needed bid level data. And the bid is something that there is no commercially available data set out there that can give you. Only the platform knows all the bids. So here we had to partner with a search engine. We were able to then construct our empirical analysis and to publish it. Actually, this empirical paper was part of a larger paper, but basically it was impossible to publish the two together because when we were putting the empirical part, we were aiming for very highly ranked journal. The referees were systematically saying, oh, but we cannot put in top 5 journals that are the top journal for economists, data for which you cannot tell us the identity of the platform, the identity of the advertisers, the price. And so basically we separated them and they went to 2 journals. So this is certainly a limitation for an academic response to that. And now the new kind of data and the mixed results. So we know that DMA and DSA are creating many transparency obligations. In some respects, DSA is really creating new data sets. And Hunt had on his slides, for instance, the meta ad targeting data set. So this is something that in Europe is now compulsory. So Meta has to keep for 1 year, is a rolling window, all the advertisements, every single advertisement that is broadcasted on any one of the Meta platforms. And these intersect also with some DMA obligation, because DMA requires the ad platforms to give at the request of either the advertiser or the publisher or each one of their intermediaries full information about every single ad that they paid or broadcasted on the platform, what was the payment for that, and so on and so forth. So you would think that in advertising there is a lot of transparency, but this is the picture that you want to retain about transparency under the DMA. It's not by me, it's from a friend who is a high executive in one of the largest European intermediaries dealing with advertising online, buying media content on Google and on the other large platforms. What he says, here you see before, this is before DMA. After, you have the little x, but there is an even before. About 10 years ago, there was way more data that was available. After GDPR, after initiatives like the ATT that we saw before by Apple, platforms have started to close their data behind walled gardens, certainly motivating these choices with the need to protect privacy, practically, because also they've started to use this data. For instance, Google has launched Google Performance Max, which is the artificial intelligence algorithm that replaces the activities that this intermediary do. And it is based on the data there inside. And so DMA has helped, but only in part. And apparently platforms have been very good to respect the letter of the law. So for instance, they disclose certain information, but they don't allow advertisers to act on those pieces of information, because the law doesn't say that you have to allow them to target and to use, just say you have to give this piece of information. And so this is tricky. And another tricky thing, and the last that I will mention, is even the repositories that have been created seem to me, maybe I'm not good enough with data, but they seem to me unnecessarily complicated. The meta-ad library is a nightmare. So it's really tricky. It's an intersection of various periods. There are parts for Europe, part for all the world. There is also an intersection with the ad targeting dataset, which is the same data, but open in a slightly different way. And also you have a different access procedure for this data. So it's the same data because, you know, it's advertising. It's advertising on Facebook and Instagram. But the same information is cut in 4 or 5 different ways, and you have to follow different procedures and you have to reassemble. And it's really unnecessarily complicated. With ad targeting data, you need to request access. We did it. It took us nearly 1 year to get access. We were rejected. We reapplied with the exact same proposal at a certain point, and the same proposal that was rejected in the past was approved. We did it nearly experimentally. This was maybe the only experiment. We didn't intentionally change a single word to see what was happening. Okay, and so data is evolving, data is changing, is rich of data, but the European Commission and institutions can do a little bit more to make this useful. Thank you.
So I'm going to get to ask the first few questions, and then we'll open it up to the floor. So first of all, thank you both. That was it's always interesting and unnerving as researchers to see the research lens like pointed back at us. But you know, Hunt, one of the things I was thinking about when I was listening to your presentation, you know, very often researchers get pushed toward platform independent work out of necessity because the platform is just not going to work with them. It's not going to handle the data. But I wonder, and full disclosure, all of my work is only ever in that independent bucket. I have not and don't collaborate with platforms, but I'm wondering, as someone who sometimes does collaborate with platforms and sometimes doesn't, do you think there is work that should only be done independent of platforms? As a, you know, as something, is there a situation, or is there a category of work that would be compromised if it was done in partnership with platforms?
Possibly. I mean, I think the biggest concern would be if a researcher is being paid to work for the platform and then is writing paper. Then you have a financial conflict. I think short of that, to first order, I would be happy to write most papers. I think I'd be happy to write just about any paper in collaboration with cooperation from platform versus fully independently. As long as it was very clear what the agreements were ex ante for the collaboration. And again, key ingredients would be, a key ingredient I actually didn't mention, but is maybe the most important is that there is an ex ante agreement that you can publish the paper no matter what the results are. And as well as, things like pre-analysis plans and agreements on control rights and things like that. There are some cases where the benefit of collaborating with the platform is de minimis. In that case, you might err on the side of not collaborating, just that there's no accidentally perceived conflict of interest. But I think that's the only case I can think of that would concern me, having worked in.
To push you just very slightly on this point, what do you think about not financial compensations, but I know something that I worry about, and it's a thing I don't do. I don't sign. I don't. Not only do I not take money from platforms, but I also don't work with data sets that aren't available to any researcher. And it's because I've always been concerned about the perception that that my work might be captured by means because of privileged access to data. And like my work is so different because I study platforms themselves, but I'm wondering, like, how do you think about that privileged access to data as something that might cause the perception of a conflict of interest, since you mentioned that as a concern for financial compensation?
It's worth even separating that into two subparts. One is the hope of access to data again for future projects. And if you write something that's unfriendly, then that could be shut down. So I think that's one class of concern, is the dynamic concern. The other is, even if you were going to retire after this paper, there's a possibility of the feeling of a quid pro quo. So I think maybe those are two classes of concerns that you might have. So, and the second one, just to say it again, even if you were going to retire after this paper, the researcher writes a friendly paper as a thank you to the platform for having shared the data already in the past. I think that a key thing that mitigates those kinds of concerns is a clear understanding with the people at the platform who are sharing the data about what you're going to use the data for. And I think once you have that kind of agreement as to like what you're going to write the paper about, and you have an agreement that says we can publish no matter what the results are, I have personally felt okay in those situations. I think a thing to add is that sometimes what the results are going to be before you write the paper, or you have a strong prior, you're trying to estimate a parameter, but actually the platform's internal researchers have already done that analysis internally, and they kind of know what the answer is, what the model is, and so how the parameter is going to feed into a policy question. I think in those cases, again, like there's less likelihood that the platform is going to be surprised by what you write. They're only approving it because they want to see that out there. And then I think that mitigates the concern about researcher bias, because like the researcher is just following the data. So let me conclude that thought. So that's the answer to the question you asked, is like, are we worried about pressure just for receiving? Are we worried about tilting the analysis just as a thank you for receiving the data? I felt less worried about that. Then the thing is, this comes back to that other point we were making, which is like the platform is only going to share data in cases where they think the results are going to be look good for them.
Yeah, I'll say like that. I didn't mean to sort of imply that researchers would intentionally skew the results, but I think I've always sort of been concerned about the selection bias. Okay, moving to Francesco. When I was listening to your talk, the thing that I kept thinking about is, when you were talking about all of those things we really can't do without running an experiment. But I've been thinking more and more about, the rise of decentralized federated social media platforms that are based on ActivityPub. And I'm wondering, do you think that there's an opportunity to the extent that there are more common standards, even if you don't think that Mastodon is our bright future, but there are some standards that are developing for social media data. If you think that there's a world in which there could be more, that more open data could lead to situations where researchers could do experiments? Or do you think we're always going to need, we would always need that like centralized home that, you know, we're never going to have researcher sandboxes?
Is a great question. I'm certainly not the biggest expert of that, but personally, I see a very bright future for decentralized organizations. And certainly the finance sector is the one where we see this taking place so rapidly and so effectively. And we are at a conference about regulation. There is in Europe a heated debate now about to what extent it's important, and Europe should also begin to think seriously about a comprehensive regulation of DLT and blockchain technologies in such a way that there is a clear framework for this decentralized organization to emerge. And this could be a sort of an alternative market structure. So instead of trying to curb the big players, to create this alternative structure in which smaller players can work. And I never thought about the implications for data collection and analysis, but very likely in this kind of systems, you would enter into a world in which is more feasible. Of course, also the definition of protocols from the very beginning, for instance, as this regulation gets laid down for DLT and blockchains, would be important to think ex ante immediately about data structures, how to allow researchers, because if, for instance, the DMA was written with the knowledge that we have today also about what things have not been fixed. Many of us this morning were discussing the fact that it's really a shame that only the DSA has provisions for direct access to the platform data, but not the DMA. So you can access only for DSA related, and so essentially users risk. So that knowledge that now we have matured could go into the regulation for these distributed technologies and could help a lot.
Just to follow up on that a little bit, if there would be like one data set that you could create out of, you know, that exists in the world of, that like exists theoretically in the world of open data, but no one has coalesced into a data set, like where do you think the most experimental potential is?
Everything, really. So I'll disclose my great love for the work that Hunt has been doing on the behavior of users on platforms. I think that really understanding to what extent the algorithms that decide on the kind of content we receive on social media platform, the information is first order. I mean, I've been studying supply side, industrial organization, question about users' behavior and to what extent information can change the behavior and the attitude of people, and to what extent this is actively manipulated and which goals by the platforms is first order. So a very extensive data set that links together various social media platforms that connects both the tech side of what the algorithm is doing and how the users respond to that. That would be my dream data set.
Oh, tall order. Okay, why don't we just open it up, see if there are any questions. Otherwise, I have a million. NIO? Oh, yes, I always happy to have an opportunity to plug. Yes, so as I mentioned, I am at Northeastern University, and one of the things that several of my colleagues at Northeastern are doing in an attempt to build maybe a data set that would help support the kind of research you're thinking of, we have a program called the National Internet Observatory, where we both pay a representative panel of Americans to install our browser extension and our various tools for monitoring their mobile phone activity. And it's effectively a place where researchers can come and they can bring their experiments and their IRB approvals. They can get access to our environment, and they can, and our data collection that is already stood up, and they can run their own experiments and collect their own data. And we, if you are interested, not only do we have that representative panel of Americans, but anyone can volunteer to donate their data, and I highly encourage you to do so.
Thanks. So two questions. One on the kind of platform collaboration. What about the replicability of those types of studies, and what does that do to kind of that part of the scientific process? And then also, what do you think the impact of increasing AI generation for personalization is going to mean for doing these types of research studies where you're looking at, and specifically the ad library, because what we're hearing in the advertising sector and the media sector, many others, is, this move towards highly personal, AI generation, which is just going to lead to so many more examples. How are you thinking about that?
Let me start with the first question because that feels easier.
Yes.
I have been excited as a researcher to be able to provide replication files as much as possible for everything that I've worked. So if you go to my website, like there's replication files for everything where it's legal for me to post it. So replication could mean a couple things. One is, can you redo the experiment in another setting and get similar results? And I think, running experiments is very, very costly. And so, I think you'd redo stuff only if you thought it was worth the money. The other part of replication is for an experiment that's already been done or any research, like, can you post those data publicly in a way that's privacy protected for other researchers to validate the results and extend the results to ask new or different research questions. For the Facebook and Instagram 2020 election experiment that I was mentioning, all the replication data are available via the web archive called SOMAR, I think through the University of Michigan, and so other researchers can use it. In fact, I've applied to that. I've applied to SOMAR to write a follow-on paper that wasn't part of the initial setup.
So on the replication part, in my experience, the one study that I showed you before that we did with the platform, the data is available, is still available at the platform. And so we provided, for instance, the editor, the contacts of the person inside this platform that should be connected. And in the appendix to the paper is described the process to contact the editor, from the editor to this person. So it's a bit convoluted because we could not even disclose the name of the platform. If you, at least we could have disclosed the name of the platform, at least we would have skipped the step. And so it's probably very important, as it was already mentioned, but let me restress it, to really agree ex ante on a minimum, a decent minimum with the platform. On your question about AI and advertising, that's already happening a lot, and it's hard to say because, for instance, I mentioned before the system Google Performance Max, which is the AI tool of Google for advertising on the Google search platform, in which you give the goal. It's AI, so it optimizes on something. You give the goals. I want this to be achieved, and then in the space of, they say, maximum 2 months, it will learn how to bring you there. And is a complete black box, is very hard to say. I think it's an important area of research because this is not happening only in Google, essentially in every hyperscaler, because now they don't want to be called anymore platform. I was told by some of them. They are hyperscaler. In every one of these hyperscalers, they are providing AI tools. We saw Amazon. Amazon now provides you a tool for optimizing on which kind of products to propose, what kind of stock to keep of each one of the products, and so on and so forth. So it's very important that researchers develop a way to get access to the data and to the algorithm, because otherwise it will become, over time, harder and harder, I think, for us externally to study what's happening in this market.
Can I just, moderator's privilege, I want to ask a little bit of a follow-up question here. Nowhere does the DMA to my knowledge, mention AI.
Correct.
And as a and yes, as a like as a researcher, I also feel that pain of, you know, we think we're making progress, that we get regulations and laws that create standards for transparency, but technology itself moves so fast that that I understand why it's difficult for regulation and transparency requirements to keep up. And, you know, I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts about ways that regulations could be a little bit more forward-looking and a little bit less technology specific? Or do you think it's too inherent in what we would want to be made transparent, that it's kind of an intractable problem and it's just something we're going to have to live with, that transparency is always going to lag?
I take it. I see in the room many people that are really big experts in this, but let me try to give you my view. So DMA was drafted before ChatGPT, and apparently the world has discovered AI with ChatGPT. No? Now, and so it's this contingency simply that explains why. Then there was a discussion that regarded whether to include as a new CPS, core platform service, be regulated under the DMA, artificial intelligence as a service. And the result of that was a no. AI will enter within each one of the existing services that are regulated or other services that will add in the future, but not as a service itself, because it's just an habilitating tool. It's like electricity. It's general purpose because you can put it everywhere. And so this is why it's not there. Of course, there is the AI Act, and in these days, as we talk, in Europe, the most important piece of legislation that has started to become effective now with this provision binding companies to do certain things. It's just from last week, because the AI Act, as most of this regulation is implemented gradually through time to give time to adapt. So there is a regulation for that. The last bit that I want to add is that I actually like the current structure. DMA, in my view, is there to simplify what we have learned from antitrust cases. So we have learned that there are some behaviors. Today we saw self-preferencing, for instance. Some behaviors that have been used, have been adopted, are quite general and are problematic. So we don't want now to have, again, cases lasting 7 years to re-show and reprove the same stuff. We already have understood that this is a problem. This is forbidden. But we don't want also now to use DMA to forbid every kind of new technology. So DMA is good to regulate things that we understand well enough because they are standard by now. In the world of technology of 2025, search is well defined. Marketplaces are well defined, and so on and so forth. They are evolving, but still they are well defined. AI, there I would let a little bit of freedom outside the team.
Hunt, I don't know if you have anything you wanted to add to that. Okay, I will return the privilege to the room.
Hello. Okay. Just one question about the sort of collaboration with platforms on research. And I know you mentioned that there is sort of transparency around data and a sort of last say for external researchers. I was just wondering, in terms of communication of findings, etc., like, are there any potential issues around how the findings are communicated? Like, for example, like, is it the case that maybe a legal team of a platform has to vet sort of how the findings have been written, even if the data was sort of transparently shared? That's sort of one question. And the second was, like, recently with sort of CrowdTangle and CrowdTangle's device, how would you sort of in lay people's terms explain the difference between a sort of meta content library and CrowdTangle in terms of ease of doing research, whether there was any difference, and sort of, and what the impact might be for that decision of Meta to sort of let CrowdTangle go? Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
I'll take the first one. So the in the case of this election experiment with Meta, and in the case of everything that I've been involved in, and I think most things that researchers are involved in, there is a data use agreement ex ante or a publication agreement that specifies we're going to write a paper and you have a right to review it only for making sure that we're not going to disclose any personal microdata or personally confidential information. Everything about the text of the paper and the writing of the paper is something that we get to, the outside researcher gets to decide that, and the platform cannot block. So, and that's utterly essential.
It's an interesting and important question. So maybe a system that I've never seen but could work is to intermediate between the platform and the researchers. So the equivalent of what an editor and a journal does. And so if there were sort of like a scientific board that a user that wants to do an experiment with a platform can call to intervene, to step in, that would be, for instance, we were talking with somebody from the Ford Foundation before about initiatives that would be useful. So the creation of like board that would be the interface in this kind of relationship would make everything more transparent and more secure for the researcher.
Let me just, to answer your question about CrowdTangle and the Meta content API very quickly. Meta has said that this is the direct replacement for CrowdTangle, but in many ways, it simply doesn't offer the same breadth of data. That's, I think, one of my biggest concerns is that they have represented it's the same data and it's just not. And then the other thing is that many, many fewer researchers have been able to get access. And this maybe is something that will get better over time. But honestly, there is just this persistent problem where platforms, I got banned by Facebook, but I'm not the only one. There are several researchers who, when their research was perceived to cross a platform dictated line, and they get cut off from access to data. And I think that's a larger and persistent problem. I believe our time is up. But we get one more question. Okay.
I'm going to be very quick. I think the election study is an example of what collaborations should be with companies. And I really think those are important collaborations with company. My question related to that is, how can we move the needle from like one company in isolation to the market as a whole? Because a lot of the election studies say, well, it's not Facebook's fault alone. Great, I get it. But is there something broader about social media that we can get at empirically with the collaboration of multiple platforms?
I don't have a systematic answer to that other than to keep doing what I think many of us are doing, which is, lead generation. Go out to conferences and talk to people and keep proposing experiments and throw stuff at the wall. And, those things hit sometimes, and I think we can all keep
doing. This wasn't going to be very quick, so if someone else wants to. Yeah.
Thank you for this great panel. Very, very important topic. So the thing is, firms are going to provide data only in the bargaining position where they want to. And so one solution, could be for somebody to threaten them, like policymakers. Like, you could be in compliance if you were to make data available in advance. So imagine the dream data set. You can imagine lots of dream data sets. And so one question to reverberate for tomorrow when people closer to policymaking are here, is that something that some policymakers might find of interest? To have ex ante data, not data bespoke post data, because that's going to be so slow. But if something were systematically always available. And then the final kind of version of the comment, which we could talk about later, is to what extent could we do it through the having people install on their computers, and just monitor their behavior and sort of voluntarily get the stuff that we can't get from the compulsion from the guys who have the monopoly on the use of force? You don't have to answer this.
I would like to respond very quickly to that because I'll say personally, I think that we will always and forever need both research that is done in collaboration with platforms and research that is done independently of platforms. And that even if we wind up in a state where regulation requires, platforms to be incredibly open with researchers, one of the problems that my work has persistently found is that platform provided data is sometimes not very good. And that, so we also need mechanisms to audit platform provided data. And the only way to do audits is independently. And so, I think like at bare minimum, we will always need a way to audit representations that platforms make. But I also think that, I do think that there's a lot of appetite if there's going to be a public square that is in an online space. I think there's just too much writing on this for all of our society. So I am optimistic. Do you want to say a little bit about that, Erie?
I'm a regulator. What's up? A number of United States federal agencies today have authority to compel data from platforms for study and publication. They can partner with researchers. It's the same authority as a subpoena. At the Federal Trade Commission, it's called the 6B authority. At the CFPB, it's called the 1022 authority. I don't remember the number for the Department of Transportation, but all the way down the line. So this, we do have subpoena power to get this information from the firms. We can get dream data from the firms. We need people who are aware of what data is at the regulators to do it, but it exists and is like in desperate need of researcher engagement to make the things we're asking for make any sense.
You know any example of a paper published?
Yes. If you want to ask Jeeves about the social media 6B study at the Federal Trade Commission that was released last month, it's like 50 pages long and has blockbuster findings. Read the opening letter from Sam Levine. But like this again is why Alyssa is a genius, is there's this gulf between researchers and the platforms and the regulators. And it's like, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am going to leave one little food for thought for tomorrow. You guys can sit down because we're going to go to a little break. But the question I didn't get to ask, which is based on the first year and a half of DMA and DSA, what would you take forward into the next effort, the next regulatory effort, wherever it might be, to impose transparency requirements? Like you mentioned one lesson around not being tied to the systemic risks, but I want everybody to think about how else can we improve upon what we have if we get another bite at the apple in whatever venue or jurisdiction that might be. Let's reconvene at 1:30. So we're only 10 minutes behind. Stow your trash, hit the restroom, and we'll start again at 1:30.
We have a great session beginning. Just waiting for those people down there to sit down and begin listening. Shaming usually works, but okay. Welcome. This is the schizophrenic session of the day. We have two papers which are totally different from everything you've seen this morning and everything you've seen the rest of the day. One paper with, I don't think the presentation will be like this, but if you look at the paper, lots of math, no data. And another paper with no math and lots of facts, okay? So it's very totally different. So the first speaker, so I'm sorry, I'm going to be very biased, okay, in my presentation of the first speaker, who's Do-Shin John, who's my great colleague at TSE. So who's been one of the leading students on the theory of digital economy, and is going to present a paper written with Patrick Ray. Do-Shin.
Thank you very much for having me here, and also thank Jack for the excellent introduction. So I heard that the audience is pretty heterogeneous. So although we have a 40-page appendix, I made the presentation accessible to those people who are allergic to equations. And also, I think it's, after lunch, it might be quite compatible with digesting what you ate. So, as you know very well, Apple's App Store and Google Play are subject to regulations and litigation. In Europe, Dutch National Authority and UK CMA wrote a very extensive reports on mobile ecosystem. And also the DMA has relevant articles on app stores. And in USA, Epic made a lawsuit against Apple and Google, partly because of the high commissions. In South Korea, the parliament passed a law which banned major app store operators from requiring developers to use their integrated payment systems. But the main purpose was to reduce the commission rate. And so here we are going to just focus on the commission charged by app stores, although App Store has several issues. And those who think this commission is very high, then they can express concerns about its negative effects on app development. For instance, one app developer said in a testimony in the House of Representatives that they decide not to make apps at all, that they might have made way easier to be profitable. On the other hand, platforms may defend their practice by saying that there is this healthy competition between the two ecosystems. They may discipline their choice of commissions. So Google responded to the Dutch authority saying the level of the commission charged is used by app stores to compete with each other as a means to attract the app providers on their platform. So the main question we ask here is how does platform competition affect commissions and thereby app development? And our results, our main result is a bit intriguing because we find that platform competition induces platforms to raise their commissions relative to no platform competition. This holds whenever economies of scope encourage the app developers to multi-home on both platforms, then equilibrium commission is higher than what would maximize platform profit or consumer surplus or total welfare. So the intuition for our results has two components. So whenever there are economies of scope on cost or demand side, platforms, they are complements on the app side. Although they are substitutes on the consumer side. Because consumers, they single home and you either buy iPhones or Android phones. Then platforms, they have incentive to increase commissions to raise rivals cost. So if you read the DOJ documents against this complaint against Apple, they make the point that the vast majority of developers consider iPhones and Android device as complements because developers must build apps that run on both, and this gives a lot of power to Apple. So we provide, our results provide some support to this statement, but what is missing in DOJ document is the effect related to the raising rivals cost. So that is going to be the core part of the paper. So according to CMA, most popular apps multi-home because they find that 85% of top 5,000 apps on the App Store list on the Play Store and vice versa. So I'm going to start with describing our setting and talk about some benchmark commission rates, and then focus on the main scenario of a platform competition and conclude by talking about policy implications. So we consider here two vertically integrated mobile platforms which sell smartphones to consumers and operate, each of them operate the only app store available on their device. So Apple is vertically integrated. Google is integrated, but actually Samsung is the dominant manufacturer of Android phones. So it's like we are assuming here Google and Samsung integrated. And they compete on consumer side by choosing device prices and compete on app side by choosing ad valorem commissions. And consumers single home, but app developers can multi-home. And since Google and Apple, they did not change commission after choosing it at the beginning of the app stores. So we adopt here sequential competition where they compete first on the app side by choosing commissions, and then they compete on the consumer side. So after the choice of commissions, then developers, they make a random draw their cost of development and decide for which platforms they develop their apps. So they can develop it for one, two, either one or for both. And then platforms compete on the consumer side by choosing device prices, and also developers choose their price of app. And finally, consumers decide which platform to join. I mean, consumers decide which phone between Android and iPhone to buy. And so in terms of app pricing, the model is extremely simple. We do not allow for competing apps. So if I'm just app developer, I'm going to choose price P. And if the platform I charge commission AI, my profit takes this very simple expression where DP is a demand depending on my price. So here we are assuming, considering digital products, digital apps, so there is zero marginal cost. For this reason, as long as this 1 minus AI, what is my share of profit is positive, then I'm going to choose always the same price, which is a monopoly price. And this does not also depend on the consumer base of the platform in question. So the monopoly price is going to generate some consumer surplus, which is here SM. and then monopoly profit. And this monopoly profit is divided between the platform and developer, depending on the commission AI. So what is, for our analysis, the most important notation is this sigma I, which we call subsidy. Sigma I is just the two upper part of the share, consumer surplus and platform revenue, times yi is the number of the number of application on platform I. So if I, as a consumer, if I buy a device platform I, I'm going to also get some surplus SM in expectation from yi number of apps. So one method is not only the device price, but also this surplus from app. This is, so we define this quality adjusted price, capital PI, which is device price minus SM times yi. So then platform profit is such that it's a margin times number of consumers, number of this demand for device depends on each platform's quality adjusted price. That's what I said. And then if, for instance, Jack buys iPhone, although he uses Android phone, so Apple gets this price from Jack, and then Jack is going to consume applications. So Apple is also going to get this app revenue. Okay, so this explains this margin, and minus C is the marginal cost. So what is very nice and simple in our model is once I rewrite the same profit expression by using this quality adjusted price, then we have this very simple expression for the profit. And you see it's the margin is now is this capital PI minus C, and also this is a subsidy. So basically, the effective marginal cost is this C minus subsidy. This is why we call it subsidy. So basically, a higher subsidy means that the effective marginal cost is lower, right? And then we make the following assumption. This is the most technical slide in my presentation. So given the two subsidy Google and Apple, for instance, then we assume that it exists unique equilibrium in when platforms compete on the consumer side. The equilibrium price, for instance, if I is an Apple, it depends on the Apple's subsidy and Google's subsidy, right? And the first part of assumption says if Apple's subsidy is higher, Apple is going to lower its price. The second part of the assumption, if Google's subsidy is higher, then Apple is going to also lower its price. But price response response is more sensitive to the change of one's own subsidy than the rival subsidy. And the second assumption is now it's about Apple's how Apple's profit changes as a function of the subsidy. If Apple gets more subsidy, well, Apple's profit is higher. But if Google gets more subsidy, it means Google gets more efficient, low marginal cost. So Google is going to lower its price. So it's bad news for Apple's profit. But in terms of aggregate, if I raise subsidy of both platforms, then the aggregate profit is higher. So what is important is here, if a Google subsidy is lower, Google charges a higher price. And this in turn increases Apple's profit. So Apple has an incentive to reduce Google's subsidy. So let me talk about some benchmarks. So in this benchmark, we assume that there is a regulator which choose uniform commission for both platforms. And then app development takes place, but finally platforms, they compete only on the consumer market. So if the regulator maximize, for instance, consumer surplus, which is given as this integral, and this integral becomes higher as the quality adjusted price is lower. So if you want to maximize consumer surplus, you have to do something such that it minimizes quality adjusted price. But quality adjusted price is minimized if you maximize the subsidy. So in the end, you have to choose commission to maximize the subsidy. But I also said when I explained the assumption that the joint profits of platform increase with the subsidy. So that implies that there is an alignment interest between consumers and the platforms, because if you choose commission that maximize this subsidy, then you are going to maximize both platform profit and consumer surplus. So that also implies that if now the regulator wants to maximize total welfare, which is the sum of consumer surplus and platform's profit and developers' profit, starting from commission equal to consumer surplus maximizing commission, if you lower a bit, well, consumer surplus and platform's profit will be lower, but developer profit will be higher. But the loss in the first two components is a second order relative to the gain of a developer's profit, because consumer surplus and platform profit are already maximized when commission was equal to AS. So that means that maximizing welfare requires a commission which is lower than consumer surplus maximizing commission. So now let's talk about the main scenario of platform competition. So here comes our first results. So the equilibrium commission on the platform competition is higher than the one maximizing consumer surplus, if and only if one platform is increasing its commission from AS, reduce the number of apps on the rival platform. So if Apple's change of commission has no effect on the number of apps on the Google, in that case, Apple is just simply choose a commission to maximize its own subsidy. That leads to the starting point of A equal to AS. Okay? But now, if Apple raise commission and this reduce the number of apps on Google, since Google's subsidy is proportionate to the number of apps on Google, it means Google's subsidy is lower, so which increase Apple's profit. So this is basically what I'm saying is that Apple has incentive to increase its commission in order to raise the rival's cost. And the second proposition is going to create a link between this first proposition and the economies of scope in app development. So there are economies of scope in app development if the cost of developing an app for both platforms is smaller than the sum of the cost of developing app for platform 1 only and the cost of developing it for platform 2 only. Then proposition 2 says that the equilibrium commission is higher than the one maximizing consumer surplus if and only if there are economies of scope. So this proposition is pretty general in the sense that you can have a very tiny amount of economies of scope, still the result holds. But to give you the intuition, let me assume that there are very strong economies of scope such that the cost of developing an app for both platforms is exactly the same as the cost of developing it for a single platform. this means that whoever developing app is going to develop it for both platforms. Okay? So now if and then that means that I'm going to compare this cost of developing app with the profit I make from both Apple, the total profit I make from Apple and Google, right? So then if Apple raises commission, it is going to lower this total profit. That means that some marginal app developers will decide not to develop app at all. And that means after Apple's raising commission, the number of apps on Google is smaller. Okay, then the proposition 1 kicks in. So Apple has incentive to raise commission to increase the rival's cost. So in summary, whenever there exists the economies of scope, platforms are complements on the website, then the incentive to raise the rivals cost induce them to charge too high commission, so that we have this clear ranking. So the equilibrium commission on the platform competition is the highest, and consumer surplus maximizing commission is in the middle, and welfare maximizing commission is the lowest. And although our theoretical analysis focused on the economic scope in terms of cost, but the same logic can be applied to economic scope on the demand side. And if you read the DOJ complaint against Apple, actually they give examples of many applications that must multi-home on both platforms for demand reasons. For instance, a food delivery or ride-sharing app cannot develop an app just for Android or just for iPhone. And the same holds for social apps, or dating app, or money-sharing app. You know, for these kind of apps, yeah, it doesn't make sense to develop app only for one platform. Then our logic is going to apply. So I'm very close to yeah, that end of my my presentation. So regarding policy implications, yeah, I think I'm very much in advance. So so given a number of platforms competing, we in the model we have a measure of intensity of competition, and we find that this does not play any role. But if you increase the number of platforms, actually it makes things worse, in the sense that the gap between equilibrium commission and consumer surplus maximizing one becomes higher, because if you increase the number of platforms, actually it increases the complementarity of platforms on the app side. And also, a bit surprisingly, interoperability that makes things worse. For instance, the full interoperability means zero cost of porting an app. Then, you know, basically all apps are going to multi-home. Okay. In that case, actually, we find that platforms they may choose too high commissions, such that under certain conditions, the app development can be chalked off. But on the other hand, access fee regulation may work, and app store competition within each platform may work. So to conclude, there is a risk of underdevelopment of apps, because complementarity of a platform on the app side and their incentive to raise rivals costs induce platform to charge excessively high commissions. And our results provide a rationale for regulating app store commissions or introducing within platform competition among app stores as the DMA requires. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doshin. Our next speaker is, I'm sorry, I'm going to miss your name, Jifendra Palepu, who works for the Free Software Foundation. He's a lawyer or quasi-lawyer. So.
Yeah, hi, thank you for having me, and thank you, Knight-Georgetown Institute and Yale Tobin Center. And yeah, so as told, I'm a quasi-lawyer and I do not have any math in my presentation. And I only have one basic graph, and I'm already scared why I even put that. So yeah, let me just start. Yes, before starting, I'm just gonna give some disclaimers. And so I'm from Free Software Foundation Europe, and right now I'm a volunteer with FSFE. And FSFE is currently involved in litigation against Apple at the Court of Justice of European Union in the case of DMA, where Apple is trying to ask the court to nullify 6.7, at least to the extent that it applies to its iOS operating system, and also the designation of its App Store. This was the case, and FSFE intervened, and we were accepted by the court, and the litigation is ongoing. But this paper is not about the litigation. And another funding disclaimer, FSFE does receive donations from gatekeepers, but we have a cap of 20%, and yeah, that's it. And we are not for profit. Yes, and yeah, I already said the disclaimer on the graph, so. Yeah, so this is the agenda. So first I'm gonna talk about the contradictions of interoperability and Apple's compatibility versus interoperability, Apple as gatekeeper, and yeah. So yeah, so as societies grow, we see the requirement of interoperability and how it's needed. It's pretty much everywhere right now, and there's a lot of debate going on. And I'm going to discuss how it is impacting free and open source software. Yeah, so I will just narrow down the scope to Apple and how it impacts us. So this is about Apple's ecosystem and how it impacts free and open source software, and how Apple has greatly benefited from open source software historically. And we reviewed the book by Brian Merchant on One Device, and yeah, and we also reviewed opposing views from industry stakeholders and industrial players. And yeah, so yeah, this is the basic graph of mobile ecosystems and the market concentration in that. And this is just for relevance. So 6.7, I'm just going to talk about vertical interoperability. So this is Article 6.7, and it provides for vertical interoperability and mandates gatekeepers to allow interoperable services, hardware and software features. And Apple, as you may already know, it's designated in iOS and iPadOS. And yeah, so Apple came up with a request-driven approach where access seekers have to request Apple to have interoperability with its operating system. And that is probably the first case where the request-driven approach was initiated by Apple, and probably it's their own idea on how to comply with DMA. And then there's so many things happen. We know the core platform fees and everything. And in December last year, the commission already opened the preliminary measures to impose and like to look into this request-driven approach. So Digital Markets Act and free and open source software. So free and open source software, as you may be aware, is a software whose code is open publicly, and it is up for studying, sharing, and redistributing and distributing other copies. And this is as opposed to proprietary software, whose code is completely closed. For example, Microsoft and Apple, yeah, and the likes. So DMA is not just about like allowing competition, it's also about leveling the playing field. So free of 6.7 also says interoperability must be free of charge and effective. And free of charge interoperability is what that enables free and open source software in devices. So these are some of the projects that contributed to this study. and with their inputs, and that's it. And it's like their alternative app stores and alternative payment providers and browsers and terminal emulators, all these are trying to like, and many more, all of them are free software projects, and they're trying to interact with iOS and get access. And yeah, so the first case study, so we looked into several cases and we collected all these stories and narratives from different developers, and that's how we made this whole study. So the first one is about security paternalism, where Apple claims that they're the best or like the most secure smartphone in the world, or probably European Union. And we spoke to many developers who have different versions. And yeah, one of the case is about a project called ISH. It's a free and open source terminal emulator. It basically allows users to open a Linux terminal in their iPhones. And Apple does not like this. And they requested interoperability under 6.7, which is a system Apple designed, as I mentioned. It's a request-driven approach. And they requested Apple. Apple denied it. And it's a bit unique because Apple says, we are not going to offer you interoperability or accept your request because we do not offer terminal emulation like from our own. Like we don't have any native iOS terminal emulation. And that is, so the project requested a technology called JIT. It's just-in-time compilation. It basically, I mean, I'm just going to borrow analogy from a colleague who made me understand this. So if you're a person who can do tasks only in English, and sometimes you face tasks in French or German, and you will find difficulty in doing these tasks. So to make it easier, you'll have a dictionary to translate and vice versa, and which makes this easier. And this is how emulation works in computers. And when you go a bit more beyond after this, it's like, imagine like you open the camera and you point the screen at a foreign language and you want it to translate to English, which we do currently, and it instantly translates it. And that makes it way more faster, as if you are actually reading English. And that's what just-in-time JIT does. It's a technological framework, but Apple restricts it, saying that we only offer it to browsers, third-party browsers, because Safari uses JIT, and so we will only give it to third-party browsers, and that's it. We will not give it to any non-web browsing applications. And that was the reason why they rejected this request. But this is there's an argument that can be made under 6.7 itself, where the text says features that are available and used. Available itself means that if the technology is available, then it should be at least considered, at least the request should be considered and then judged on merits, not blanketly deciding to deny. And even recital 57 says the same. If the features are available or used by the services of the gatekeepers themselves, then it should be, the interoperability must be granted. So this is one of the contradictions we observed in this case study. And sorry, excuse me. Yeah, so we also see that recital 14, which says DMA should be technology neutral. And Apple, like in general, says it's general purpose computers are not iPhones. iPhones are not general purpose computers, because Apple thinks this is a device that is closed, but inherently smartphones are all general purpose computers. Nowadays, people don't really go to a physical store and buy a software which is in a floppy disk. We all buy software or like install software from app stores. So all smartphones by that logic are general purpose computers. And if you go by that logic, then interoperability is inherent. And yeah, we see this historically in jailbreaking limitations Apple imposed on jailbreaking communities and developers who are trying to like bypass the technical protection measures Apple is installing. And this is also one of the reasons why Apple says this is against our copyrights, it's against our intellectual property, and it also like Apple even goes beyond to even void the warranty of the device in case you install software from third parties. So the only way to install software on iPhones is through Apple App Store. And yeah, that's why this case study was like, we call it security paternalism. And next one is notarization. Notarization is this human and automated review that Apple does on any app that is being submitted to Apple for use. So any developer who wants to get their apps on to iOS ecosystem or iPad ecosystem, they have to go through this. They have to make an account with Apple, a developer account. And I think it was already mentioned that they have to pay $99 a year to make this account and pay the membership fees, and then apply their apps to the Apple ecosystem. And Apple then, once you submit the app, reviews it and checks if it's like, if they deem it not misleading. There are so many criterias. And yeah, it's basically, again, even if you have a third-party app store, like independent of Apple's own app store, still these apps also have to go through notarization. And that means an independent app store is also not so independent, even though 6.7 mandates that there should be effective interoperability. So 6.4, and we have one more case study about this, UTM emulator, which is emulator that can emulate PC games. And one of the rules that Apple had in their notarization was like rule 4.7, which is actually allowing apps that are emulating PC environment or consoles. And Apple said, your emulation it's like PC is not a console. And I don't know, like I grew up playing video games on PCs, and emulation is basically emulating a PC environment on your mobiles. And Apple just blanketly said PC is not a console, and then rejected this app through notarization. And this is also one of the, and they also, UTM also asked for JIT, as I mentioned before, under 6.7, which was also rejected. And they now distribute their app without JIT, which basically reduces their performance to a magnitude. And yeah, so the conclusions we've found are like, if Apple has the ability to remotely block or disable apps that have been installed, then 6.7 is likely to be violated. So the solution is, should we disintermediate everything from Apple so that alternate app stores can be buildable and redistributable? These are the questions we also found. And one more thing is 6.7, as I said, it's a request-driven approach. So developers request access from Apple, and they have to wait. Apple checks it on merit basis or according to their opaque criteria, because the criteria is not public. How they judge requests is not public. On what grounds they reject or accept is not public. And that's why we also see commission specification proceedings, which also target this issue, that transparency on the merits and metrics of acceptance and rejection. And we also found one more case study of an app store trying to ask for JIT access. Again, they were ghosted for like 6 to 7 months. And as per our research, September 2024, they were still not given a reply. And this again shows like the request process should be transparent, and we should be able to know how many have sought access and how many were rejected on what grounds. Even though it's individual, like personal basis, still other developers will benefit greatly if this information is transparent. And as for future research, we are now trying to, it's still a working draft. We're now trying to incorporate the specification proceedings the commission started on request-driven approach. And yeah, we also are trying to collect more stories, more case studies by developers who are trying to access essential inputs from Apple. And we will compile them like how we did currently. One of the other research we found was there was one more project which I'm just going to briefly talk. So it's a mini Mac version on iOS. It emulates Mac environment on iPhone, and they were rejected under notarization. And Apple said, your project is basically creating Mac OS environment in a non-Apple branded computer. But this project was basically for iPhone. And it's very unique because Apple is saying iPhone is not Apple branded computer. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll begin by asking a few questions to Doshin. First, let me maybe rephrase for the non-economist among you what Doshin does in this paper. Typically, I know there are lots of exceptions, so please, the economist, shut up. Okay? But basically, if you have a monopoly and you are designing a product and then selling it, to the first approximation, as the monopolist, you want to design the best possible product, but the product that the consumers will want. And then you want to extract your profit by charging as much as possible. You don't have any incentives to make a bad product because you wouldn't sell it for lots of money. So the same type of argument applies to platforms and so on. So basically what the people who've been kind of defending Apple and the pricing of apps on the App Store have said, look, Apple has to balance the interests of the consumers and the developers. It's got incentives to make a platform which is as attractive as possible, and hence it's balancing the price of its devices to the consumers and the commission in an appropriate way. It's making the best possible product. So it may be extracting some monopoly rents. That's fine because it's developed IP, but it should be it's doing that in a way which is fair to the two parties. What basically Doshin just showed us is that this argument doesn't hold if the way in which Apple charges for its apps disadvantage also as externalities creates problems for Samsung. And the way they do this by saying it's cheaper to develop an app for both Apple and Samsung than to develop one for Apple and one for Samsung. So if you have fewer apps on Apple because the price is too high, there's going to be not enough apps also on Samsung, and the harm will be on both platforms. And that means that the reasoning that Apple is just developing the best product, not thinking about competition, is wrong. Okay? And that's very, I mean, the paper I think is very important because that's the argument has been made and thought about, but it's the first time, as far as I know, that this argument has been made formally. So now, I think, and that's where we're going to have a little fight. It's not really a fight, but in order to do this, Patrick and Doshin build a model in which the interaction is through the cost of developing apps, because that's technically, in terms of economics, much easier. Okay? Now, in reality, there's also intersection by what Doshin called the demand economies of scale, the fact that when you increase the demand for an app on Apple, you also increase it on Samsung. So if lots of people use WhatsApp on Apple, more people will want to use WhatsApp on Android, and hence the same type of phenomenon will exist, but they don't really look at that phenomenon. And what I have a few questions to Doshin, which are about the extensions to other type of phenomena and what are the policy implications. So first thing, Doshin, you say that competition among app stores would be a good thing in things, but you don't, I mean, if I looked at your paper, that's basically in the last paragraph of the paper, one sentence. Are you sure of that? And how would you go about analyzing the competition between app stores?
We did not analyze it, so.
No, that's fine. I mean, we don't want a formal analysis, but just how do you think this would work?
I cannot say, but I guess it is going to, as you said, commission. If competition works properly, commission will go down.
But then it's more the independence of the app stores from Apple, which would count more than the competition, wouldn't be? So if you had one app store which was independent from Apple, would that work too?
I think so, yeah.
The second aspect is, what about network effects? I mean, do you think they would give you the same? I mean, what would be the difficulties in terms of doing things, through network effects as opposed to through the cost of app development? For the app, I mean, so if you made the same model, but rather than having economies of scope, you had network effects in the use of apps.
Yeah, so if it's important to have a large number of consumers using the same app, then that is going to stimulate multi-homing, right? So that is going to generate this complementarity between the two platforms on the app side.
Okay.
Yeah, so then it is going to work. Yeah. The raising marginal cost incentive that arise because these platforms are competing on the consumer side, and so this is why in a standard context of licensing complementary patents, if Jack and I have complementary patents, it is going to generate this no complement problem, and we are going to end up charging too high price. I think maybe DOJ had this in mind, but there we are not competing. So I do not care about Jack's marginal cost if there is any marginal cost. But we are here. The difference is here we are in a two-sided market where there is complementarity on the app side, but substitutes on the consumer side. So we are competing, and I want to make your marginal cost higher. So that's the difference between the standard licensing complementary patents.
So one last question. Okay, first thing, I think one thing which is kind of strange with all of this, it shows that people have been complaining about the high price for apps by saying that's suppose that Apple has got lots of monopoly power. But actually what Doshin is showing is that if the price of for developers is high, it means that there's lots of competition, which is a little bit strange. I think you must be financed by Apple or something like this. How do you think, so we discussed this a little bit yesterday, but how do you, in practice, Android, Google has much less power over the price of handsets than Apple has, which means that the model is less symmetric than the model you have. How do you think that, how, I mean, again, informally, I mean, how do you think that would change your conclusions?
I think if the main insight is based on the complementarity of apps and raising rivals costs, this is going to apply even though Google, and so if we consider the other platform is particularly separated so into Google and Samsung. because still Apple is going to be incentive to raise cost of Samsung. Because Samsung subsidy now only takes one of the two components. Samsung does not get any revenue from app, but still, if consumers get extra surplus from app, then Samsung can, exploit it by increasing its device. So Samsung still has this part of subsidy comes in, and so Apple has an incentive to. Apple's incentive is the same as I described. Now, when Google choose its commission, Google still, I think, is going to have the same kind of incentive, because if Google raise Apple's marginal cost, meaning that this is going to induce Apple to raise iPhone price, means that the number of Android phone use is higher. So if Google's only revenue is from app revenue, it means the Google's app revenue is higher. So I think the insights seem to be pretty general. But now exactly the comparison with respect to like consumer surplus maximizing commission, it is going to be higher, but this consumer surplus maximizing commission is not going to be chosen by the particularly separated platform.
Thank you. Different. I enjoyed looking at your paper and hearing you, because I thought quite a bit about, didn't do anything with it, but about open source software some years ago, so it made me feel younger. I've got basically two types of questions to you, which are basically about the specificity of what you did, because you say that you were looking at this from the viewpoint of open source software, but I understand that your data is coming from interviewing a huge amount of developers and so on, which is really useful, by the way, because we need lots of stories. I mean, we need data, but we also need lots of kind of small case studies and so on. But is there anything specific? Is there any specific about open source software, which means that the lack of interoperability with iOS is not good? Is that worse for open source software than it is for small proprietary apps? I didn't quite get. You don't discuss this in the paper, and I think that would be a useful thing to discuss. I mean, are you defending small developers, or are you really defending open source software?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I will answer this using Professor Fionn's paper on curation, like how curation helps entry and helps smaller players to actually benefit from DMA. Like, so free and open source software projects actually provide or like give more innovation to gatekeepers, let's say, like most of the gatekeepers. And now in terms of curation, so if we don't think, or at least I agree with your paper, we don't think all the apps on Apple App Store are what all the users need. So there are users that want curated experience, and that's where the target for free and open source software is, and it helps users user choice. The word user choice it's mentioned twice in DMA, and that's what free and open source software is about. And how it relates to the paper is because interoperability is inherent in FOSS ecosystems. Like without interoperability, there is no free and open source software. It's the main crux of FOSS is that it interacts with other systems, and we've seen this with Linux, and that's what free and open source software projects aim for. And how this is in difference to startups and like smaller players, and there are projects that commercialize free and open source software, and that's not what we are trying to like. We're trying to look at this in a broader spectrum so that we get a picture on how many FOSS projects and how many smaller players, little tech, alternate tech, how many of them are actually trying to knock on the doors and to access using the piece of legislation that we're talking about right now, and how it actually benefits them in order to distribute their own innovation. Like, to give an example, the first app store in the first iPhone is actually an open source one. It's called Cydia, and this is the first app store on the first iPhone. And that idea was taken and then used later on. But the first app store was actually FOSS. And yeah.
So rapidly before we go to questions, so I mean, your paper is basically a call for interoperability. You say that Apple is bad in this dimension, but you basically want general interoperability. It's not with Apple is nice, but you want more interoperability all over.
No, I mean, we want interoperability, at least through our paper, we're saying we want interoperability as was written in the text. We don't want this bypassing measures of, yeah, we'll give you interoperability, but using technical protection measures. Like the text is clear, effective interoperability. How does broader interoperability work if it's not effective? It should be effective so that it enables third-party or like alternate players to actually compete, not just in principle, but on scale.
I'm sorry, I've been too long asking questions, so we only have 5 minutes, yes?
Yeah, thank you. I have a question for Doshi. Thank you very much for your paper. It's really informative. I have a question though, for why do you look at Google and Apple as competitors, and therefore you come to this conclusion that more competition is bad? If you look at the European Commission, they define them as two monopolists, because they said there is really little movement when it comes to final consumers between the two platforms. As you observe, when it comes to business user or app developers, they really see them as complement, because they need to access both to reach the full market. So wouldn't looking at them as two monopolists change your conclusion about, what's the effect of competition?
So are you saying two monopolists in the device market? Yeah, then I think it is going to be more. I think it is going to remove the raising rivals force effect, and just the complementarity effect. That's like in the statement written by the DOJ. So I think then the effect is going to be weaker. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question about the same model on the App Store. How do you explain in your model, if you just looked at Android and the competing app stores on Android, how do you explain the development of the place, the Google Play being now the platform that everyone uses, right? They aren't competing app store platforms. It was possible in the Android ecosystem before. What in your model might explain why it became a competition between Google and Apple?
So I think that's a bit beyond the scope of our paper. Thank you very much for the question. But I think Google used like a lot of tactics to remove effective competition from other competing app stores. From what I read from the documents written by some competition stores.
Hi, my question is for Jitendra. I really appreciate the phrase security paternalism. I think I was really searching for some way to describe an effect, the same effect that I was also observing. I feel like the problem with the statement, which I think Apple makes a lot more in public than it does in its court filings, that security is the reason why it doesn't want to interoperate. So they've been very careful about how they use this argument. I feel like the problem is, though, that there's no one there to push back against these claims, because in the sort of research and computer science security world, the rigor with which security is demonstrated is such a different explanation than you would find in a policy space. So there's not an accessible way of explaining to regulators that this is actually not true. So I wanted to ask if you would come across any examples of existing research or arguments that have made that have helped, that have benefited this, or if you haven't, your thoughts on maybe how to do that better.
Thank you. It's an interesting question. So that's what we've been trying to do for the last 1 year. So we spoke with many iOS hackers, people who reverse engineer iOS systems and Apple's ecosystem, Apple's products. And we came up with, and we also found so many, we dug deep into this and we found so many evidences. Like, I'll just give you one, like there's this LastPass password manager, and a fraudulent app of this password manager was actually present in Apple App Store. And how did this get through with this so-called amazing notarization and this full protection and this best secure smartphone in the world? How did this fraudulent app got through the notarization and stringent policies? And it was present for several days. And it's not just about fraudulent app stores. We also see like the problem is Apple should also compete on trustworthiness. It's not just, and that's what even Google should do. And they all have to compete on trustworthiness, allow more choice. I mean, the last slide I forgot to switch on. It's about how monoculture is the most insecure one. So it's a central point of failure. And like we need more diverse choices, and then let users decide. And then we have more competition and contestability. And yeah, and so we have many examples. And a paper by people from Maastricht University actually talk about this, like, is iPhone actually safe? And we found several arguments from that as well. And yeah, several literature, 2, 3, and yeah, I hope ours become one in that.
Lisa?
Yeah, thanks. I have a question for Doshin. So fascinating paper, and I'll, as a lawyer, I'll need some more time to digest the model. So I'll just ask you about sort of the alignment with what we see in practice, because it's maybe a bit difficult to rhyme with how Apple actually set its commission fees kind of randomly at 30%, inspired by the iTunes store and maybe game consoles before that. But it does seem to align with what I understand to be the situation in Chinese app stores, where there is more competition, but indeed the commission fees are higher, up to 50%. So have you looked at the situation there, and is that indeed sort of a reflection of what you of the mechanism you show in your model, or have you not been able to look at that just yet?
Yeah, so you are referring to the fact that in China, they charge 50% commission, right?
Yeah, with more competition between app stores, as I understand it.
Yeah. So that's consistent with our prediction, but I think reality is much more complicated than the description of our model. So yeah, but it is consistent. But I don't know whether I should use this as evidence.
And just to answer your question about the 30% and the history, I think no economist takes their model so seriously that they say we're able to compute that the thing would be exactly 30%. But if 30% is probably not too far from the equilibrium, so if it was given by history, it's not changing, would be the way we would be interpreting this.
Yeah, thanks. So I have one question for each of you. Jitendra, it seems like there's at least two intertwined concerns that you raise about Apple's approach here. One is about the availability of the APIs and interoperability, and the other one is about the fact that the iOS devices they do not treat them in the market as general purpose computing devices. And it seems like if you look at the alternative approaches that the other platforms have taken to compliance with 6.7, that separating those might be useful, because it's possible to imagine an approach where They are doing more automatic compliance or whatever the phrase was that you used, just publishing the APIs and saying, here they are, anyone can use them, instead of this request-based process, which to me does not seem like it's actually compliant in any way. But they could do that and still not end up with a general purpose computing device. Because achieving a general purpose computing device is not actually a goal of the DMA. So I'm just wondering about your thoughts on that, like whether tying those things together is really useful or separating them potentially has more value because they're a little bit separate objectives. And then my question for Doshin is, imagining a world where we have the mechanisms that you feel like would work in this case, the price regulation on the commissions and potentially app store competition within the platform, then what do you think about the utility of interoperability? Like, does it provide you anything additional or any benefit if you have these other constraints in place that attack the problem that you were talking about?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we tried to connect them because Recital 14 says DMA should be technology neutral, and this is more about the form factors and how DMA uses the word devices and these kind of like general wording. So we thought an argument can be made to connect this to the principle of general purpose computers and how this can actually enable the idea or the objective of DMA. And that's why we tried connecting this. And of course, the text doesn't really connect them. It's in separate sections. But yeah, when I speak, I tried to connect this because Apple tried, I mean, smartphones, if they're not computers, I'm not sure what they are. So, I mean, as I said, like earlier, people used to buy floppy disks and install them, and embedded systems like a toaster is a specific function, like a item or a device. It's only meant for one function, which is to toast bread. But for smartphones and for computers, now we don't have to put in a floppy disk. Everything is on App Store, and we are doing all kinds of tasks that a normal desktop can do. And this itself is the idea of interoperability as well, and that's what we tried to aim for in the paper. And yeah, I completely agree with you that they're two separate arguments, and like request-driven approach are also copied by other gatekeepers. Even Google has request-driven approach, but Google has like most of the APIs there, and then puts in the request-driven approach. Like if you don't find anything that you want, you can request. And Microsoft does the same. And so there are like minor differences, but all of them do have problems in there. So I completely agree that request-driven approach is not really feasible, and as we've seen in the past 1 year with this approach.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So interoperability means that the cost of porting one app to an app from one platform to the other is lower. So if commission do not change, then interoperability is always good in our model. But the problem is that if commissions are endogenous, then this game may be lost. Even things can become worse because of higher commissions.
But this is asking if the commission is regular.
Yeah. So then yeah, interoperability is good. This is what I mean. Yeah.
I think we've got time for another short question with a short answer.
I wanted to follow up on what you asked earlier, Jacques, about open source versus small. I think the answer was this effort is about small developers and making sure they have access to interoperability. But it seems to me that it's worth pursuing the difference between small and open source, because if you're Apple and your business model is running a fairly locked down, vertically integrated business, then open source must seem more threatening. Like if I give interoperability, then anything could happen going forward, and I don't know who to talk to about what that is because it could be anybody. Whereas if I give interoperability to Spotify or Microsoft or something, that's a corporation I can go back to and hold them accountable to whatever changes I make. So I'm not saying one's better than the other or putting any value judgment on it, but it does seem like it's quite a different thing from the perspective of the platform.
Yes, for sure. I mean, the decentralized nature and all this do matter. But the idea is, yeah, it is for smaller developers who don't really have this big legal and policy teams to defend them in courts and in general in debates. This is for them, and DMA doesn't really filter on those grounds that you need to have the EU addendum does not really filter that. You need to have big like 50 staffers and 100 staffers. It's just about interoperability. And if you really have a project that is, I mean, there are also cybersecurity laws that are trying to make all of them more streamlined and like put in so that there's no like overstated concerns on security, how free and open source software is insecure. And as I argued before, like proprietary software is also not so secure as it's being marketed right now.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We're gonna move straight into the panel on search with Kiara and Leon and Ananya.
All right. So this is a session about search. We have two amazing papers. I'm going to start introducing Leon, and then I'll come back to introduce Ananya. Leon Mussolf is going to be our first presenter. He's an assistant professor at the University of Pennsylvania, the Wharton School of Business, in the Business Economics and Public Policy group. Before he was local to me, he was in Boston at Microsoft Research. And before then, he did a PhD at Princeton. His research is actually very exciting about digital platforms and all the strategies that they can use to nudge consumers to make choices. And his paper today is really one of these examples. And he's going to present sources of market power in web search, evidence from a field experiment. Thank you, Leon.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. I'm excited to be here today to talk to you about sources of market power in web search. And this project is joint work with various excellent people, one of whom is in the room. Hunt, where are you? Raise a hand. Anyhow, somewhere in this room. All right, over there. Perfect. Excellent. All right, so let's get started. I think given the audience in this room, I don't need to remind anyone that Google dominates web search, right? Increasing super high market share. And, you know, of course, we all know there's been some recent antitrust attention paid to Google because of this, amongst other things, because Google pays, you know, maybe around $26 billion or more in annual payments to remain the default search engine on various browsers and phones. So against this backdrop, we want to ask and answer two key research questions. The first one is, why is Google's market share so high? It could, of course, be that Google is simply the better search engine. Even then, is Google simply the better search engine because it sees more user data? Is a relevant question. It could also be that people simply think Google is the better search engine because they never try any of the competitors. And then finally, you know, with figures such as $26 billion floating around, you might wonder whether default effects play a large role in shaping market outcomes, perhaps because there's switching costs or users are inattentive. And then the second research question we want to ask and answer today is, what would be the effects of various levels of competition policy in affecting the outcomes on the web search market? So you could think of active choice screens like in the European Union. You could think of changing defaults, making Bing the default everywhere, for instance, or you could think about requiring Google to share data with its competitors. And the challenge to me is that we do this in this paper by developing a model, then using it to inspire us to design and run a field experiment, combining that with observational click and query data to then run some counterfactuals. And I have OC 22 minutes. So let's see how far we get. All right, I'm going to skip the literature having said that, and we're going to go straight into the demand model. Now, next 3 slides, some Greek letters, not so much after that. So what we do in this demand model is we really want to think, how do consumers choose between certain search engines, you know, and we want to help that structure our thinking. So how does a consumer choose between search engines? Well, with my apologies to some in the room, we're going to limit attention to Google and Bing because all other market shares are really a rounding error on desktop web search. And we're going to say, you know, there's some true flow utility according to which you choose. We're just going to decompose that into quality. Quality measures, you know, search result relevance, all that stuff. There's going to be payments because we're going to have a field experiment. And then there's going to be some idiosyncratic preferences. Some people just really like one search engine or the other search engine. And the thing that's important for us today is that that's going to be time invariant so that we don't have to deal with sort of changing preferences over the course of the experiment. And the experiment is relatively quick. So that's quite plausible, I think. Now, one key thing we want to emphasize is that search engines are experience goods. And by that, I mean, what you believe about how good a search engine is not necessarily correct. We're going to assume it's correct if you have experienced that search engine. But if you've never experienced it, we're going to allow for your belief to be wrong. I'm not imposing that your belief is wrong. To be clear, we're going to estimate whether you believe different things before and after experiencing a search engine. And that's just gonna sort of come into that utility equation because you're gonna make your decisions based on your perceived utility, not based on your true utility. Then the final important thing we have in this model is inertia. So the idea is that you actually are born with a default search engine, right? When you open your browser for the first time, that browser has a default search engine. If it's Google, for instance, if your browser is Chrome, for instance, your default search engine is Google. On Edge, it's Bing. So we're going to say that defaults are going to influence choices via two inertia channels. The first one is inattention. We just don't wake up every morning thinking about what search engines we should choose, right? We're going to allow some people to be permanently inattentive and others every now and then make a choice. And we're going to estimate how much of each type there are. And then there's also going to be a switching cost. It's just costly. You have to go through the various menus and so on. That's also going to be in our model. And then that's also going to go into that utility equation for your choice. All right, why did I walk you through all of these Greek letters? Well, really just so I can get to this slide, because our demand model tells us that there are 4 reasons that I already previewed before why Google's market share could be high in equilibrium. It could be that the true quality of Google is high. It could be that there are quality misperceptions. It could be that there are switching costs, or it could be that users are frequently inattentive. How are we going to tell these 4 sources of market power apart? Well, that's what we ran an experiment for. What's this experiment we ran? Well, recruited around 2,400 people on Prolific last year in March. I can't believe it's almost already been a year. And our sample was sort of US adults browsing on a desktop computer using Edge or Chrome, reporting that they usually use Google or Bing. And on that intake survey one, we collected some demographics, asked them their opinions about search engines, all pretty standard stuff. And then we had them install our amazing browser extension that is creatively named Search Extension. Right? I will never get hired in a marketing department. All right, so what does Search Extension do? Well, it records every time a search engine is used, starting, and this is important, 20 days before the initial intake survey. How can we do that? We can use your browsing history, right? So we know what search engine you're using during the experiment, after the experiment, and before the experiment. All right, then we have various treatments on survey one that I'm going to get to in a second, and then eventually it's going to be sort of a second survey. So what are these treatments? Well, of course, some people are just going to be control users, right? We show them how to change their bookmarks, nothing important there. Then we have the active choice treatment. These people, we say, you have to go to that menu where you choose which search engine you want, and you have to choose whatever search engine you want. And we verify that they actually made it to that menu. So we ask them for have them implement their preferred default search engine. There is also a switch bonus group. These people, we pay some money to try something else. If they were using Bing before, we pay them money to use Google. If they were using Google before, we pay them money to use Bing. And after 14 days, that group also will have to make an active choice, at that point, having had the experience of both search engines. That's crucial. And then finally, there's the default change group. We pay them some money to change their default, and then we never contact them again. The idea is that's going to help us figure out, how attentive people are. So this is the details of the experimental design. Right, we have that day 0 intake survey, randomization to the various treatment groups, and then on day 14, there is this follow-up survey. And what I haven't told you about yet so far is that some people in the switch bonus group, these are people who are trying Bing for the first time, we're actually not going to give them real Bing. We're going to sort of change Bing a little bit. We can block ads or we can make the search results worse. Let's see if we get to the results on that. All right, so how does that model help us, or how does that experiment help us identify these potential sources of market power in web search? I'm going to use this graph to explain that. On a horizontal axis, you just see time. Each line is going to correspond to one of our treatment conditions. And on the vertical axis, you see Bing's market share amongst Chrome users. And this is not yet data. This is a stylized representation to help me explain how the data will inform us. So in the control group, of course, we'd expect no changes in market share over time. In the active choice group, we might expect that, when we have them make an active choice, the market share of Bing changes. If the market share of Bing increases a lot, for instance, that means there is a perceived quality difference between Bing and Google that is quite small, because now a lot of people are actually choosing Bing, right? If the market share of Bing is 50% and Google 50%, sounds like there's not a huge perceived quality difference. We can also compare the control group to the active choice group to get a sense of how much inertia is driving the market shares. Because the only difference between active choice and control is that active choice made, well, an active choice, right? It's in the name. So they're not subject to inattention. They're not subject to switching costs. So rather, they have to pay the switching costs anyhow, no matter what search engine they choose. Then we have the switch bonus group. The first nice thing about the switch bonus group is that in this interim period, we are paying them money to use a different search engine, but they don't have to say yes. That means we're going to learn about how much they value one search engine relative to the other. We're going to learn about their price sensitivity. Now, after that incentive expires, on day 14, they make another active choice. What does that mean? That means on day 15, the only difference between switch bonus and active choice is that additional experience that switch bonus had with that other search engine, right? So for instance, these are Google users who've now experienced Bing for the first time and are making an active choice. And we're comparing them to Google users who've never experienced Bing and are making an active choice. The difference between these two groups is going to reveal what we call learning or misperceptions, initial misperceptions about quality. And then finally, there's the default change group that's going to tell us sort of about inattention in two ways. All right, so that is going to be how we identify things. Now let's look at some actual data, right? This was all stylized. Now we're going to do exactly the same thing in data. All right, so here are the market shares. Again, this is amongst Chrome users, the Bing market share in the various conditions, exactly like the plot before. Control, nothing much happened. Thank God for that. All right, what happened in the active choice group? No, if you're sitting in the back of the room, that's not a mistake. The active choice line just lies directly on top of the control line. Turns out when you ask people, which search engine do you want to use? They all say, well, definitely Google, right? Now, that tells us two things. The first thing it tells us is there's a large perceived quality difference between Bing and Google. And the second thing it tells us that there's kind of like either a small switching cost or not a lot of inattention. We can't disambiguate between those two yet. Now, the next thing we do is we have the switch bonus group. Okay, so when we're paying people money to use Bing, then they are willing to use Bing, right? I guess that's good news for Microsoft headquarters. The interesting thing is, of course, what happens on day 15 when the incentive expires and these people are making an active choice, an unincentivized active choice, now having experienced Bing. And you see the orange line stays above the active choice line. And that means that there are these quality misperceptions. People actually do value Bing more after they experience it. In fact, about a third of users that experience Bing stay with it after the incentive expires. And that third of users, we say, update positively about Bing. They either learn how to use Bing or they learn about Bing's quality. A little more on that in a second. Just before that, this is what happens in the default change group. Remember, these were people we paid to change their default to Bing on this plot for 2 days. And you see the Bing market share sort of slowly decaying after that as people stochastically become attentive over time. But the market share stays quite elevated, right? Suggesting that a bunch of people are permanently inattentive and will just never think about the search engine they choose again. All right, so a little more about this learning in the switch bonus group, because that may seem surprising to you. It was certainly of interest to us. And so we did a couple of things. The first one is we asked users for their relative preference for Bing relative to Google before they made the switch, which is on survey 1, right? So before they've experienced Bing, and then again on survey 2 after they experience Bing. And what we see is that the ratings all become more favorable towards Bing. So this is not just sort of an artifact of the choice data. It is also true that people after experiencing Bing think, actually, that wasn't so bad. We also had a survey where we surveyed stayers and just asked them, why did you stick with Bing? Free-form text response. And the responses are amazing. I've learned I overall enjoy Bing more. I learned I like the results I'm getting, or my personal favorite, I realized Bing was not as bad as I thought it was. If I had to summarize the paper in one line, I would block quote this survey respondent. And then finally, we also had a multiple choice aspect that basically confirmed that people seem to think that, they learned something here. All right, how are we doing? Oh, we're doing actually pretty all right on time. I can calm down a little bit. Okay, so what about the price response? So one thing we did in that switch bonus group is we paid users money to try out Bing, right? And a natural question you might have is, how much do you have to pay people to use Bing instead of Google? Because that reveals something about how strong people think their preferences are. Well, it turns out when you pay them nothing, you have a Bing market share in our sample of around 2%. If you pay them $1, and this is all for 2 weeks, by the way, I should have said. If you pay them $1 for 2 weeks, the Bing market share goes to 32%. At $10, it's 64%. And at $25, it's still only 74%. So there is about a quarter of people who value Google over Bing by more than $25 per 2 weeks, right? So multiply that by 50 weeks in a year. That's a lot of preference for Google. That's a strong preference for Google. Of course, this is the uninformed preference. The informed preference is going to be a little bit lower, and our model is going to sort of tell us how much lower the informed preference is. That is the preference after experiencing Bing. Before we get there, let me tell you about one more nifty thing our extension can do. So one thing our extension can do is it can give you a worse version of Bing. What do I mean by a worse version of Bing? Well, suppose you wanted to find Ariel Pecas's LinkedIn page, right? The economists in the room will have been through this. Everyone else, trust me, you want to be on Ariel Pecas's LinkedIn. All right? So you go, you search for it in the control group, right at the top. In the treatment group, not so much. What have I done? I have reordered the search results within page so that the first link is now number 10 and so on, right? The second link is number 8. And so on. So it really reduces the search result relevance a lot. You now have to scroll down to find what you are looking for. And the question is, of course, how did our experimental subjects react to that? And remember, these are subjects that hadn't yet seen Bing before. They were Google users at baseline and we're showing them this. They think this is what Bing is. So what happens? Well, they click a lot less. The organic click-through rate goes down by around 8 percentage points, or, almost a 25% decline here. They also report that Bing is a lot worse. In fact, here what we do is we compare what they thought before to what they thought after experiencing Bing, and we compare that change for the people that we gave worse Bing to the change for the people who we gave original Bing. People who got original Bing, they all update positively about its quality. People who get worse Bing, they think, wow, this is about as bad as I thought it was. Finally, what happens to the market share? There we have a little less power, but also much weaker results. So it seems people notice this sort of lower quality result, but they don't actually react that much to the decreased quality of the result. So we're not entirely sure why they're not reacting, but it seems plausible to us that maybe there is actually just not that much quality response here. Certainly, I've updated a bit on thinking maybe users are less reactive to quality here than we initially thought. All right, this is the one moment where I lied earlier and I said no more Greek letters. This is the page with all the Greek letters, right? Because now, of course, I have to take all this data and I have to associate it with the Greek letters in the model. But I'm going to give you a couple of interpretations here just to give you sort of a sense for what the model says. The model says about a third of users are permanently inattentive. So these are users that never make an active choice between the search engines. If they did make an active choice, then a Bing payment of around $3 every 2 weeks is going to equalize market shares. And if we got them to have correct perceptions, then the required payment would shrink to $2.80. And notice that these payments are a lot smaller than earlier. I said $25 every 2 weeks. Yes, but that's in the tail. There are some people in the tail who have extremely strong preferences, but if you are just like interested in market shares, getting market shares like 50% or something, most people have extremely weak preferences. All right, so with that, I want to get to the other side of the model. So far I've told you about a field experiment we ran that gives you some sense about how consumers choose between search engines. But of course, there is this sort of important thing lingering in the background, and that's returns to data. Returns to data is basically the following story. If you have more users, then you're going to generate more data, which is going to lead you to have a better ranking as a search engine, and a better ranking might attract more users, right? That last part we've already done because I've shown you what happens when we make the ranking worse. How does your market share change? We have estimated that. But that first part, we still have to do. So how are we going to relate, more user-generated data to a better search result ranking? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to say the quality of a search result ranking is just the organic click-through rate. So basically, do you click on a search result? And we're going to estimate how any given query's click-through rate increases with the number of impressions on that query. And we're going to integrate that over the query frequency distribution because the effect probably concentrates on the long tail. And this is the only part of the paper that we used internal Microsoft Bing data for. And maybe it's important to give a little bit of a disclaimer here. Microsoft did not fund the study. And the agreement with Microsoft is we can publish whatever we want, right? They have given us the data. We can't publish the data itself, but they have no right to review any of the findings here. And we get a random sample of around 44,000 new queries that we can then use to run this estimation. And basically, what we conclude after running the estimation here is that if Bing had access to Google's data, the click-through rate would increase from 23.5% to 24.8%. People disagree about whether this is a massive effect or a tiny effect, but that I can't tell you. Without also looking at the demand model, right? I just can tell you this is what data is worth. The other thing that's important here is the returns to data are they have diminishing returns. They're essentially logarithmic. And we find extremely strong support for this diminishing returns hypothesis. All right, now let me put it all together in the last 5 minutes with our counterfactuals. So the way I'm going to talk about the counterfactuals is I'm always going to be interested in Google's market share in the counterfactual, but also in consumer surplus in the counterfactual. And this is a little bit of a strange paper from an academic perspective, because regulators all seem to be very much on board with just reducing Google's market share. That seems to be like a strong goal. But the problem is, of course, we are only interested in reducing Google's market share if it actually helps the consumers. And so we always want to look at both of these numbers. So in our status quo, this has to do with our sample. In our sample, there's an 89% Google market share. Now, what we could do as a baseline is we can estimate what happens if we take away all the frictions, all the reasons that lead to sort of inefficient choices by consumers. And so we take away the switching cost, we take away inattention, we take away misperceptions, then you generate what you might think of as sort of the fair market share of Google, right? And that's around 74%. So that's a massive decrease, or rather, maybe it's a moderate decrease, but it would be a massive increase for Bing's market share, right? And that comes with a large consumer surplus gain. So we would love to be able to implement that. Regulators would love to be able to implement that. But the problem is, of course, it's not as easy as writing no frictions and passing it as a bill in Congress, right? That's not quite how the world works. So what can you implement? Well, one thing you could implement is a so-called choice screen, right? So a choice screen means that the first time you open a new device, the browser on a new device, it asks you, actually, before you do anything, can you just choose which search engine you want? That's a lot like our active choice intervention. And so what it does is it gets rid of switching costs and inattention, right? You might say it forces you to pay the switching costs, but either way, your choice is going to be efficient. But it keeps, and this is important, it keeps the misperceptions, right? So we saw earlier that everyone in the active choice treatment says, I love Google, I definitely want to stick with Google. And only after they've experienced some other search engine do they say, actually, wait, maybe the other search engine is okay too, right? So this doesn't happen here. So because of that, Google's market share stays almost unchanged. It declines by about 1 percentage point. That's pretty consistent with what Francesco and co-authors find happened in the European Union after the active choice screens were implemented in the European Union. So we're pretty happy that we matched that, but we're very unhappy with that as a regulatory tool. So what can you do? If you somehow could just correct perceptions, that would be great, right? The market share of Google would go down and consumer surplus would go up. Not as much as if you removed all frictions, of course, but that would be great. But how do you, as a regulator, get people to sort of have the correct perceptions? Well, one thing you could do, of course, is you could say, Bing default everywhere, right? So, of course, that wouldn't be formulated in this way. If you're a regulator, you would probably say, look, Google is not allowed to bid on default contracts, and Bing is allowed to bid on default contracts, and then this might or might not happen. If this were to happen, Google's market share would crater, yes, but also consumer surplus would really be lost. And notice the order of magnitude on these numbers, right? This is the only number, the only consumer surplus number that we have that is large. The really bad thing you can do here is default people into alternative search engines. That's a terrible idea. What can you do? Well, you could default people into alternative search engines and then 2 weeks later have the choice screen then. If you have this delayed choice screen, then people who hate this alternative search engine, they're still going to switch to Google once they are at the choice screen. But people who learned that actually this alternative search engine is not so bad, they're going to stick with the alternative search engine. And that is the one proposal that we have that's implementable. Thank you. That's implementable, that actually leaves consumer surplus more or less unchanged, very slightly raises it, and that reduces Google's market share. Now, all of the findings I've shown you so far actually didn't use this returns to data channel. Here we haven't endogenized yet the returns to data, right? This feedback between market share and data, and then quality, and then market share. Why have I done that? Well, the thing is, if I endogenize it, none of the conclusions change. So it turns out that according to our estimates, there is basically a very small feedback effect here. That's because we find consumers don't really care that much, and the data doesn't help that much. And so even if you do data sharing as an additional policy lever here, that's going to leave the market shares basically unchanged. And even if you sort of go at the outer edge of what's consistent with the data, it's basically still going to leave it unchanged. So with that, let me conclude. A couple of takeaways here. Defaults are extremely effective because about 1/3 of users are permanently inattentive. However, one key thing that defaults do is they prevent users from learning about other search engines. So defaults are not so much offensive as they are defensive for Google. How can regulators reduce Google's market share? Well, choice screens alone do not move the needle, but changing the default does. Still, that's not great when that's going to massively decrease consumer surplus. One way that might work is temporarily switching the default and then having a delayed choice screen. All in all, we don't find that economies of scale and data sharing are very important in this market, and that's because of the very fastly diminishing returns to scale. A couple of caveats. This was done with desktop users. The sample may not be representative. The returns to scale analysis is observational, and I'm sure people will bring up other caveats in the discussion. I look forward to that. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you so much, Leon. Now Ananya Sen, he's an associate professor at the Heinz College at CMU. His research also focuses on platforms, specifically on media and education. And he has a long list of publications. I once heard a colleague say that Ananya has a monthly column at Management Science. He does have a lot of publications in Management Science, but not only there, Nature, PNAS. And today he's going to talk to us about something very related, trade-offs in leveraging external data capabilities, evidence from a field experiment in an online search market. All right, take it
away. Thank you, Chiara, for the introduction. Thank you for having me here. It's wonderful to see some really familiar faces, wonderful to see some new faces and get to know people. So I'm going to present something which is based on a field experiment with a collaborator that's anonymous, and based on like the lunch conversations, replicability is an issue because I can't make the data available. But the upside is that they were willing to let us publish this paper with minimal review. There was no their own press release or take on these results. So this was sort of our way of bringing out some issues related to the value of data and external data in particular to this conversation. And of course, Leon has really
set the nice sort of foundation where, he's talked about returns to data, in an observational setting. We want to sort of try and build on that and focus on data sharing and actually run a field experiment to understand, what the benefits or costs might be. This is joint work with Xiaoxia Lei, who's a PhD student at Shanghai Jiaotong University, and Yixing Chen, who's at the business school at University of Notre Dame. Okay, so, there's been a lot of talk about external data as a potential lever for product growth. So managers have been talking about it. Companies want access to different types of data so that they can incorporate it, learn about the users, tweak their products, so on and so forth. One of the ways in which you do that is through tapping into, through APIs. For example, the Google autocomplete API is pretty popular, and autocomplete is the context that we're going to look at within the search setting. Of course, as Leon mentioned, it's really hard to pin down the causal effect of access to data. Just because there's a lot of self-selection of users, of companies, etc. And so that's why we are going to sort of run a field experiment. But of course, this is not only a managerial issue. This is a DMA and Beyond Conference. And in part, we started working on this project like 4 or 5 years ago, and I wasn't even aware of this sort of, this sort of proposition that was going to come up in the DMA. But it sort of speaks in spirit, definitely, to the obligations on gatekeepers within the search market, which is to provide any third-party data providers of online search engines with access to ranking, query, click, and view data generated by end users. We're going to focus on only one part of this, just because the drawback of running a field experiment is that it's often partial equilibrium. You can only focus on one bit. So ours is going to be in the ranking/query stage. But of course, the DMA guidelines are being echoed, elsewhere in the world. We were also motivated by the fact that, there are data sharing sort of provisions coming forward in China, which is where our partner is. So just to give you a quick overview, the question that we're trying to answer is, what's the causal impact of access to the market leader's data? So market leader or gatekeeper, we use them, those terms interchangeably, on the focal company's product performance. And the focal company, which is our partner company, is this sort of new startup search engine within a larger technology company in China. What we find is that removing access to this external data reduces click-through rates on these autocomplete suggestions by 4.6%. We can also measure downstream impact on click-through rates on the search engine results page, so the main search engine results page, and we have an elasticity of ranging from 0.12 to 0.18, which means that a 10% increase in click-throughs on the autocomplete leads to a 1.2 to 1.8% increase in the top slot clicks of the SERP. What type of queries are impacted by this? The data sharing through the API is happening in a de-identified way, in a privacy-preserving way, which, of course, which is another goal that we strive towards, but it also means that the smaller player doesn't get access as much to the long tail query information, right? So we find that popular content is only affected, or the results of popular categories are affected. There's an additional sort of trade-off here, which is the following. Our experiment is run for 3.5 months, and which is much longer than a typical experiment within a tech setting. A week, 2 weeks is long within a tech setting. So what we see is that the average effect, so the negative effect of removing access to the API, actually reduces over time. So the effect gets less negative. And we try to dig into why that's happening, and we posit the role of learning from internal data as the key mechanism. So this paper got accepted at Management Science a couple of months ago. But in that we spent a lot of time trying to tease out this mechanism. So I hope to shed some light. Okay, so going into the details, as I mentioned, our partner company is actually it's a group within a larger company. So think of it as a startup that has a search product, a general search product within this sort of super app ecosystem that we often see in China. So there's, the super app has news feeds, videos, ebooks, etc. This new team doesn't have access to the same sort of resources as the company at large. So that's why the framing is in terms of gatekeeper versus a smaller player. What is the context? Of course, we did not partner with Google. I should have maybe removed that. But just for the sake of translation, we're looking at autocomplete, right? Initially, I didn't know whether this was an economically relevant thing, but you realize the amount of resources all these companies spend in trying to get this right. And then over the past couple of years, we've had several autocomplete type of papers come out, including one by Chiara, which sort of validates the fact that this seems relevant going in. But more conceptually, this is an application of early generative AI models. So ChatGPT is the autocomplete of everything. This is just simple autocomplete, but the idea is similar. The idea is also to make sure that they're able to match your preferences right up front. Players have started realizing this, and search engines are starting to monetize placements on these autocomplete suggestions themselves. That's happening at scale in China, and Chinese tech companies are often half a step ahead. And of course, it's going to come to the US for sure. Our key outcome variable of interest is click-through rates, and then we look at downstream outcomes. So the top slot clicks. Just as an example, this is what the Google autocomplete API looks like. So it's available in the market, and lots of people tap into it. So what is the experiment? We have a between subject design, 3.5-month long experiment. There are 1 million people in the control group, 1 million people in the treatment group. And external data could come at very different stages of this funnel. But this external API is coming in at the ranking stage. At the initial stages, where you have like billions of, millions and billions of data points, where it's all items and candidate generation, it's a lot of raw data, text data, video data that's being streamlined. There's no personalization there. Personalization only happens at the ranking stage. So what's the experiment? In the control group, the status quo is that you have access to the market leader's API, which means that you have about 100 candidates coming from your own data, and then about 10 or 15 coming from the market leader's data. In the treatment group, the treatment is the removal to the access, to the API access, which means that all the candidates, the 100 candidates, are coming from your own data pipeline. And then eventually you get these suggestions towards the end, and we want to look at click-through rates there, as well as downstream on the SERP, the search engine results page. How am I doing on time? Oh, good. So baseline results. So these are, at the user level, average results. What we find is that removing access to external data leads to a decline in click-through rates in the treatment group by about 4.5% to 5%. We carry out, again, we can't disclose base rates, just because it's internal data that's proprietary information. So everything is in terms of lift, which is a standard measure or a standard way of representing stuff. We carry out a bunch of back of the envelope stuff in the paper, and it suggests that it's economically meaningful in the sense that if you're a small player, just getting access to this information at the ranking stage is meaningful. Now, does this mean that it closes the gap? If you're Google versus Bing, you're at 10% versus 90%. How much does it close the gap? Not as much, right? But just in isolation, it can be useful. In terms of the type of content, we find that API removal leads to a decline in click-through rates on popular content only. And this is a reasonably robust result across different types of definitions. But again, the idea is the following, that if you want data sharing to happen, but you want to maintain privacy, it has to be depersonalized, right? So when these API queries are happening, it does not take into account your location, your device type, or anything else. So all the information is coming from basically the market leader having access to lots of data with less noise that it can provide to you. But more personalized stuff or more long tail stuff doesn't get impacted. Actually, I think long tail suffers. It's a null result, so it's the long tail is not affected, not that it suffers. So that's a typo. Okay. In our context, we care about clicks on the autocomplete suggestions themselves because they make money for the company that displays those autocomplete results, because there is some sort of revenue sharing agreement. But absent that, what happens, let's say in the downstream, right? Maybe you're not monetizing clicks on these autocomplete suggestions, but maybe it's streamlining search downstream. And so, if I start writing something about Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh restaurants, there's a list. Generally, a search engine, makes a reasonable amount of money from these top slot clicks, right? They're often sponsored, amongst other things. In any case, it might streamline the search process. What do we find here? We basically use a two-stage least square, simple sort of analysis, which is to use the random variation generated by the experiment as the first stage, right? That shifts what people click on in the search suggestion stage, and that has downstream effects. And what we find is that a 10% decrease in click-through rates on search suggestions, in the beginning, leads to a 1.2 to 1.8% decline in top slot queries, query click rates. Just to give you a sense, again, I referenced Chiara's paper earlier. There's also, nice work by Gord Birch and Jack Tong. These sort of estimates are in the same sort of ballpark, right? So, and I'm going to talk about data effects in general towards the end, and I'm going to put some of these estimates more in context. But in general, what we're finding is that impact of recommender systems, we were talking about algorithmic change, I think, as well during lunchtime. It's like, ranges from 2 to 3% on average. For some kinds of people, it might go up to 8 or 10%. But those are I think, in terms of engagement, those are the ballpark numbers that I've seen. Okay. I'm going to spend a reasonable chunk of time now on these sort of longer term results, because one of the strengths, I think, of this experimental setup is that we were able to run this experiment for 3.5 months. What we find is the following, that when you remove access to external data, the immediate impact is pretty large. So, it can go up to about -9%, right? So that's meaningful just on its own. But, if we had let this experiment run for only 2 or 3 weeks, that's what we would have taken away. On average, it's a 9% change, which is still a big amount. But if you let it run for longer, as we did, it sort of stabilizes at like a -3%, right? Or -4%. And those numbers are very different, right? And so I think it's important to, when we take a broader look at any of these experiments or analyses, we look at longer term adjustments, that's whether that's on the user side or whether that's on the algorithmic side, because we need algorithms to learn, and updating of algorithms doesn't happen every few days, right? These are big systems that need to be trained and retrained, often offline. We posit the role of improved prediction due to internal data. Why is this becoming less negative over time? And the flip side of this is the following, that over time, the use of the search button where you bypass any of the autocomplete suggestions is reducing over time. So initially, when you think that the performance of the product is really bad, you use that search button on the right to bypass any of the search suggestions that you get. But that reduces over time. So it's sort of the mirror image. What we do, we spend a lot of time to rule out certain alternative explanations. We don't find any differential attrition across groups. We find lack of diminishing returns. So it's pretty linear. So, in contrast to what Leon found. We can rule out certain behavioral explanations, which is people just being dissatisfied with the product that they've been using, because we find it across new and old users. What we posit is the following, that when you remove access to external data through this API, the algorithm gets more internal data, which feeds back into its system, and it's learning through it. And over the past few years, like 5, 6, 7 years that I've been working on now these recommender systems, it's like I've learned a lot from some of my CS colleagues, because some of it gets pretty technical. So I'm going to sort of break it down in two parts. If you could learn through an API output, then we would actually find that that longer term effects will become more negative. But it's extremely hard to incorporate API output back into the training system. John Lawler has this nice paper, which is that sparsity associated with the output coming from an API is very hard to feed back into the system. Basically, because you don't observe anything in that funnel that I showed. You only observe the final suggestion. And even if you were allowed to incorporate this data into training, most legal agreements prohibit you from doing that. So this is just OpenAI's legal agreement, which is that you cannot use the API output to train a competing model, or to train or develop a competing product, right? So legally, you're not supposed to do that. And even if you could, technically, it's very hard. We find that the suggestions that are made across the treatment and control group over time become different in our data, which means that there might be some differential learning. So the overlap ratio here is the proportion of search suggestions or autocomplete suggestions that were the same across the treatment and control group. And this is declining over time. This is, again, just suggestive. But of course, we also find an increase in click-through rates. Finally, we get more data, which is at the user query day level, to find within and across user learning, which is that repeated queries by the same user or repeated queries across different users leads to a dampened treatment effect. Remember that the treatment is the removal of access to the API. And this treatment effect is less negative if when it's repeated queries or there is some history of the same queries across users, which with this we take to be the strongest sort of evidence in favor of learning by the algorithmic systems. But again, this is using experimental variation, but it's also using some observational bits. So this is less causal. This is more suggestive. But I think there's a lot more in the paper. We have a second experiment to validate some of these results. But since I have a few minutes, I'm going to quickly give you an overview of what I spoke about, and then I'm going to try and give you a broader view of data effects in search markets, based on what I know, as well as the value of data more generally. Because I think as I was listening and thinking through these conversations, some of it also applies to the DSA type of conversation that we've had. So what we find is that on average, external data seems useful for smaller players, again, on average, but whether it's going to singularly narrow that gap, in a supremely concentrated market, not sure. It can be, one thing, it can be one tool as part of a broader toolkit. But that average effect masks heterogeneity, which I think companies as well as regulators could be mindful of, which is that you need to sort of solve this problem of API output being potentially incorporated in that feedback loop. Because based on these results, it seems as if this learning matters, and it's hard to incorporate that information from API out. Where does this sort of put us overall? Referencing the first session of the morning, like there is some self-preferencing here because I've put one of my papers, even though it's not in the search context. But something to keep in mind is that the sort of algorithmic architecture remains very, very similar across these different areas. So, whether it's search, whether it's e-commerce, whether it's, delivery platforms, it's the basic funnel that I showed remains pretty similar. So, and, with some of these papers coming together, you have to dig into the nuances to make sense of them together. For example, Leslie Chu and Catherine Tucker, I don't think that paper is published. Like I thought it's a really nice paper 10 years ago where they use like a natural experiment to find that data retention, regulations don't have any impact on search results or the efficacy of search results. But this paper by Schaefer and Seppi seems to find some within user and across user learning. This was in part, this project that I worked on was in part motivated by my previous paper with Chris Poikert and Jörg Clausen, where we do find diminishing returns setting in after a while, but we also find some complementarities in learning within and across users. And that's how we were sort of rationalizing the two papers that we saw. That, what Leslie Chu and Catherine Tucker found was that, if you reduce data retention from like 6 months to 3 months, it doesn't seem to matter. but that might be because of diminishing returns, that set in within 3 months for sure. Schaefer and Seppi, they find, they look at a month-long period where they find some, some spillovers. Again, there are nuances, happy to discuss them a bit later. Taking half a step back, an additional half a step back, what is exciting for me personally is that there is a lot of work that's happening on the value of data in general, across strategy, information systems, marketing, and economics. And you can think of like these different types of data in 3 sort of different ways. There's, the focal firm's internal data, where, let's say 10 years ago, you're just trying to leverage whatever digital footprints you have on your own platform. Now we're moved to third-party data where there's data sharing, and then there is external public data, right? Where the Obama administration told city councils to make a lot of this data available, which is now being taken down from government websites. But if I think of the Digital Services Act, where you're asking companies to create these repositories, that's in line with like an open data initiative that we would think of mandated by a government. But thank you so much for your attention, and look forward to the chat.
I wasn't sure where we were headed.
All right. Thank you so much. And honestly, kudos to the organizers, because there's a lot of links between these 2 papers. And so I want to start with that question that is for both of you, in fact, and it's what we have on this slide, the value of data, because you seem to have a bit of a opposite result, right? Ananya shows a positive effect of having access to more data from the market leader. And you, Leon, show kind of a null effect or an epsilon effect, at least relative to what Ananya has showed us, of having data from Google for a company like Microsoft. Can you help us together square these 2 results?
Yeah, sure. So maybe I can start. I think we have to separate 2 things, right? One is the effect of having additional data on some measure of quality, say click-through rates, right? And there we find that you would have sort of an additional 1.5 percentage points in click-through rate, which is actually like almost a 10% increase, right, in click-through rate. And I think you find like a 4 or so of a percentage point effect on click-through rate. So that doesn't seem like they're at least not order of magnitude different, right? Yours is a little bit larger, but we have very different data that we're adding into the mix. And then what we find is that the change in click-through rate would not be associated with a major change in market share in our setting. Now, I would be highly interested to know what you think, what sort of change in market share could be expected based on your estimated change in click-through rate.
Right. So full disclosure, at some point we discussed this like a couple of months ago, but I think that the distinction is on two dimensions. One is that what I think is just like economically meaningful for the company itself, right? And the second thing is, how do you close that gap? So for this company or this sort of search startup, it was pretty meaningful, right? But does that mean that they get closer to a Google-like player? Not just by itself. In terms of the numbers themselves, actually they are similar, in the same sort of ballpark, even though, which was the funny bit, right? It's like, using different types of approaches, we were getting to the same place on app. Now, the dynamics, etc., I think are interesting. Sorry, and one thing about your point about the market share, we don't find any effect on the extensive margin, right? But I don't know if we were powered enough to find effects on the extensive margin. because that was not the goal of the company. And that's why I hesitate, I use that as a nice check to validate these intensive margin findings that we have. But I think that would require separate, this was like 1 million people in each arm. So this would, you would require much more to actually detect effects properly.
And that's actually a great point just to remind people that also our effects on the extensive margin, as you call it, on market shares, they have a large standard error on them, right? So it's very hard to get market share effects neatly pinned down.
Yeah, that's what I saw, like the confidence bands, yeah.
And so let's stay to those market shares, because those market shares move clearly once you get people to experience another product, but they don't move with the things that we think are relevant for search, right? So these data network effects, these ranking of search results from best to worst. What is going on there?
Yeah, that is something we are puzzling about as well. I think, there is such a thing as a brand effect, as people being used to the interface, maybe the ecosystem is more integrated with what they are using. But I agree with you that it's hard to find the one culprit, shall we say, for Google's large market share. And it's a bit unsatisfying to leave it sort of in the residual term. In an industrial organization, we always have this XI term that sort of captures, like, why is the market share of this firm higher than we would otherwise predict based on observables? And that's kind of what we find here. Now, I think there are loads of things that people could be used to in the interface, or quality of like widgets or various sort of other aspects of the search engine that could explain this. But at the end of the day, I agree with you. We were surprised that we didn't find a stronger quality effect. We have to sort of yield to the data, but with the caveat that there is a large standard error on that effect. And, if regulators can't give us data, maybe they can give us money to run bigger experiments, and then the standard errors will go down.
Thank you. Another couple of, you want, yes, please.
Yeah. One thought, it's puzzled me, because it's like, even with the editor and algorithm paper, we were like, these numbers, they're again meaningful, but they're not, they're not the 20, 30, 40% that we I don't know, hoped or we thought going in. I feel that, maybe it's just a standard, status quo bias sort of story where, you find something that's good enough and that's it. If you're above a certain threshold, that's it. We're talking about AI, right? So it's like everyone's talking about ChatGPT, but there have been other models since ChatGPT that actually perform better. But people are like, I never knew that this technology was this good, and I'm happy. It's like, it's only, in my sort of, in our sort of tech community, where you're like, there's Mistral, there's Perplexity, there's, DeepSeek and stuff like that. I don't know how much that shifts these market shares.
Awesome. I have another couple of questions, but please prepare yours as well. So one is these big contrast, Ananya, in your results on long-term versus short-term, because a lot of the research that we have right now, and I think it's fair to say even in Leon's research, those are short-term results, right? Now, your research kind of posits a favorable, right, indication that in the long run, things are going to get fixed, right? Like, if you can't use the fancy GPUs, you can still make do and create DeepSeek. If you can't use, the market leader's data, well, you're going to slowly learn with your own data. Is that always a positive view in the longer term, or there's a sense in which it may be worse than the short term, than what we measure in the short term? And I'm going to start with you, Ananya, but Leon, I'd love your thoughts too.
Yeah, I think the caveat is the following. We sort of piggyback on this thing live stream. Yes. Okay. So we piggybacked when they were about to run the experiment, but this was like 6 months into the into the existence of the product. And when you look at the first few weeks or the first month, the effects are pretty large and negative, like 10%, 9-10% decline in engagement is quite a lot. I don't, based on conversations, what we were told was that the reason why they tapped into this external data initially was just because of sparsity. They did not have enough suggestions to provide people. So ours might be a bit of an underestimate in terms of, how much this data sharing could help, because we're missing that initial 6-month period where there was sparsity. When we look at our data during the experimental period, the average number of search suggestions across the two are almost exactly the same. So they had solved this issue of sparsity, to some extent by the time we ran the experiment. So yes, there is a caveat in our results that, you cannot incorporate API data, and it's very hard, and potentially you can learn, but we did not, see what was happening in the first 6 months. So that's to put it in more context.
So I guess talking about short run versus long run in our paper, you really have to separate the two pieces, right? So we run this field experiment, and in the field experiment, the longest or the most interesting intervention, I guess, is this ranking degradation, and we do it for 2 weeks. And you might think that is not that long. I actually think it's a comparatively long period of time, especially if you've never used that search engine before, right? The trick is really you have no prior or no strong prior, one would hope, on how good that search engine is. And then you experience it for 2 weeks, and you never can find, I don't know, I was dogfooding this when I was inviting some of you for seminars. I'm still latently mad at some of you for not having an academic website that's easily findable. That's just because you were, link number 1, so link number 10. But so I actually think the treatment effect there, it's pretty large. So I'm not so worried about that, even though it is kind of short term. And then the other part is, of course, the part that we did with the observational data. But with the observational data, we are not limited anymore to experimental time horizons, right? So the learning that we estimate in the observational data actually takes place over an entire year. So there I'm much less worried that there would be, say, more learning from the same data if we checked in, if we could somehow check in 10 years later and have not given them access to additional data. I don't think that that's really something we're missing.
Last question. Obviously, Google was found liable to abuse its monopolistic position in the search engine market. Now we are in the phase where we need to decide what to do with it, right? Assuming that the decision stays. How does both of you how does your research inform these debate? What would you recommend doing? And I know you said defaults, but concretely, what does it mean? Defaults. And for you is, well, you had open access to the data of the market leader, but it's not always guaranteed. So how do we think about this?
So maybe I should go first on this one, because if you think back to my counterfactual slide, that was carefully designed to sort of try to sell you on a remedy that we sort of didn't ex ante think would be important in this market, but that we now really think would matter. And to be fair, I don't know how easy it is to implement, but a delayed choice screen, I think, would solve both the issue of getting users to experience alternative search engines, right? A delayed choice screen where Google cannot bid on the default position, or shall we say, any market leading entity that's found to be a monopolist cannot bid on the default position. That might be a bit easier to implement in law. And then still after 2 weeks, you have a choice screen like in the European Union, right? That combines these important goals of making sure people get exposure to alternative search engines, but at the same time, still allowing the people who are inattentive, but who strongly, strongly prefer Google to be able to select back into Google when that choice screen pops up. I think that is our sort of number one suggestion.
Yeah, I think my only thought is to not take our own results too seriously and just keep going, because I feel that, I feel that we need more papers, just in terms of, data, like at least, the field experiment that I presented is just like one field experiment where you shut off access at one point, and that has a reasonable effect, right? If you think of the intervention, so it's an economically meaningful effect. What's happening, when you get access to raw data, is that possible or not? So I would say that based on Leon's findings and mine, I'd say that clearly it seems as if, what Leon seems to suggest has a larger impact, but I would also not take my own findings too seriously because I think there's so much which is left unexplored.
Would you coerce Google to share their data?
If there is a privacy preserving way of doing it because we care about privacy, absolutely yes. But then it's like, for example, there are, I think some company was fined because you had to keep like European Union data in the European Union. Yeah. So
I like asking
Yeah.
questions
Yeah.
and not
Yeah.
answering. All right, other questions?
Hi, this is on. Hi, that's Megan Gray. I had a question, Leon, for your field experiment. How did you prevent external forces, like when a user was in YouTube or in Gmail and getting pop-ups asking them to change the default back to Google search? Was that incorporated as part of your experiment so that users couldn't accidentally have their default changed?
Right. So so for starters, we can't prevent that from happening. However, I don't think that is actually a frequent experience, and we would measure if they're changing. And so what we see is that while we're paying them, they are not changing a whole bunch. Then we have this active choice survey where they make another active choice. There, a bunch of them are changing. And then the market share is relatively stable. There was one point of subtlety that I didn't get to in the talk, which is sort of a week or 2 weeks after that survey. We were so surprised by the results. We actually basically sent another email and we were like, are you sure? Like, do you want to stick with this? And so there you see another tiny drop off. That's why you see a little bit of dynamics in the orange line after the 14-day period, but then it's basically flat. So that suggests to me that, this could have happened, but it's maybe not happening a lot. And I think possibly that is because like Gmail, for instance, doesn't know what default search engine you actually have set.
Yep, both are fantastic studies. I have a question for both of you. So does your results speak to the incentive of the large platform providing such data? Like to what extent they're willing to, or at what price they're willing to? And if they're not willing to what extent the regulators can twist their arm to provide the data? And should the remedy include kind of friendly and reasonable price for such data sharing?
Yeah, absolutely. I think right now, these APIs are in the market and these companies do make a reasonable amount of money based on every query, right? We didn't have cost data, but if we use publicly available cost data, it might even be, it might not make economic sense for companies to tap into these APIs. So I think if regulation has to sort of mandate some sort of pricing mechanism in there as well. Otherwise, it might not work.
Yeah, Google definitely does not want to share data according to our estimates, even if it has a small positive impact on Bing's market share. Like, why would you do that, right? But maybe that's an important moment to realize something I didn't emphasize previously, which is, of course, Google sharing data does raise consumer surplus in our model. It's a very small amount because it doesn't really matter, but like the direction is signed as well, right? So if you're worried that, maybe we are underestimating it or something, like it's still a robust finding to say maybe you should share.
Thank you for two great presentations. To what extent have you shared your findings, Leon, with the Commission? The delayed choice screen in particular is very interesting.
Gotcha. I have not talked to the Commission personally, but I think one of my co-authors gave a presentation there recently, or is just gearing up to give a presentation, Matt Ganskow. Yeah.
Just a quick to follow up on that. Your findings focus on two big dominant US corporations. but there's also an overarching interest in the EU to improve the competitiveness of EU companies. So to what extent are you looking at what the implications for EU companies could be and how this could, be extended beyond just like existing dominant players?
Right. So I think from my perspective, there's sort of 2 or 3 things here. The first one is it's incredibly expensive to run experiments when you have to recruit people who are rare. And users of any search engine other than Google or Bing are extremely, extremely rare. So without like 10 or 20xing my research funding, I think it's impossible to like literally run an experiment targeting them. However, some of our results you can extrapolate. So one thing that we find about the diminishing returns to data, right, we find there is not a huge effect if Google shared the data with Bing. However, that's because Bing is already quite large. So if you share data with a much smaller search engine, that data is going to be way more valuable to them because of the diminishing returns. So in that sense, maybe data sharing becomes a more robust recommendation if you're thinking about smaller players in the market. And the other thing is, sorry, just to follow up, I believe that most European search companies actually source their index from Bing. So anything that helps Bing will help them.
Yeah, exactly. So that was the only thing that I wanted to say, is that even like players like DuckDuckGo, Yahoo, etc., the core backend is coming from Bing. So just looking at tools is pretty good. We're done.
Okay. Thank you guys. Have a good break.
Yeah, thank you so much for moderating.
suddenly became a very well-behaved group. It must have some relationship between the fact that this last panel is the only thing that's standing between you and the cocktail party. And here comes our first presenter. Oh, let's do that. Okay, Gemma, why don't you come on up and we'll all do it up here then. Okay.
All right.
So you lead the way. So we're not going to go through detailed introductions other than to say that we're going to be led off by Friso Vosen from Tilburg, then followed by Gemma Petri from Mozilla, and Alexandra Destriel from the University of Namur, who also does a lot of work with Sarah. And so, Friso, the platform's yours.
Great. So I should have some slides if those are coming. Yeah. Okay. Take the time to also, well, thank the organizers for putting up such an amazing conference and the kind invitation to me to present some work in progress. It's something new. This is the first time I'm presenting it with some trepidation, but it is about ecosystem entanglement. And I hope I've convinced you by the end that this is a thing that maybe we should think about more because the DMA doesn't really regulate it, but it kind of stands in the way of what the DMA seeks to achieve, which is contestability of core platform markets. So let's maybe jump right in with what I mean by this ecosystem entanglement. I think there's a meaningful vignette to show what I mean. It's happened at Macworld 1997 in Boston, where Steve Jobs had just come back to Apple to save it from bankruptcy and general decline. And for that, it called upon the help of Bill Gates at Microsoft. And Microsoft then committed to invest $150 million in Apple to save it from that bankruptcy, but also perhaps more importantly, to provide its Office suite with full feature parity for at least 5 years for the Mac operating system. And in graciously accepting that investment and offer, Steve Jobs said something interesting about the nature of competition. Well, he said basically that competition between Apple and Microsoft was over as far as he was concerned. So this is basically what I mean. Investments from one platform or ecosystem orchestrator into another, not just investments financially, but also the provision of key complements to each other's ecosystem and the way that could soften competition. This Apple-Microsoft example is definitely not the only one. I'm trying to click through slides, but that's not working very well. Perhaps I'm doing something wrong, or yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, that works. So Apple and Microsoft is not really an exception. Apple and Google have also been very cozy. CEO of Google, Eric Schmidt, was on the board of Apple for a number of years when Apple was developing the iPhone and Google was developing Android, so meaningful years. Apple launched the iPhone with just 2 apps that were not made by Apple, namely Google Maps and YouTube, so both by Google. And that was at a time when the iPhone didn't have an app store, so those apps were meaningful. Microsoft has also invested in Facebook and for a couple of years provided it with its ad system when it itself can do so at scale. So these investments and especially this provision of key complements is, well, definitely not unique or rare. It's been researched under some forms with other nice names, such as co-opetition. Brandenburger and Neilova wrote a whole book about that. The frenemy relationship. And in a way, you could say, well, maybe this is just common in ecosystem because an ecosystem is made up of a core platform with a bunch of complements for that platform. So it's only logical that some of these complements might come from another ecosystem, even the very important ones. Although, from how I understand the business strategy literature, that's not ideal. You actually would want to avoid such entanglement. If that complement is indeed key to provide value for consumers, you'd have to share the rents with that other ecosystem provider. And of course, you'd also be subject to a threat of withdrawal, of opportunistically withdrawing that complement to, I guess, foreclose, draw some users to the ecosystem that was providing that complement. So in general, it might be something that you want to avoid. And indeed, some ecosystems over time at least avoid it. Replacement of those key complements does happen. Apple Maps came in as a replacement for Google Maps. Apple also came up with the iWork suite as perhaps not a replacement, at least a backup for Office. But other times it doesn't happen. Wow. I'm a bit jet lagged, okay? Anyway, the example of that is, of course, the Apple-Google search agreement, which was put in place also in 2007 at the launch of the iPhone and has been in place since for those, I don't want to do maths now, 18 years. Now, what is the effect of that provision of key complements? Of course, soften competition in one very direct way. The fact that Apple won't build its own search engine when it's being paid $20 billion a year by Google. But I think more importantly, or at least less recognized, it also has ripple effects on the broader competition between these different gatekeepers. And the DMA has now opened up iOS to some extent, but Google hasn't made any steps to, for example, build a Chrome web browser that is not based on Apple's browser engine WebKit. And that could be real competition to host web apps and compete with Apple's App Store, let alone that it would launch its own Play Store on iOS, which it could. But maybe to protect that cozy relationship they have in the search markets, wouldn't want to put these declarations of war basically to Apple, as some have called them. Now, this is a problem for the DMA, as its goal is contestable markets. And who's going to contest these core platform markets? I think the strongest challengers, the most capable ones, are likely other gatekeepers. If anyone's going to build another search engine, I think it's going to be either, well, Microsoft expanding Bing or Apple coming up with a capable search engine. For different reasons. Of course, these are the firms that have access to some of the crucial building blocks, a web index, as has been mentioned. Microsoft's the only other firm, except for Google, has a more or less fully fledged one. Apple has something of an index as well. Well, the financial heft to invest and build such a search engine. Also importantly, the users that they could channel when the complement is subject to network, or here specifically for search, learning effects. It's good that you could, well, install your own search engine, say as a default, get a lot of users to use it, and then learn from that data, improve it. So these are all kind of unique, or at least rare, advantages that gatekeepers have to compete in these core platform markets. And the DMA, I think, is open to such rivalry. Nothing prohibits one gatekeeper from relying on DMA obligations to compete with another gatekeeper. I mean, this could have been prohibited as it is in the Data Act. The Data Act also has data sharing obligations, and it specifically excludes from the potential beneficiaries other gatekeepers. So other gatekeepers cannot rely on data sharing by between each other. So that's important, but that's not what the DMA did. So the DMA, I think, to some extent recognizes that gatekeepers are perhaps each other's most capable challengers, but that rivalry, as I argued, is inhibited by this entanglement. So the DMA also doesn't really offer a solution to entanglement because it regulates ecosystems internally. For example, you can't self-preference, you can't give preferential treatment to your own complements. You can perfectly preferentially treat another gatekeeper's complements. This is clear also in the choice screen obligation. Gatekeepers in operating system markets have to show a choice screen in some key complement markets, browsers, search engines, AI agents, or virtual assistants, because as somebody rightly pointed out, AI is not in the DMA, but virtual assistants essentially means AI agents. So for each of these, you have to show a choice screen, but only if you're also a gatekeeper in that specific service. So that's why Apple has to show a choice screen for browsers, but not for search engines, because it uses, as a default, Google search engine. So that's, I think, a real limitation, because you won't get a choice screen where perhaps it matters most. You could think about adapting the DMA to deal with that, maybe amend it either in specific obligations or maybe include some kind of entanglement provision saying, well, if you give default placement to another gatekeeper's complement, that counts as your own for the obligations. And then all of a sudden, indeed, Apple would have to show a choice screen for search engines. Or you could shift enforcement more fundamentally towards sort of accepting that gatekeepers are not going to be each other's strongest challengers and focus the enforcement towards compliance that benefits startup challengers rather than gatekeepers. Also an option. Or you could look at also at antitrust law, which of course still complements the DMA. Because what I think is at the basis of this entanglement is sort of a collusive mechanism. I mean, take again the Google-Apple deal. I think what sustains that is that each company gets a nice share of, in this case, a monopoly profit from search, which I guess is higher than what they would expect in a duopoly, where they would compete with each having a search engine. So that's what has kept this so stable over the 18 years that has been in place. The ripple effects then kind of relates to the idea of collusion with multi-market contacts, which, as we know, can help sustain collusion. Now, is this collusive in the sense of Article 101 or Section 1 of the Sherman Act? I think it can be, certain forms at least. You've got sort of two big buckets of analysis here. Is it restrictive by object in the EU or per se in the US? I think anything that resembles a pay-for-delay scheme is under current law, or at least should be. I think you can analyze the Apple-Google deal as a bit of a pay-for-delay scheme. I mean, we know these schemes from the pharmaceutical sector where the manufacturer of an original drug pays off a generic manufacturer not to enter the market. I think in some way that's the same mechanism at play. We also had the Google Meta Jedi Blue agreement, which seemed like something similar. We won't know because the investigations were halted based on enforcement priorities. But the allegation there was that Meta was about to put its weight behind header bidding, a technology that was a threat to Google, but then instead got a sweet deal within Google's ad systems instead. So that's the pay for delay kind of mechanism that should probably be considered restrictive by object. Then there's things that are a bit more ambiguous in terms of their effects on competition, which should probably be subject to an effects analysis or rule of reason analysis. Any type of joint venture that is productive, as in where the two gatekeepers are actually producing something together, a new or improved product. There has been some interesting precedents here. For example, compared the Google-Yahoo joint venture that was at one point suggested with that of Microsoft-Yahoo. Both were doing something at least partially pro-competitive because Yahoo was about to leave the market, so it was kept alive by a more capable search engine. But the question was whether that should be Google versus Microsoft, and both the DOJ and the European Commission came to the conclusion that it at least shouldn't be Google, because then we'd go to, and again, more of a monopoly scenario, while with Microsoft, you're sort of propping up the potential duopolist. AI partnerships are a more current example that you probably have to view through that lens. Now, I'll skip to the last part, the most difficult part. If this is indeed a problem and perhaps even, or I think likely in some forms at least illegal, what do you do about it? And then we get to the remedy question, which is, in practice at least, the most difficult one, I think. The remedy of choice in digital markets, the quintessential remedy has been a choice screen. Talked a bit about those. And of course, there's a lot to be said about their design, and we'll hear about that soon. But I think one fundamental problem with this is that they cannot be shown where they matter most. We had the Google Android decision in the EU in 2018, which was focused, well, as the name implies, only on Android. So there was a choice screen then on Android. So I think the case was set up by thinking ahead to the remedy, the Commission knowing that it could only compel Google to show a choice screen, of course, within its own operating system. The US was a bit better here because they also included the default placement agreements with Apple, in addition to those with with Android phone makers. But the problem there was that they brought it as a monopolization case. So now in the remedy phase of the trial, they can only impose remedies on Google because Apple is not a party here, which I think might be a bit of a mistake because that means that, on 50% of phones, we won't see any choice screen. You can see that also in the DOJ's proposed remedies, they only propose a choice screen on the Chrome browser, which of course is in control of Google. So could be used for showing a choice screen. What I maybe suggest as an alternative, and this needs some further operationalization, but it is enemy remedies. I mean, if the problem that I've sketched is that these ecosystems are maybe a bit too cozy with each other, I guess too friendly with each other, the remedy should set them up as enemies, hence enemy remedies. I think we've seen the model of this in action with the Google-Apple mapping battle. This erupted in 2012 when at one point Google stopped offering feature parity of its Google Maps on iOS. So it wouldn't offer turn-by-turn navigation, which was then a big and useful innovation, to its Google Maps app on iOS. I guess hoping that would draw some users to Android. Now, Apple reacted in kind and ditched Google Maps in favor of Apple Maps. This was a painful process for both companies. I guess competition is painful. Tim Cook had to publicly apologize for how bad Apple Maps was and fired the executive. Google Maps immediately lost 60% of its usage on iOS. So that goes to show that distribution advantage. But I think all in all, today we're much better for it. We have a duopoly in mapping instead of a monopoly. And I hear more and more people saying that Apple Maps is even better than Google Maps these days. So that's definitely a plus. The question, of course, is how do we emulate something like that with remedies? It's not easy, but probably the first step is framing some of these cases, not as monopolization, but as collusion. So you can have a grip on both firms that are entangled. Then an obvious step is to disentangle them. This is also very much part of the proposed remedies in the US v. Google case. Of course, you prohibit any agreements between these two ecosystems that would privilege a complement, in this case, search. But I'm trying to think through what would happen then if Apple can't install Google as default, or at least Google can't pay Apple to do so. I suppose Apple might very well just go to Microsoft and probably they'll only get 50% of that 20 billion. At least that was sort of the offer Microsoft made before. So that's also not entirely, not the best outcome. Perhaps you could give it an extra push by saying that if Apple is indeed one of the parties in the case, a collusion case, the Apple can't contract with anyone for the provision of this specific complement, mainly being search. At that point, of course, its only option would be to develop its own search engine, and that is, in an ideal world, I think the outcome you would want to see, some serious search and some serious search competition from the one firm that might be able to do it. Of course, it's kind of out there. You'll have to think about, within a remedy framework, proportionality and all that. There are some legal limits there, but it's worth thinking about anyway. Sort of go again from a monopoly to a duopoly, as we've seen with apps, mapping apps specifically. There are some other things you can think about, such as to increase the number of enemies, and then we get to divestitures. I think one interesting aspect there is that, of course, divestitures are proposed and have been discussed, but usually with line of business restrictions. For example, you cut off, you divest Android, but you don't let it then enter browsers or search. I think maybe it's more interesting to not impose any line of business restrictions so that you would create an enemy, not just in this case, operating systems for Android, but also that it could over time come up with its own browser, its own search engine, and so on. So as to increase number of players rather than sort of divvying up the market between the different players that you've structurally separated. In the last minute, I'll deal with some counter arguments, and there are certainly many more, but one of them is, is this not just strengthening ecosystems where previously you had Apple, which had, an operating system and 40 of the complements for it. Now they also have a search engine on top of that. I think that's true and fair, but maybe the sort of this disadvantage of Apple growing another limb doesn't weigh up against the advantage of having true competition in search, perhaps. The other more pragmatic counter argument that we hear also now from Apple is that we won't do it. We won't build a search engine, whatever you tell us. But that seems rather unlikely. I mean, especially if you also prohibit them from, bargaining off the default placement in Safari to Microsoft or indeed any other search company. The only logical thing for them to do would be to build their own search engine and profit from it in that way, to perhaps not to tune of 20 billion per year, but certainly a nice sum. So those are some counter arguments, but I'm sure you'll have many more, which I'm excited to hear. Thank you.
And extra points for being right on the nose at 20 minutes. That's a subtle. Yeah.
I'll do my best.
That's kind of in the middle of the presentation. Yeah. Okay. Little preview. All right. Okay. Thank you. So hi, everybody. My name is Gemma Petrie, and I'm a principal researcher at Mozilla. And unlike many of the speakers today, I don't have a background in law or in economics, but I have spent years studying how people interact with technology. So I'm going to talk to you today about how user research can help us design better competition remedies. So we know that regulators work hard to promote fair competition in digital markets. But when it comes to competition remedies, implementation is often left to the very companies that are being regulated. And unsurprisingly, the intended impact often falls short. Great. So I spend most of my time focused on competition research these days. But before that, I spent years leading the Firefox user research team. I know firsthand that tech companies invest significant resources into testing and refining ideas before they reach users. Yet when it comes to competition remedies, we often skip this important step. So my message today is that if we want competition remedies to be effective, especially those that involve user interface design, we need to treat them like any other user-facing technology and integrate user research into their development. So Mozilla has seen our fair share of browser choice screens over the years. We know from experience that simply requiring one is not effective. If it's poorly designed, disruptive, confusing, or easy to dismiss, most people won't engage with it. There's a really wide range of research methods that can be applied at different stages of remedy development. I'm going to share 3 complementary approaches today from Mozilla's research: concept testing, behavioral experiments, and usability testing. So concept testing is an early stage research method used to evaluate potential solutions before investing a lot of resources. You can use sketches or low fidelity prototypes, and this method can assess whether initial ideas might align with people's needs or their expectations. And so just by way of a non-Mozilla example, when Todoist was considering adding a Kanban board feature, they conducted a series of concept tests to get feedback on different approaches to visual task organization before they committed to full development. So we applied a similar approach for our work on browser choice. Regulators often fall back on familiar solutions like browser choice screens, even when it's not clear if they've been effective in the past. So we saw an opportunity to use concept testing to explore some new approaches. We worked with people throughout our organization, so including engineers, designers, product managers, to brainstorm some new ways to provide browser choice. We prototyped and tested some of the most promising concepts with over 100 Android users across 3 different countries. So I'm going to walk through 3 of these concepts with you today and share some of the insights that came out of this work. So we know from our research that it can be hard for people to compare different browsers, leaving many to just stick with the pre-installed default. So for this first concept, we wanted to explore better ways to connect people to the right browser for them. So in this example, a banner appears in the Play Store for a short quiz. And people select what's important to them in a browser, so things like device syncing or private browsing. And then they're matched with the browser that best suits their needs. We also know from our research that some people don't know how to change their defaults, and in some cases, they might not even know that it's possible to do so. So for our second example here, we wanted to explore how a dedicated default section of the Play Store might help. So in this case, a new defaults tab appears in the Play Store, and it shows a variety of essential app categories. So things like browsers, but also email and messaging. And people can view their current default, see what else might be available, and then set a new default directly from the Play Store. And then the last concept I'm going to show here, we also know from our research that when people do decide to download a new browser, the inertia of old habits can make it hard to fully switch. So, for example, if a pre-installed browser is prominently pinned to the hot seat, which I've pointed to here, people are likely to continue to reach for it out of habit. So for this concept, we wanted to explore ways that we might be able to change this habit for people. So when people choose a new default through a browser choice screen, the pre-installed default is removed from the hot seat and replaced with the new choice for easy access. And the previous browser is still available on the device. So what did we learn from this study? 3 key findings emerged from watching users interact with these concepts. First, choice must be offered in a context that aligns with people's expectations. If someone's visiting the Play Store or opening their browser, they likely have a purpose in mind. And interrupting them in the middle of their task does not put them in the right mindset to be making decisions about their software. Presenting choice interventions in contexts when people are already considering their settings, so maybe during device setup or at major updates, better aligns with people's expectations. Second, browser choice interventions need to help people make informed choices by helping them understand what a default is and providing ways for people to make different choices. And finally, the habit of using pre-installed default browsers can be really difficult to change. So we should make it much easier for people to explore and manage their default options beyond a single browser choice moment. So this study demonstrates that regulators should be testing remedies with real users early on before committing to a really specific remedy direction, just like tech companies test changes to their products before launching them. Behavioral experiments measure the impact of specific design elements by providing statistical evidence about how different implementations might influence user behavior. This is critical for remedy design because seemingly small details like placement or wording can have a really big impact. Netflix is known for using controlled experiments to test pretty much all of their proposed changes to their product. When they considered showing their full content library to entice potential customers before sign up, they ran an experiment to help test this assumption. And despite believing that browsing content would encourage signups, they were surprised to discover that a simpler experience actually led to better results. We used a similar approach to learn more about browser choice screens. We know browser choice screens have failed to have an impact in the past, but we wanted to understand if they're actually a bad remedy or if they'd simply been designed poorly. So we created the first high-quality public data on browser choice screens through an innovative experiment. 12,000 people in 3 different European countries were asked to step through a realistic desktop or smartphone setup flow and then respond to some questions about that process. People were randomly assigned into different treatment conditions, allowing us to test a variety of ideas on a large scale. We varied the designs in 4 primary ways. When people saw a choice screen, the number of browsers shown, the order of those browsers, and the amount of information that we provided about those browsers. So as an example, this was our high information Android screen. In this case, there's an introductory page that explains what a browser does and what a default is. Next, there are 12 browsers displayed in a randomized order, split between 2 groups based on market share. And we also included information like product descriptions and ratings without requiring a drop-down menu to view them. We learned that choice screens can be effective, but only if they're really well designed. So in order to be effective, browser choice screens should include key information, present a wide range of browsers, address ordering effects, and be shown at device setup or major updates. When people were shown a choice screen during device setup rather than browser first use, they were twice as likely to choose an independent browser over the pre-installed default. This finding demonstrates the importance of grounding any prescriptive remedy guidance in empirical evidence. When well-designed, a choice screen can align with people's preferences, increase people's satisfaction, increase browser contestability, and help people find a default that they intend to stick with. So over half of the control group, and these are the people that did not see a choice screen at all in the experiment, said that they expected to change the default browser that had been selected for them. On the other hand, 98% of the people who selected a browser through a choice screen expected to remain with it. This suggests that pre-installed defaults may not serve the needs or preferences of that many people. So this experiment demonstrated that design details matter. Simply requiring a choice screen isn't effective. It's important that regulators provide specific remedy requirements based on empirical evidence. And for the last method I'm going to talk about today, usability testing identifies gaps between interface design and user needs. So instead of just asking people what they think, we can actually observe what happens when they try to perform realistic tasks. This method can show us how proposed remedies function in practice, making it really valuable for assessing things like compliance. So for example, when TiVo was redesigning their website, they ran usability tests to help them identify issues. They discovered that users were skipping over important content because it looked to them like an ad. So these insights helped them to redesign this content before launching their new product. The DMA requires defaults to be easy to change. But what does easy even mean here? To find out, we watched 26 people try to change their default browser on both iOS and Windows and documented where they succeeded and where they ran into trouble. Our usability testing found 3 major barriers. Finding default browser settings was surprisingly difficult for people on both of these platforms. Windows users became lost in confusingly named categories, and on iOS, the settings were buried within individual apps, causing confusion when people were searching through more general menus. The search functionality on both platforms failed to help people find what they needed. On iOS, common search terms like default, browser, and internet returned either irrelevant results or no results at all. And Windows users faced similar challenges. Both platforms subtly nudge people toward their own browsers through the settings. On iOS, the browser settings actually disappeared from the menu when Safari was set as a default. You can see this on the left where the default browser app menu is not displayed. But on the right, when Safari is not selected as a default, the menu is displayed. And then on Windows, the prominent placement of a recommended browser setting feature, which serves to really just promote Edge, was often mistaken by users for the general browser settings that they were looking for. While most iOS users eventually succeeded in changing their default browser, many reported that the process was frustrating or confusing. Windows users faced even greater challenges. Several people either just gave up entirely or thought that they had successfully changed their default when they had not because they had accessed the recommended browser settings. So what should we do if we want to design better competition remedies? First and foremost, we should integrate user research throughout the development process, from early concept testing through implementation and monitoring. Just as tech companies would never launch a product without testing, we shouldn't implement remedies without understanding how people will actually interact with them. Second, we need systematic evaluation of remedies. It's not enough to just require remedies. We need to evaluate their effectiveness over time. This means requiring that gatekeepers conduct and share user research results and building in mechanisms for ongoing assessment. Third, remedy requirements should be based on evidence about user behavior, not just broad principles or technical specifications. We need clear standards for successful implementation based on measurable user outcomes. Fourth, instead of falling back on previously attempted approaches, we should explore new solutions and consider complementary interventions that work together. And then finally, we should work to foster collaboration with a wide range of stakeholders. This might mean establishing mechanisms for early feedback, consulting on research methods, sharing results, and providing access to testing environments. By working together, we can create more effective remedies. So the tech industry already knows the value of user research, and it's time that we brought the same rigor to our competition remedies. Thank you for listening.
And she beat you. Alex.
Yeah. Another intro.
Yeah.
Okay, so the last speaker of the day. Thank you very much.
So what I wanted to talk to you about is a project that we are there.
And I do this project with two colleagues, Giorgio Monti from the University of Tilburg, a colleague of Rizzo, and Richard Fisi. And what we are trying to do in that project is to interview the main stakeholders which are involved in the DMA process, and some of the interviewee are in the room, in fact. And we are trying to see how. Now we have 1 year. You were recalling that, or less than 1 year of implementation. How it goes in a way. And so we have interviewed some gatekeeper, some business users, some civil society organization, and the European Commission too. Okay, and we did that because clearly process matters a lot. I mean, this is something which is maybe not enough studied by the economists, but you know, you may have the best rule of the world. If you don't have a right process, it will not lead to anything. And I think the last presentation is a very proof of this. And so this is why we were thinking that studying that process is important. So if we can go to the next slides, and I mean, there was someone mentioning, Joel mentioning that things can be complicated, and indeed, I mean, to enforce the DMA, this is a complicated process, because contrary to what has been said before, many of the rules are not self-explanatory. Okay, and so what we would like to show here, and what we do hope, is that it will the enforcement of the DMA will not end up as a Sisyphean task, you know, which is tireless but useless. Okay, and I have this quote by Albert Camus that our French colleagues surely know, which is maybe we should imagine that Sisyphus, by only doing that, should be happy. But I think we should hope for more than just, you know, this painful task which doesn't lead to result. And this is why we were studying process. So, you know, I first want to give you the feedback we had from the interview, and then from that, the recommendation that we have to improve the process. So if we can go to the next slide, the third things right. Okay. Sorry. I didn't see that. The interaction between the players involved, and here, you know, you have a lot of bilateral interaction between the Commission and the gatekeeper on the one hand, and between the Commission and the business user, so the access seeker, if you want, or the civil society on the others. What our study shows is that there is when the Commission is interacting with the gatekeeper, the seven big tech, they in fact are, first, they have different culture, you know, because you have to know, for the one who doesn't know how it works in the Commission, there are two departments in the Commission which are involved. One is the antitrust department, and the other one is the, let's say, digital department, okay, a more regulatory department. And it seems that the logic of the antitrust department still prevails. So in a way, you know, they implement the DMA in an antitrust manner, you know, by having first discussing with the dominant company, the gatekeeper in this sense, then discussing remedy, and then market testing them with the business user and the civil society, instead of putting everyone on the table. So I guess, Tom, you will tell us how you did when you were opening the telecom network. But I think that we think in the report, and we will come back in the recommendation, that to have those kind of staged process, you know, when you discuss first with the gatekeeper and then you go to the business user, maybe not the best way. The second thing that come from the interview is that the Commission at this stage, at least, is very reluctant to signal anything, to signal whether what the gatekeeper are doing is good or is not good, to signal what kind of enforcement strategy they will follow, whether they will go for an informal dialogue or for a formal non-compliance procedure. So, you know, the Commission still is very reluctant to signal anything. And if you go now on the gatekeeper, what we notice is very different strategy, you know. So they don't, some are more accommodating than others, some are very legalistic and more legalistic than others. So it's interesting that they don't behave in the same way, you know, with the Commission. The dialogue with the business user and other stakeholders, so civil society organization, and we have several here in the room, or consumer protection organization, and so on, clearly less intense than with the gatekeeper. And also what is interesting is that there is very little coordination among the business user, which may lead to some problem, you know, in the context of the self-preferencing and Google, you know, Google says, and I think that's true. I mean, they say the hotel wants that we do something, the online travel agency wants we do another thing. So, you know, what should we do at the end of the day? And the Commission doesn't take really a stance in that. So, I mean, that make the work also of the gatekeeper sometimes complicated. And then in terms of multilateral dialogue, so to have everyone around the same table, you know, to have, so the gatekeeper, the business user, the European Commission, that nearly never happened, you know. So you had some open workshop where, you know, the gatekeeper was supposed to explain what they were doing, but that was very scripted. I mean, it was extremely boring. I don't know if you have listened to it, but I wouldn't advise you to do it. But, you know, because it was very scripted, so you knew what they would say. So I don't think it was really useful, but okay. And then there is these things that we know from the literature. There is a fear factor from retaliation of this, in particular, the small business user, who are afraid that if they ask something in front of the Commission against a gatekeeper, they will lose every access, and in the time they will be bankrupt. Okay, so I think that's where it is coming from the interview on the interaction. On the use of formal tool, and there are a number of formal tools which are provided in the DMA to help, you know, the implementation. We have first a number of internal compliance tools that the gatekeeper should set up. They have to have a compliance officer, but from the interview, the role of the officer seems to be extremely limited. Many business users don't even know who they are, and they are not very visible inside and outside the firm. So clearly, I mean, this potentiality is not exploited so far. And then the gatekeeper have to produce annually a compliance report, so they have to explain what they have changed because of the DMA in their product every year. So the first version of the compliance report have been published in March last year, and the second version should be published in March this year. Many people say they are not very informative, and also they are not published on a continuous basis. So yes, they do a change. If they do a change between the first version and the second version, this is not announced in the compliance report. And the worst thing, I think, is that they are not standardized. So you cannot really compare and benchmark, you know, whether this gatekeeper is behaving better than this other gatekeeper. And then finally, the Commission has a number of enforcement tools. The Commission can have informal dialogue with the gatekeeper, can have, you know, can specify through a decision what a specific obligation means, and the Commission is about to specify some interoperability obligation in the context of Apple, as it was mentioned before, or it can go to a non-compliance process. Now, the relationship between those three tools are not very clear, and it's not very systematic, at least at this stage. as I said before, the Commission do not come with a clear, acceptable compliance measure. So very often the gatekeeper do not know. So Fiona, you were mentioning this morning, and it's true that the DMA, you know, is setting up the burden of proof to the platform. It's up to them to comply. But sometimes, you know, it's not clear whether it's compliance or not, and the Commission is extremely reluctant to say, yes, that's okay, or yes, that's not okay. Okay, and then there is no clear, at least public prioritization strategy from the Commission. Maybe they have one internally, but it's not public. Okay, so this is what we have noticed. So it doesn't mean that everything goes wrong, not at all. But clearly, we are in the first year, so it's, you know, une phase d'apprentissage, as we could say, a learning phase. So it's normal in a way that everyone is experimenting also for this and testing. But no, I think it's about time to probably improve the process. In particular, because the DMA was supposed to be complicated, but given the new geopolitics, it's clearly even more complicated, because now you really have a battle between the ex-PayPal mafia, you know, or still the PayPal mafia, and the European Commission. And this debate will be, or this battle, which is a battle of business model, but also a battle of value now, will clearly not be an easy win for the European Commission. So what we suggest in the draft paper is 4 things to work on 4 elements. First is to improve transparency and, in a way, to have a better information level playing field, because it's clear that, as always in regulation, you have an asymmetry of information between the regulatee and the regulator, and so you have to try to work on that asymmetry. And for that, we think that much more multilateral meetings, so between the Commission, the gatekeeper, and the business user, instead of having staged dialogue, staged bilateral dialogue, is absolutely key. So basically, you have to have a regulatory approach to a regulatory instrument, and not an antitrust approach to a regulatory instrument. Second, we need to have much better compliance reports, you know, which are more comprehensive and which are coming with a standardized list of indicators, you know, so we could know, you know, for instance, you could say how much, you know, your interoperability has been taken up by a business user, or how much data have been imported by your user, you know, and you could then benchmark the gatekeeper, and you could see whether some are performing worse than others. The second thing to improve is predictability. We know that in regulation, legal predictability is absolutely key. And at this stage, you know, we have still a lot of things which needs to be more predictable, the priorities, the concrete objective that the Commission wants to achieve. So we know that the DMA is about contestability and fairness, but we don't necessarily know for each core platform services, what exactly does it mean? What really the Commission wants to end up with, you know? Again, if you take the parallel in telecom, I think it was clear where the telecom regulators in the US and in the world wanted to go. You know, here it's not always clear where the regulator want to go. And then, and that one will, I mean, what will follow from the other, have more clarity on the content of the obligation and what is acceptable as a compliance measure. And finally, we should also improve trust. Now, this is, I must say, something I didn't anticipate that much, but you know, the trust issue when you have a European Commission regulating US firm is much more complicated when you have the European Commission regulating a European firm, or the US authority regulating a US firm. Because, you know, at the end of the day, the regulator and the regulatee have not studied at the same university. I guess, you know, you probably have studied in the same university as the one you are regulating. Everyone was at Yale or Harvard and so on. That's not the case here, you know. But I mean, that makes the things really much more complicated, because there is not a kind of implicit trust between the crowd here, and I think it has become even worse since 2 weeks, as we know. So I think we have to try to improve trust first and foremost by non-politicize the process. I mean, it's clearly politicized on this side now, on this side of the Atlantic, but it should not be on the other side of the Atlantic. I must say that I'm not totally optimistic on that from what I see today in the Commission, but okay, we will hear more about that tomorrow. We will not hear about that. I suggest it's better that you talk to them privately, not publicly. So maybe we should not have the public conversation because we know what they will say. But privately, it may be different. And also what is very important is that you protect the right and the expectation of the gatekeeper and the business user in the process. You know, I think that's very important to instill a little bit of trust. And then in terms of institutional framework, we think that, you know, instead of having two departments with two different culture, you know, implementing the DMA, so the DG Competition and DG Connect, you may try to merge them into a big department for big tech. And also you have to probably improve the division of work between the European Commission, which is the federal regulatory authority, if you want, and the national authority, in particular National Competition Authority, which still have a role to play, but the role is not very clear, you know. So some, in particular, the Dutch authority and Fiona organized an important conference in June last year, which was a kind of advocacy conference, and I think it's very important that the national agencies do that because they are closer to the field, if you want. So basically, you know, I think a smart way of dividing the work is that the Commission will be the interface of the gatekeeper and the national agency will be the interface of the business user by having advocacy campaign as it was done in June, or by dealing with complaint. Now, on the longer term, I think we really need to completely rethink the institutional system we have in Europe, because, you know, next to the DMA, a lot of other laws have been adopted with a lot of other regulators, and they are not always very well coordinated. So I think, you know, what at the end of the day, what we need to set up is a European system of digital regulators, modeled with what we have done for financial supervision, you know, with the European system of central bank, where you have at the top, you know, an independent and strong federal authority, the European Central Bank in the case of financial supervision, but it could be a new European digital authority, and then a strong relationship with the national authority, which come in a way in support of the work of the European institution. Okay, so those are this one is clearly for later. I mean, I think we have first to improve the process, and then we can go to the institutional framework. But those are our recommendation at this stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alex, and all of our panelists. I would just like to make one point here, ladies and gentlemen. You have just seen 3 presentations that did not use any Greek letters. And kudos to our presenters for their ability to speak in English. In English, yeah. You know, as the recovering regulator on this group up here, I'm reminded that who was it? It was Woody Allen's comment that life is 80% showing up and regulating is 80% implementing. And we've got a group here who can talk with us about implementing. The development of the policy is crucial, but it goes nowhere if it's not implemented well. And to establish that, I would just point to the last 3 weeks in the United States of America. But let me ask the panel writ large. We hear 2 things over here about the implementation of the DMA. One is that the politics of Europe are changing. The Draghi report was pretty hard on regulation as a reason for a bunch of European problems. And the second is that the tech bros, or Alex, what you call the PayPal mafia, are pushing this administration to retaliate against what exists today in the DMA, let alone what may come about as a result of the response to the original compliance reports. And any of you want to comment on the reality that you see with the DMA, Alex?
So first, I wanted to push back strongly against this idea that Draghi is against the DMA. He's not, and his report is very clear that what Draghi is against is about regulation which is not well calibrated. Okay, so regulation which are not proportionate or things like that. But he's very clear in his report that he's for a very forceful enforcement of the DMA. Why? Because the DMA is a way to open the ecosystem that Friso was mentioning to promote innovation. So it's a pro-innovation law. I mean, it's a liberalization law. You know, I like to compare, you know, the DMA with the end of the communism in a way, you know, and the fall of the Berlin Wall. You know, it was a way to liberalize the people. So, and it's not easy, you know, and you know, you have to change social norm also. So it will take time, but that's what it is, you know. So I think that the Draghi is not at all against the DMA, is against badly calibrated regulation.
Let me push. Okay, let's just have the. So I read the report. I agree. He particularly was focusing on the variations, regulatory variations within the EU and the impact of that. However, it has been seized on by all of the anti-regulatory forces. And my question is really about the anti-regulatory forces in the EU and the anti-regulatory forces in the United States. And I think we see them coming together is my concern.
I would say for me, the PayPal mafia, or they are the crazy libertarian that you had in the Silicon Valley. We never had those kind of people in Europe. You know, so I wouldn't say that they are the same crowd or they share the same value, you know. And in a way, you know, the alliance between Trump and them, in fact, is maybe less surprising what we think, because both of them are libertarian and both of them are disruptor. So, you know, they share at least those common.
But
so, and we don't have that in Europe.
But it manifests itself in anti-regulation.
Right.
Right? Okay, now let's deal with that. Okay. So Friso, you want to jump in here, or you?
Yeah,
I don't want to.
I mean, hard to predict the future, but I think what I took away from Draghi was indeed better calibrated regulation. I think he wasn't such a fan of regulation that targets every company, like the GDPR does, for example. Implicitly, he sort of kind of came out against that, and it might be time to rethink that. Still a political report, so there's always some qualifications. But so I think maybe there's an alliance to be found there between the US and some forces in the EU that will take that to heart. For DMA, I'm more optimistic. I mean, I don't think we'll see it being more strongly enforced. But then again, it hasn't been. I mean, there's investigations, but nothing happened yet, right? So it's hard to really benchmark it against previous enforcement versus future enforcement, because yeah. So yeah, I guess I'll end up on that. I stay optimistic. I hope the DMA doesn't become a tool, as been suggested by at least someone in the commission, to, I mean, much in the way that, you know, antitrust is now a tool for China to push back against tariffs with new investigations into Google and Apple. I mean, the DMA definitely shouldn't become a tool, I think, in that war, probably because it's also not very fit to be used in that way. But yeah, let's just hope for consistent enforcement, I suppose.
So I want to come back to Gemma in a second here on the structure, how the DMA might function. But the second part of the issue that I raised earlier was the rumbling here of tariffs being used against the EU in response to such things as the DMA and the rumblings coming out of Europe in the last 48 hours, we're prepared to use extraordinary measures against the tech industry in the United States if that happens. So 2 questions. Are we headed to a digital trade war over a digital trade war? And secondly, I know how to run a trade war for hard goods. How do you run a trade war in a digital world for soft goods? Maybe those laughs are that you know how to do it.
Yeah. I do think you have to push back against tariffs because, as we've seen for Canada and Mexico, it's sort of worked if those tariffs were ever serious and not just a bargaining chip in a wider weird conflict. But what are the tools for that, especially in when it comes to soft goods? I don't know. I mean, is it easier to weaponize the DMA than say antitrust for that purpose? Maybe, but probably the answer should be sought somewhere completely, somewhere else entirely, in intellectual property. But I'm not an expert on that, so I wouldn't want to be able to say how. Of course, just other tariffs, I guess. Maybe specifically tariffs on tech in a way, but how does that work? To your question, because I guess maybe you want to hit the. Well, where it might make an impact, I guess. That was also the idea with the Canadian tariffs on things like, things produced in red states, I suppose.
Bourbon.
Bourbon, right. So that was the example. So maybe tech is a place where it matters, but yeah, I wouldn't know how.
Alex, you want to, and then I'm going to go to Gemma for a question and come back then to everybody else.
No, but I mean, I think first, Europe, of course, has a big weakness is that we don't have a lot of digital infrastructure of our own. Okay, and what is happening now is clearly, I think, for Europe, we realize that we are too dependent from the US, and we should do something about it. So, I mean, it's a wake-up call. I hope it will be taken up by Europe because I think clearly we were depending too much from the US company on digital, and some of them are. I don't know if you have read also the communique of the ECB on the digital euro, because we realized that we cannot depend also for the payment system of the US. So I think that's the first thing. The second thing is on the war, I think the DMA is a tool to open for innovation. It's not anything else. So I think it would be bad to use the DMA for another objective, like a retaliation mechanism or a tariff mechanism or whatever. I mean, the DMA is not a redistribution tool. It's not that. I mean, the idea is not to redistribute the rent from the gatekeeper to the European business user. It's to open them up, okay? So I think, but there is a risk that in the current context, the DMA will be implemented in a different manner, but I think it would be bad for both sides. And the last thing I would like to say is that since a very long time there is this idea of creating of taxing better the digital company to have a kind of digital tax, and now we were a bit waiting what the OECD will do, but it may come back, it may come back vividly if a trade war is launched.
Okay. Gemma, have you had conversations with the EC about your approach? And if so, what kind of feedback have you heard? Question one. Question two is your approach applicable to the broad scope of issues dealt with under, we're only talking about the DMA here, but also the DSA, such as data and access to it?
Yeah, so we have presented various research to the EC, and those I think have been really productive conversations. This has not been said to me, but I think some of our browser choice screen research really helped kind of raise the floor of what the expectations might be for a browser choice screen. I think that in some of those conversations, I tried today to sort of explain that there's a big range of potential research approaches to evaluating remedies. Obviously, a really large experimental study is really great evidence for very specific things that we'd like to see. But I don't think everything has to be a really huge study. I think we can learn a lot by doing small things that might end up leading into sort of a larger investigation. And so, for example, I mean, just very, very basic usability testing. I mean, one of the most fundamental user research concepts, I think, can help us sort of understand the shape of what we're talking about in some of these regulations. I think that sometimes people respond to suggestions around that with some concern that, you know, a small sample size, let's say, is not something that can be useful in these conversations. But I think that any sort of evidence to inform these conversations is really helpful. And I think as a starting point, understanding where a large number of people seem to be running into problems, for example, with a user experience, that can be a really helpful beginning to understand what might need to happen before we move into these larger experimental studies that are really testing like small refinements, design, you know, very specific design changes, trying to decide between, you know, two different types of implementation. So I think that there's maybe less of an appetite for those, say, smaller studies, but I still think they have a really strong place here, and I'd like to continue advocating for them, even if they're maybe not as well received.
Can you juxtapose what you're talking about with the idea of a regulatory sandbox?
Could you explain that term a little bit for me?
Regulatory sandbox and the ability to go test a regulation, much like you're talking about testing the concepts behind the regulation.
I mean, I think that depending on sort of the specific sort of regulation we're talking about, there are different ways to approach that. I mean, I think that one of the points I tried to make is that I think we need to have like a broader sense of who is a stakeholder in these conversations. I think people can, people like my organization, for example, could come together and help kind of influence how some of the testing is happening, some of the sort of outcome metrics we're looking to see. But yeah.
Okay. All right, you've got a great group. But Fiona is standing here. She's been the last 5 minutes. She has a twitch or we have the microphone for Fiona.
Well,
oh, I'm sorry, Laura.
It's a quick one. I
You
promise.
just need to be twitching.
Gemma, I like your entire presentation just looks to me like an incredibly strong argument for why we cannot have a behavioral remedy that involves a user interface. That is so affected by implementation that just practically speaking, it seems unworkable. And I guess like I'm curious, one, do you agree with that, or like do you think there would be something like, you know, like an EC? I love this idea of like a EC big tech department. I love that. But like, do you think there's a version of that could possibly work, or do you think, you know, if we ever hit this is just a lesson that if we hit a problem like that we need to focus much more on structural remedies?
I don't think I have an opinion on like behavioral versus structural, but I do believe that that research can sort of help us get to a better place. But I think it requires that we are very clear on what the goals are of the regulation. At least from where I sit, I think sometimes some of these remedies, the goal of them is not necessarily clear to me, or at least could be made much more clear. I think if we can come to some agreement on what outcomes we're sort of expecting from these remedies, it becomes much easier then to be able to use research to get there.
Can I just say one thing on that? I fully agree that we need indicator for outcome. And, you know, in the whole work we have done at SARE, you know, SARE is a group of, I mean, the steering committee, we have some big tech, we have some small tech, we have some national regulatory authority. But one thing which struck me is how much the big tech were pushing back against those indicators. So I think that's a good sign that we need to have them, exactly as you say.
Fiona.
I wanted actually to build on that same thing. It feels to me like the way you could make this work a little better would be if there was a requirement that compliance meant that the platform had followed the recommendations of some kind of group of civil society experts like yours. And I don't know quite how to constitute such a group, but make that thing. And it has standards, and here are 6 different ways you can do something, and here are best practices, and so on. And maybe even we've got a panel of experts, and you can't choose which one, because we don't want you doing that, but you can say, send me an expert from your pool who will review my choice architecture and all the experiments that I ran and give me a grade of how well I did. And that gets around the regulatory sandbox problem, because the platform has all the data and the capabilities. They just that needs to be part of the proof of compliance. And I just feel like civil society knows the answer to this, and we're somehow not leveraging that. And then the second thing I just wanted to ask of Alex is, at this Dutch competition event that Alex mentioned before that I helped to organize, they had to ask twice as many business users or more to speak as actually did, because of fear. These small entrepreneurs and smaller and medium-sized businesses were afraid. They were afraid to come and talk about what was happening. And so I think the multilateral environment is how do you protect them in that world? And the bilateral, where those businesses go in and talk to the commission about what's not working, the companies, the platforms have rights to know who's complaining about them. So effectively, the commission cannot keep them anonymous. So then you can't know if data portability is working, because the people trying to use the data portability can't come in and complain, because if they tell you, then they're outed to the platform. And if they don't tell you, you don't know. So I feel like this is a very big legal problem that it would be great to find a solution to.
No, I think the fear factor apply for the smallest business user, but less for the big one. And so I think what you can do is, with those kind of multilateral meeting, to have the big one around the table, or the civil society, which have those standard or those process in mind to have a good remedy. So I think that's what I would, but clearly that would not be sufficient, but that it would be better than what we have now. And for the smaller one who doesn't want to talk and doesn't want to be on the table, there is some possibility to have some confidentiality protection. But the problem indeed, and there I would have to investigate further, is how far the commission can use in a file an information, a confidential information. I think they cannot use that, but they could still have a kind of informal feedback, I would say. But I mean, that's we can ask that to Philomena tomorrow. But I think there are groups of business users who have not, or civil society who have not those fear factors, and I will start with them, and then you would have already a first stage of better remedy, and then in a second stage you go to the smaller one.
Okay, but let me just go back, as the former regulator here, this is the transparency conundrum, okay? Because you want to have a transparent government. You want to know that the big guy is coming in to try and sabotage this competition over here. You also, in the same structure, need to know what the little guy is saying and have transparency here. And this is one of the huge governing challenges of a free and open society. How do you create the kind of open dynamic of discussion that is necessary? And I don't think we've solved it, and I don't think that the EU has solved it yet. But going on, we're getting the 5-minute signal. Okay, somebody where are we? Sir, yes, sir.
Yes. So I just wanted Friso to talk a bit about the entanglement. I mean, it's kind of an interesting theory, but I wonder how much of the lack of competition is a result of entanglement, and how much is just business decisions and that it's just difficult. I mean, we saw the challenges of Bing competing in search with Google. So maybe Apple would have the same challenges and would rather make money, $10 billion, not to bother trying. and why not try even if they weren't being paid? And of course, they've been trying to get into, in operating systems for many years. Now, I'm wondering how much of it is really the entanglement.
Yeah, no, it's a good question, and I don't have a good answer. I think we'll find out maybe over time, because now indeed you'd have to, redevelop the Chrome browser, redevelop your Play Store for the EU market, only to enter into that competition. And maybe that's, it's a pretty big market, but maybe somehow not enough to make it worth your while. I guess as platform regulation spreads in more and more countries, Japan, South Korea, not the US anytime soon, but as the market gets bigger where you can enter other ecosystems, I guess the incentive to do so just economically becomes larger. And then if that continues not to happen, I guess that would be a sign that something else is going on, perhaps that entanglement. On the other hand, yeah, if there's an economist who can put this in a nice model somehow and get add some Greek letters and get a better feel for how much is spent on entanglement or other factors, that would also be great. So open invitation.
But I would, as I read Briscoe's paper, which is an excellent paper, I kept thinking of AI and the entanglements that are being woven as we speak with AI, and how we have failed to deal with them in the first digital era, and now we need to deal with them in the second, or whatever we're going to call the AI era. But we've yet to follow your advice in the first era, which leads me to worry about the second. Okay, well, I have one more question. Last question. Yes, sir.
Oh, I was going to build on the question. What we see in the U.S., certainly in the regulatory context, is the small businesses can lobby together through trade associations, and that's a lot of what, as Tom knows, that's what big industry does very well as well. What are the barriers to that in Europe, where you can get the smaller industry players to anonymize themselves by working through a trade association, so it's not coming back at them?
Yeah, that's one way, and that's what they are trying to do. But those business users are new. The DMA is new, so I don't think there are a lot of association. Yeah, they are creating themselves now, but it's relatively new. And but that's clearly one way to go. The second thing I would like to say is that very often in those associations, you don't have, the people which are on the ground, the engineer who knows the stuff. So, yes, they are good at lobbying for policy, for law, but not that good, I think, from my experience of, when you go on the technical thing or what you were describing. That's in general not what I see in those kind of lobbying or trade association.
Let me just add one thing there. As a former trade association head and a regulator.
Not at the same time.
Not at the same time.
But no, in those times you could do it.
Some people did make the accusation.
I think now with the new government, you could accumulate without any problem.
The challenge in a trade association is you spend 80% of your time developing a position you're going to advocate in the other 20% of your time. And that position ends up being built around the weakest link of the trade association. Okay. So the real voice that the regulator wants to hear can't hide behind the trade association. The folks who hide best behind trade association are the big companies, okay, who can agree this is what we're going to do and keep their name out of the news and have the Association of Widget Manufacturers take the heat. Okay, I lied. You get one last shot.
Just a minor comment. So as a former regulator now in civil society, I think in Brussels, the Commission is so new to regulating. Yeah. It's learning how to be an independent regulator. This means that it's also learning to be an assertive regulator. So there is this emphasis on regulatory dialogue all the time. And I think now, 1 year later, it's clear that's not working. There's a lot of malicious non-compliance. So I have faith that it'll work out. I think political events have happened that have made that much more urgent. So hopefully the Commission will come back with some very clear actions that have to be very decisive, or else there'll be a real mess. And then you're into the whole domain of sovereignty, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you for being the perfect benediction. Thank you, everybody. Alyssa, you want to?
Woo, what a great day. I don't know if everybody knows this, aside from the people who presented and a few others, but Fiona and I decided to try to pull this conference off on a very short timeline. We posted the call for submissions in the middle of November and set the deadline for less than 3 weeks later. And for those in the US, the middle week was Thanksgiving. So it was an extremely short amount of time, and we got just lights out submissions. I mean, many of which were presented today and many others that we couldn't fit on the program. So I'm just so honored and humbled by the amazing work of all of those who spoke today and the conversations that ensued. So big round of applause for our speakers and presenters. We have cocktails at 6 o'clock at Art and Soul, which is just down the street on New Jersey Avenue. Bo, where's Bo? Stand up, Bo. Okay, Bo has drink tickets for everyone. So you each get 2 drink tickets. Please visit Bo on your way out so that you can get them and take them over there so that we don't break the bank at the bar, which I know this group wants to do. And given what's happening in the world, you might bring a little cash extra for your extra ones. But please do that and join us this evening at Art and Soul. And then we'll see you back tomorrow morning at 9 right back here.